And just like Alexander the Great, they have nothing left to conquer. Of course, there's absolutely not. This is my match.
From Naga. Boop. Straight in the bag.
This might just be it. Nearing 99%, but Limp! Even the devil looks away in disgust.
We have the very best in the world fighting for this OWCS World Final. The Junker Queen comes in, and it's a triple catch in the fight, and he's going to get another big down blossom. That's how they stay alive. They can't let go of the momentum now. Has to try and go for a rally to stay alive, but what a stick!
What? Excuse me? What did I just see?
Good morning, happy Sunday, and welcome to day 3 of the 2025 OWCS opening weekend. We've got 4 matches today to finish week 1 of our stage 1 regular season. That's a lot of words. We have 4 matches, and that means that's a lot of hours to cover, which also means a lot of opportunities for you to get some in-game goodies. That's right. I'm going to start the show off once again with reminding you to connect your Twitch account to your Battle.net account and get all the lovely things that you're seeing on your screens right now. Free stuff. We love free stuff. Also, I love talking about formats. So let's briefly walk through our OWCS 2025 format, and I promise I'll stop giving you the whole spiel starting next week. Let's just dig into this real quickly. We've got 3 stages, each of which will consist of a regular season, playoff, and relegation and promotion matches, and of course, a live event at the end of every stage. The top 6 teams in each region will make it to the playoffs. The bottom 2 teams will actually drop into relegation matches. Now, the top 2 teams of those playoffs will then advance straight to the live event, where they will be going head-to-head against the top teams of each other region. Let's take a look at where the biggest action of the year will actually take place. Our first stop will be in China, followed by our mid-season event at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. And to close it all out, we will once more be heading to Sweden for DreamHack Stockholm. We just had such a great time last time, so we're gonna run this one back. So lots of great stuff to look forward to, but a lot more game days to get through until we actually even get to our first LAN in China. So let's chat about our stage 1 teams, the upcoming matches, and bring in our most beloved but also most cursed caster duo of all time in to do that. Well, Jack, Rose, it's kind of a thing. Like, I'm just saying, like, there is a pattern. There is a pattern.
Yeah, I'm not going to be blamed for this.
I'm not blaming you. Like, you guys are the victims here.
We are the
like, I'm not. You're definitely the victims.
Here. We just anchored an Overwatch god or something, and they
you must have
that
done something in a previous life. Like, it's rough out there.
I'm shaking my fist at the ISPs. I'm just saying, they're knocking Rose offline perma. It's crazy. It makes no sense.
Maybe not today.
Maybe not today. Oh well. Oh well. Let's take a look at the standings for now. You know, let's throw you a softball. Competition well underway, and by now we've actually gotten to see each and every single team in our EMEA region for the regular season stage 1. Let's chat about this. Who impressed you the most?
Yeah, I mean, look, Gen G turned up in a big way yesterday after a pretty disappointing loss to Virtus.pro in their first game. VP looked incredible. Ultimates looked really good too. Peps looked pretty damn decent. I mean, I think we even heard in some of the EU interviews yesterday that, look, the top of the region is pretty open. And a lot of teams, like 1 through 5th, like that's pretty competitive. And Twisted Minds, yeah, they lost, but they're still pretty sick. And we're only in day 3 now.
We had a bunch of teams that may have, like, they may have lost their opening matches, but like, they're just so good. Like, you're not even worried. We have 7 matches for each team per stage, so they have opportunities to roll this one back, but there's no real freebies here. Let's take a look at the schedule to see what we get to see today, and we got one big banger coming up. That Ultimates versus Virtus.pro, I mean, that ought to be a good one. And also, I think, given Team Vision's performance yesterday against their fellow Saudi team, OWCS, they're going to come in hungry for this one, Rose.
Absolutely. Think all eyes right now are on that Ultimates versus Virtus.pro match later on, though. These are the 2 teams that everybody in their power rankings have touted as the top 2 in EMEA. So we are in for such a treat when it comes down to that a little bit later. But I feel like we do get a good appetizer. The Sakura versus Vision Esports. I think both of these teams have so much to offer. And so it'll be exciting to dive in for that first.
Gotta be real though, I don't want to be Sakura on the other side of this one because the match yesterday for Vision was so close. They're gonna be so eager to get the dub on the board for that first week. Now also, of course, with more tape on each team, rest assured that our new feature hero bands will get a little bit more spicy as we're heading into our future matches. I believe they're gonna be a lot more targeted very soon. Let me give you actually the TLDR on how hero bands work in case you have missed it and you don't want to read what's on your screen. Big picture here, bans. They happen before each map during the match draft. An individual role cannot be banned twice in a map, and an individual hero can only be banned once per team in a series. So you gotta be strategic with this. We see protection bans, we see targeted bans, and we see throwaway bans too, which just make us scratch our head and assume that there's some big picture, but sometimes there just isn't.
I mean, I still need to ask Krusty about the whole Mercy second ban.
It kept me up at night.
Yeah,
I went to bed, looked at my notes, and I'm like, but that Mercy though.
There was probably something going on there, not entirely sure. Like, Gen G worked perfectly yesterday. I think they're picking bans and like banning Quartz's Sojourn on a Flashpoint map, a map that you really want to play something like a Sojourn on, not like a slow range, long range, like hit scan DPS like an Ashe. Like, they did wonders on that map, just banning that hero and choosing that map too. So yeah, these really do matter. And as the series progresses, as the bans like diminish and like, okay, we've already banned this, we can't ban this anymore, and like there's so many small little advantages, like micro advantages that you can get if you're really thinking through the ban system.
Yeah, also, like, of course, having the opportunities to pick maps as the losers, that will play into that as well. So then some bans might not matter depending on the map. So there's layers upon layers upon layers. And today there is even more at stake for the two of you, because I asked you to submit ban bingo cards. That's right, we're going to head into a ban bingo competition here in the EMEA region. So the two of you put together cards with the heroes that you think will be banned in today's EMEA matches. And the person with the most amount of bingos, I don't think we're going to get anything.
We're not even going to get two.
I don't
think so.
But we can also just go by squares filled by the end of the region. Let's do that. Maybe that's the winning formula. Let's check them out, though. Starting with you, Jack. Walk me through the mental gymnastics. What were you thinking?
There wasn't too many mental gymnastics. I just kind of took the center row, the center horizontal, center vertical as like, okay, these are the heroes that are probably going to get banned the most with okay, maybe not ball, but you never know. So I took Lucio, Juno, and then Hazard as the main square, because I think people will be banning Hazard a lot. I think that or Juno would have been a good pick. Kiriko, Tracer. It's the supports, and then the very OP tank, and then Tracer, which is also... And then, again, long range kind of hit scanny, and then the other ones were just kind of random, I think. Like Hog, Sigma, like those are not going to get banned, I don't think, unless they're protecting something. So yeah, I kind of worked from the center outwards. And I've got Torb in the bottom left because he's never going to get banned.
That is a strategy. See, I'm just going to assume that Rose even took the teams playing into account. I know you probably completely went overboard. You probably spent like 3 or 4 hours. I know you're a prepper. Like, walk us through your bingo card.
Yeah.
What was going on there?
So I had basically the same logic that Jack did, but I also looked at the teams that were playing today.
Okay,
and
I did not.
I had to call out a couple of really important things. So maybe Jack should have done his homework. I don't know.
Yeah, my bad. I'm really Simon.
Obviously, this could all get thrown out the window, and I could get no bingos, or I could get like not even close to a line. But I figured the most probable ban, gotta have Juno in the middle, and then we see so many good Genji players on the Ultimates and Virtus Pro. I think Echo on the vertical seems fine. I almost kind of wish that I put Echo in the actual like horizontal vertical cross of the bingo board, but
I did not think about Echo at all, so you did more work than me. Like, I did not think about Echo in the slightest.
You also really didn't consider who's playing today.
No, I didn't. I didn't think about it. I was just like, I'm just gonna make a bingo card, and then I just came up with it. I was like, okay, these are the most likely heroes, I think. But yeah.
Yeah, but then let's talk about this first match, because I think this is where you already go wrong, right? If we're looking at both of those teams, they both looked so strong on Hazard. I'd be shocked to see them banning Hazard. Trek wants to play Hazard. Hitori wants to play Hazard. I think you messed up,
so
Jack.
with you.
No, wait, because Ultimates are going to play later. Ultimates are going to play later against VP. So
but
I think
we only have 2 matches in EMEA, so you already threw away.
Well, that's not my fault. That's scheduling's fault. I'm not. That's scheduling's
right,
fault. We should have had 3 today.
We should have had 3. That's okay. Well, guys, walk us through this first series of the day, please.
Thank you very much. So, yes, Vision Esports versus Sakura Esports. Now, Team Vision yesterday, Rose, scrappy, I think, is the optimal word to use for this team. Very clutch, very scrappy. Sakura Esports how do you think they stack up against Vision? Vision Esports starting with Slowdive, Taejong, IMO, AOI, and Simple in the backline. We saw a little bit of a swap around as well with the backline yesterday, swapping people in and out when Lucio wasn't going to get played, so we might see that a little bit later on. But I'm thinking back to like the Blizzard World clutches yesterday were just insane. A ridiculous like map 5. I wouldn't want to say people, you know, people in the community saying a little bit of a toilet bowl. I don't think it was that bad. Come on, guys. It wasn't like a Boss Not Rising back in Overwatch League.
It's still entertainment. It's still so much entertainment. And I love that you call it the Honest Zen, because that's exactly what I was thinking when I put together the bingo card.
Oh my god. Okay, you kind of owned with the bingo card with the same pick, actually.
We'll see if it actually works out for me in the same way. But I think the fact that they have some flexibility in the backline is such a key point here for Team Vision that it would be a smart strategic choice for Sakura to think about how do you actually hinder some of the compositions that you can play because of those backlines. But Sakura has their own versatility. I think when you put these teams head to head, like you were asking, this still could be very close. I think if I had to be realistic, these are probably two of the teams that people would say are on the lower end of the power rankings and have a lot to prove in this OWCS first stage.
Yeah, I agree. It's a lot to prove, but hey, you've already proved that you can go to map 5 against good teams if you're Team Vision. I will say, Slowdive yesterday on the Ash looked crazy.
Oh my god, farming.
Yeah, farming. And now Zoro and China, very different kind of style of play, I'd say. Like, China just wants to play Tracer a ton too, which actually, I think, did I have Tracer in my middle or vertical? I can't remember now. Damn it. I should, okay, I need my own bingo. I'm going to have put my own bingo card on one of my
I'm going to actually steal it too.
Yeah. Let's have a look at the map pool that we're playing today as well. Of course, this will be the map pool for stage 1. So we're going to see those and it will change up going into stage number 2. Remember, Hybrid Flashpoint are now one pool. And we've seen a lot more Flashpoint than I thought we'd see. But you know what? If you're a team that likes to play quick, you probably go Flashpoint. If you're a team that likes to play a little bit more slow, lower in shit scan kind of dealio, you want to go to a hybrid mode. We saw Blizzard World yesterday, like I mentioned, with Team Vision. Just insane clutches from Tread to kind of beat them down. It was, man, it was one of the most ridiculous OTs I've seen on that point. Hopefully we go there again. But it will be Sakura banning first. So they're going to ban Juno, and then Vision come in with the Tracer ban. So your free square in the center, Rose, has already been as a check there. And Sakura ended up picking Samoa as the first map.
Okay, well, the Tracer ban also makes a lot of sense. I think if you take a look at that Sakura versus Ultimates matchup that we had on the first day, China's Tracer gave them a ton of problems. And so just knowing that we're going over to Samoa, you have a really smart ban out there because you know that's a hero that China would love to be able to play. And so we're slowing things down a little bit, I think, right? You have to go Lucio, maybe you have to go Kiriko on this map, and you can't play the Tracer, so you're kind of stuck with maybe Genji and Hitscan.
Yeah, Genji Sojin just makes the most sense. It's kind of we've reached the point, it's day 3 by the way, but we've reached the point it is kind of a cycling of DPS, but fun DPS at least, you know, it's not Reaper May Perma or like a Sim May or something silly like that. Looks like the audience are going with Sakura for this game, 55 to 45. And hey, what is a little bit insane, I remember this last year, the predictions were always so one-sided, it was insane, but this shows how I think a lot more even the regions have been. So yeah, big up to the Sakura fans in chat, looking hopefully getting those channel points too. Now, if you look at that OWCS match as well, Rose, Vision ended up banning Sombra, a bit more of a targeted pick versus OWCS. They did end up banning Diva, they banned Sojin, they banned Ana, and they banned Kiriko going throughout the series. So pretty, I would say, stock standard bans on the face of it. No hazard ban or anything. And it was mainly kind of like, okay, Tread, we don't want you to play your good things. And then we're going to target the backline because we feel like our backline is flexible enough. And especially with 3 people on the roster playing support, if we're not playing Lucio, we can swap him out for 1.
I agree. I do kind of expect to see a hazard ban, I think, at some point in this series. If you talk about Tread's flexibility on that role, Hitori has a ton, but also why not ban out one of Hitori's absolute best heroes? Everybody's stocks are so high on Hitori's hazard, and there's great reason for that. And so maybe we see a hazard ban.
So what you're telling me is maybe I will get my free
Maybe you will get your free space.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Oh, I'm going to bring it
give
up
you a
on my
little credit
screen
for that one.
in a second. Don't forget, obviously, as we load the players into the lobby, you can earn yourself some drops for the regular season here. I've got a few already. I think I'm up to 4 hours, 6 hours. Although watching the co-streams helps as well. So you can earn them there, I believe, too. But yeah, if you're tuning in to some of the co-streams, here's what you can see. Look at that. Avast. Known, yeah, February 1st, that was him. He's long gone now. Hopefully his internet sorts himself out as well. Rack Attack is going to be our featured co-streamer, though, today. So make sure you show some love to Rack. And yeah, hopefully we'll see some Lifeweavers so he can give some insane advice on that pick. Lifeweaver specialist and all-around great human being, Mr. Rack Attack. So go check him out if you want to watch one of the co-streamers. But we're going to jump to a quick break. Do not go anywhere. Map number 1 coming up soon.
Welcome to Oasis.
Look around you. The system's not working. High time to try something new. Hazard on sight. Let's take out the rubbish. Rules are like bones. They're made to be broken.
Time for the reckoning!
Get ready for a downpour.
Nerf this!
Follow me to glory.
arithmetic.
You know I'm the best.
Just what I was looking for.
Maybe when hell freezes over.
Flying the friendly skies.
That was pretty damn brilliant.
Welcome back. Yes, the players are in the lobby, and we're actually in the map as well, loading into Samoa. Sakura versus Vision. And yeah, take a look at that new trailer. Obviously, the new season's out now. You can get the Rhine Mythic, of course. And to quote Finn, that new Juno skin is erotic. Now, banning of the Juno here for Sakura. Team Vision, of course, have banned the Tracer. Like you pointed out, Rose, well, you ban Tracer here, you play a fast map, forces China onto something else. We're not going to see the Alari, sadly. One day, Alari will be decent. In a slow poke meta, Alari will be good, guys. Don't worry, everybody. Alari will be good. To the 3 Alari players in the chat.
This is just hopium. This is Jaws hopium.
It's never happening, unfortunately. And there will be a Kiriko Lucio in the backline as well. Rose.
Yes, this is exactly what we expected. If you ban off the Juno, you need to still have some type of speed on your team. Lucio is the perfect hero to fit that role. And you've got the Kiriko to be able to make sure you have something like a cleanse or just even extra damage. Good healing. See the hazards jump in very quickly too.
Yeah, both balls are already used. Point unlocked. Very early Suzu there on IMO. Might come back to actually bite Vision Esports. You can see Taejong and Slowdive going super low, and in fact a good wraparound from Zoro where the disruptor shot kill. Hitori receives a Suzu just in the nick of time. There was an attempt to trade, but yeah, not quite there for Vision as Sakura cap.
That was just a really great disruptor shot as well. You saw how much damage Taejong and Slowdive both took, and then the disruptor shot from Zaro was able to clean everything up, and a quick first capture goes over to Sakura Esports. With these Kitsune rushes now coming up for Proda and Simple, just pay attention to how they actually initiate with those. Proda's gonna probably have it up first, but both of the Kiriko are so low.
Oh, and you see there the dive in,
my God.
or the attempted dive from IMO. They're definitely calling no Suzu on Proto. Proto was like 1, 2. Ooh, okay, I like that.
I think that's the name of the game, though, with these hazards, is you're just going to continue to see a lot of focus fire onto the back line. Simple getting taken down so early meant that Sakura had really easy defense from there on out, and you're also delaying that ultimate charge. Proto's going to have the Kitsune rush for when Vision Esports walk back in, and Simple still has to work up to that. 20% away.
I mean, Sakura, because they won these fights, they're going to have ults online first. I'm Vision just going to get run over here. Control game type moment. Win the first fight, have ults. It's still like a sit. Oh, what a shot. Double tap Taejong. And they do get a kill on Hitori. Hitori overextending a little bit there. She does fall with ult. We'll see if her Vision Esports, they're both the DPS are dead, so Hitori should be able to get back in time. I mean, because you are just going to store.
Yeah, you really should be able to get back there, and if you need to, then you have the sound barrier.
I like this play a lot. Early Suzu used as well from Simple. There's the sound barrier, perfectly called roads. Oh, it's Taejong follows Zero over the ledge and gets the melee kill. Still causing a havoc in the backline, but Slowdive does end up going down 4-on-4. No Sojourns, but goodbye China. I'm not sure who killed China there, but Taejong reflected some sort of projectile towards China's face. Good reset as well from Taejong, but as much as Taejong is heavy lifting right now, this fight is kind of scrappy. Sakura does lose control of the point as Vision camp with 3 ults to spare. No supports, no problem for Vision Esports.
You just have all of that raw damage coming out there from the Sojourn and the Genji, and just so much cleanup that you can finally get a moment to breathe. Vision Esports, they have control of the point now, but not before Sakura is able to get 94%, and they still have their own blade to use here. Vision Esports with the ult economy should be able to clean this up, especially if they can keep Slowdive and Taejong alive.
Overclock from Slowdive, but Imo's already dead. Good wall from Hitori, stops that healing coming through. Blade's going to get popped by China, dashes towards the Genji, and another Blade pull too. He's on it. Here's a hot pursuit right now as China and Taejong take out the enemy Lucios. 50% in counting for Vision Esports. Hitori trying to pressure Slowdive out. God, it feels just slightly unfair sometimes getting chased by a hazard with the amount of mobility. Well, here comes the downpour. There's the wall to stop Imo from moving anywhere. There's a OT is here for Sakura Esports, and that should be the round as well. Good cleanup.
Even with the ultimate advantage for Vision Esports, they just didn't get a chance to actually set up and use them comfortably. You know, slow dive Taejong, they had the overclock as well as the blade, but then you take a look at Imo getting killed so early in that second to last fight. It's so tough because with Hazard, you do have a lot of this mobility, but I think Hattori, one of the reasons why she does have such high stocks for this Hazard play is because she can spot out even those micro mistakes of Imo overextending just a little bit, knowing she has the cleanup or just the follow-up damage from the rest of her team to take out such a big target. Hazard's difficult to take down, but so much easier if you just place a wall behind him and you know all of his cooldowns are offline.
All right, next round. Same comps, run out again. I think we're going to see a lot of Samoa over the next few weeks. I got a good.
I think so too.
I've got a good feeling. Don't mind Samoa.
I'm okay with it.
It reminds me of Ilios, not Ilios, sorry, Oasis slightly actually.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have like
it.
Volcano, and it's like kind of like University. The other 2 points are a little bit more open. There's the central column one. It's just like it. Actually, hang on a second.
Yeah, this literally
it's
looks
just
like
Oasis, but a different theme. Like a
I think you sniffed it out.
I've hit the nail on the head there.
I like the tropical vibes.
Yeah, so do I. Feels good. Although last time I went to a tropical place, I went to Hawaii. It rained for like 3 days out of the time I was there for a week.
Did you get sunburned?
It was unfortunate. Yep, of course. I am a very pale British man. Of course I got sunburned.
Well, good stuff here from Vision Esports, except for the fact that Sakura still has Zaro and China alive.
Yeah, I mean, AOY killed 2 at the end of that. Like, yeah, these aren't clean fights, but we don't expect them to be fair. It's a dog-eat-dog world out there, and right now, Sakura Esports are feasting. Taejong dies to China in the neutral. AOY, that's a very aggressive angle to take a few of the Lucio. FD Goddess. Good kill from China too, just resetting. Kind of a superstar on the Tracer. One of the better ones we have in EU is, well, you know, Kevs is up there as well. There's a lot of superstar Tracer players, but China's on the up and up. But I think China is proving his worth on this Genji pick as well.
Absolutely, but I think this is why we do see China as one of the targeted players for this Tracer ban. But that then you have to have something else in the back pocket if that gets banned out. And so this Genji is the perfect replacement. Look at this link coming through from Taejong too.
Someone help Imo. Every single time that Sakura Esports see Imo just walk through a door, they're like, nope, put a wall, spike your wall behind you, and you're dead. Good wall as well, stopping the Sojourn slide. There's the downpour. Sound barrier comes in, and Hattori's overextended. Same with China Prota. Everybody from Sakura Esports pushing as much as they possibly could to the spawn. That downpour perfectly played in AOY manages to get the sound barrier off, and that's exactly what you need. If you can catch people like that, if you can catch them overextending past this past your own like little hut, it's very tough to get back from. There's very little cover you can kind of hide behind. Good sound barrier usage from Vision Esports. However, Sakura still have 64%, although that will halt their progress.
Oh, yeah, it was kind of starting to look a little good there for Sakura to get back into things until you did see that giant railgun shot. And so a little bit of a stall here as Sakura need to just go ahead and regroup. But they are the ones that are going to have the sound barrier now. Maybe they don't have the downpour for one of these DPS ults. So that is a little bit of a difference in this fight. But I think Strubber's Lucio sound barrier has a big impact here.
Well, here we go. It's a duel at high noon, but there's no casties on the field. It's just 2 soldiers with the railguns. Slow dive had to jump off the high ground there. Just overwhelming amount of pressure from that sound barrier sets her up with a kill. Downpour used by Imo. But here comes the flip. Blade popped. China's only just coming back from spawn. A good deflect as well. Dashes straight through the disruptor shot. Receives that Suzu as well to make sure Taejong doesn't get just randomly headshot railgun. And now Sakura, they're going to pull the blade of their own as China just instantly decapitates AOY and even dances around Taejong as well. Pops the deflect to try and stop that Dragon Blade coming through, but China just whips around him. Vision Esports are going to come back onto this point using this rush, but the rush is in an awkward spot. It's not actually on the point itself, it's more behind it, so they can't make good use of it getting onto that point. Simple takes down Zoro as China tries to kill up the overextending Kiriko, but Sakura only get that 95% as Vision Esports. They end up capitalizing on China being aggro, and they cap again. A very back and forth series and back and forth map already.
Absolutely. I mean, now at this point, Sakura Esports, they still come away with 95%, which is gonna be pretty good because you have the Kitsune Rush. You're the only one that's going to have an ult right now if you are Proto. Maybe AOY is able to get that sound barrier, but it's a great way to start off this next fight.
Yeah, well, Tejong's already dead. Okay, fight over with, and that might just be map as well. They rushed on the point, and then Vision Esports had no answer to it. Downpour, adding insult to industry. Industry? Well, it could be an industry if it hasn't worked hard enough, but Sakura Esports end up coming up with the map win, 2-0 on Control.
Looking great. Yeah, some of these fights are really scrappy, but I think that's what you should expect when Vision Esports is in the server. Unfortunately, didn't go their way on this map, and I think there's still a lot of just really good synergistic qualities of Sakura Esports that are making these team fights seem even better for them.
Well, no, Team Vision, time to ban and time to choose the next map. Can't ban Tracer anymore, and Juno can't be banned on the side of Sakura, so that's going to be good.
Maybe ban the Hazard.
Moving forward. I mean, yeah, maybe. Banning the Hazard might not be such a bad option. Hattori's shown a fair bit of prowess on the character. Now, not being able to ban Tracer, I feels like Hattori's kind of chill with that as well. Like, okay, you ban the Hazard, like, okay, sure.
Just play Ram.
We go Ram, or we can go Winston, and then China's on Tracer. We put Zoro on Sojourn. I think there's two ways they can go. I think you're right. I think a Hazard ban might be called for here, or even a Sojourn.
Yeah,
and then you
I
force
like the
slow dive on an Ashe.
Too. But then
Which is good.
that is good. So I don't think that it's necessarily that bad of an option here for either team. But I kind of wonder if maybe you don't want to give Vision Esports the opportunity to run the Ashe. If something like Dorado gets picked and there's a Hazard ban, then maybe you say, okay, we don't give you the Ashe at this point. But it does come down to what we actually see get picked as the next map in this set.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. You can like combo these maps with the bans. We saw it yesterday with Gen G. So if you know they're going to play, we can go to a fast map maybe, or a faster map type, a game type, and then, hey, we're just going to ban the Sojourn, and then we can play Ashe on these faster maps. And then inevitably, when we go around to modes that aren't as quick, you can just play the Ashe and then not have so much of a fear against the Sojourn. Rather scrappy fight. Sakura with a 3.9 KD versus the 1.9 of Vision. Similar damage, similar healing, but the deaths, obviously, for the losing team will be a lot higher. Who knew?
Well, I mean, we had a lot of just charged railgun shots getting basically one tap.
It feels like, again, remember when Sojourn came out and it was like, okay, she can one tap from across the map. No fall off, 100 to 0, guys, and DPS players were still complaining that they are the most underpowered role. But look, Sojourn, it very much feels like she's back in here to stay. You don't need that damage boost because they nerfed her and was like, okay, well, now you need the damage boost. And then it was just every ranked game was a Sojourn hit scan player, duo Mercy player, and then okay, it's GG. Like, and you just get rolled. But now Sojourn with that extended or the increased damage on the railgun fully charged, like, we're just so back. We're so back on the Sojourn meta, which is, honestly, I am not complaining because Sojourns are extremely fun to watch. Being on the opposite end of the railgun, though, horrible, painful experience. AOY being subbing in. One is coming in. We're going to Blizzard World. Rose, this was Team Vision's pick. So this, to me, is like, okay, no Lucio now.
Oh, I think you banned the Zen then. What if you banned Zen or Ana? I think you also have to consider that, either one of them.
Yeah. Well, that's what they played, right?
Especially if you see the double flex coming in. Yeah, exactly.
So in this case then, Team Vision, because they get the ban first, they could ban a support. If they want to play the Zen, if they want to play the slow star we saw yesterday, which worked very well actually, you go in and you ban Mercy or you ban Alari or something, protect that slot, so then Sakura cannot ban a support. So honestly, at this point, seeing that change and seeing it's Blizzard World, it makes the most sense. There you go. So yeah, one in, AOY out. No Lucio, we're going slow. And then, well, even if they ban the Zen, though, to be fair, there's so many ways this can go down. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm just pumped for this ban system.
I love it. It's been so much fun. And while I know that there are maybe a couple of players who don't fare well with a ban system, I think it's going to force a lot of development just across the entire ecosystem. don't see the Ana or the Zed ban, but it also
I like
makes
this
sense
even
that
more.
Vision just goes, Lucio.
I like this even more. You don't protect, you are protecting the Zen, right? But you're also stopping Sakura running the Lucio, so they are now forced to play slow. So they either choose a Zen of their own, or they come up with a Brig in the back line.
Juno's still good though.
Yeah,
I think you could still run the Juno. She's just really squishy.
Juno Ana, I think, is not bad. Juno Kiriko, like, you can go a little bit more greedy there. You don't have, you're not going to have like a Transcendence kind of a rally, like a big healing or like a buffing kind of ultimate. But I think that's, I think that's actually a very good point. Juno with the speed ring, obviously, is going to help at least somewhat with mobility. We'll have to wait and see. Vision ended up picking attack as well for where they want to start. So, yeah, Sakura banning the Diva away from Team Vision.
So I feel like we're just gonna see more Hazard.
The PS1 crows are back. Or PS2.
That is so great.
Close enough.
I love the dark version of Blizzard World.
Oh, nighttime.
I'm so glad that we
World?
actually see like nighttime versus daytime maps. It just makes things so much more interesting.
It looks nicer. Jay could be shaking his fist. Jake hates a lot of fun. He hates the Christmas maps. He hates the Halloween maps.
Oh, he doesn't even have like textures in his game. Like he turned off all of the designs and
If Jake could have his way,
graphics.
He'd be playing on like the old like TF2 maps were only orange, where it was just like plain block colors, and your gun is in the center of your screen. And you can't see any details. There are no destructible barrels. There are no destructible chairs. It is just cubes. And
why do you not like at that point? Why do you even have like two 40 hertz monitors? What is the point of that and a 4090 graphics card?
FPS.
I guess so, but still, the point is that the games are pretty.
That is true. Overwatch is a pretty game. Interesting backline here for Vision Esports. Yeah, you were right, Rose. An Ana and a Juno pick coming through from Vision.
Okay.
Oh, that was a very late sleep up from one. Taejong dead though, which is a little unfortunate, and what we kind of expected from Sakura. Just running that Brig at the back line. Again, kind of a roll though, I will say. But Vision, they ideally here for this comp, right? You want Ana to be able to step up and get into a good angle where you can throw nades, where you can be kind of aggressive with your positioning. But Vision are not letting them do that. If you let the Ana set up, it's pretty much GG because you've got no Kiriko. So they're doing a good job of being very proactive right now.
Look at how far forward Hitori is playing. Like you just go behind the team.
Ridiculous.
Oh, Ana's dead.
Yeah, this is insane. This is exactly what you want to do against this kind of comp. You want to make sure the Ana's like using bio defensively. That is not a good pick though. Taejong just some random shurikens with the help of a railgun, I would assume, ends up killing Zoro.
Yeah, but you still have this front line being held by Sakura. Hitori finds another pick on a slow dive, and as Emo falls as well, I think you just have to reset mentally, physically, go back to spawn, regroup as a full team of 5. Vision at this point, in order to actually break through this defense, need to get ults up. You're very close to the orbital ray. You have the nano, so that is a way that you could potentially open up this defense. But Hitori's on a rampage right now. She's just...
Oh, Taejong!
Oh my god. She had downpour already!
Good. No, simple as not. Hitori does end up trading there, so a 2 for 2. Tracer and the Hazard down. And finally, Sakura Esports. A tank is dead. Hitori, she's been alive way too long, and the charge rate, on the downpour was absurd. So Vision Esports, they're going to have an advantage here of spawn, so they're going to run it down now with a downpour of their own.
But isn't that crazy? Hitori had the first ultimate online in this entire map. That is how much work she was putting in with the damage, like the picks.
Oh,
it is crazy.
Pick. Okay, I think one there was debating, like you have the half a second as Ana to debate whether you should nano somebody in order to save someone from getting pulsed. Oh, China's 6 HP. All right, Taejong. Has to back out. Orbital Ray being used. This railgun from Zoro, though. He's going to send Vision Esports packing. One ends up falling, and wow, this is a pace we have not seen from Sakura Esports. Vision just, they haven't got 2020, that's for sure right now. They are getting completely decimated. There's a minute to go, and they haven't even touched the point.
I'm surprised that they still invested ultimates there. You had such a good eco push getting out basically everything from Sakura Esports, and especially after Slowdive got attached with the Pulse Bomb, I think you always just regroup and go again. They still at least have the overclock and the blade, and now they're touching point.
All right, double tap from Slowdive, and here comes the push. Hattori super low. Yeah, the entirety of Sakura Esports are kind of stuck in the back lines right now. Another nice headshot from Slowdive too. All right, there's the point. 30 seconds to go, but you're chilling. You got the 3 ticks, you got the payload going, but what a defense Sakura Esports had there.
That was insane. I am so impressed by that defense. I feel like Hattori just held the doors with absolutely no fear. And in a meta that is going to include Hazard, that's exactly what you want. A team that has confidence and also just a great communicator.
What is
That's
this?
exactly what Hattori is.
Okay, China is dead. That was a very aggressive ult from Hattori. They're going to go back in once again. Zoro is super low, needs some help. There was no packs available, I would imagine, there from Sturbor, unfortunately. Vision Esports, now they're breaking these choke points, but Sakura Esports are just pushing them to the very brink. They are, every single choke point, every single possible fight, they are just taking. And Hattori's already got 30% to another ult, and she just used her one.
That is insane. Her charge rate, some of us gonna have to study this because it just looks almost unprecedented for a hero like this. But you see these quick fights, and that's exactly what you want, knowing that you push Vision Esports to cap that first point in basically overtime. So take off as much time as you can. We're already 1 minute 40 seconds left for Vision Esports. They have to crack through the second point.
Pulse one for China. Where's the connection? Oh, a little alley-oop, a bash away to dodge the damage. China getting railgun, so it has to back up. Taejong pops the blade. But look at that, can't play into it at all. Just completely separated from the rest of the team right now. Receiving a little bit of healing as Hattori does end up getting killed. Now, Vision Esports, they've got to make a choice here. They've got not many ults left. They used 4 in that fight. They've got the overclock, but they need to be able to pick up someone early. China's going to be here too touched as the wall comes out. As Zoro ascends to the high ground and lands a snapshot onto Simple's dome. Almost hits a second there. Luckily for Slowdive, there was a sign in the way, but unlucky for them, there's no more cover to be found. And with only a minute to go, that's a reset for Vision Esports as we find ourselves in yet another second point hold, potentially, Rose. The classic Blizzard World moment.
Hey, but Slowdive has a chance to turn this around. That overclock from Slowdive earlier opened up that first point when they were finally able to get there, and Slowdive now has that at their disposal again to be able to throw at this next fight. But look at Taejong and China kind of dueling at it with this low ground and stalling so much time that Vision Esports now get 25 seconds, and they aren't touching the cart, and there's another downpour coming through.
Yeah, and Simple's getting a lot of damage thrown their way already, and Zoro ends up taking him down. A very end, another proactive fight for Sakura Esports. A downpour, they've still got the orbital ray. Vision Esports just can't keep up with this pace. They can't do it.
It's not looking good right now. You've got Aimo switching over to the Malga, trying to get an overrun to the cart. Taejong is able to get there for the touch, but has a recall immediately and still sees no backup.
Yeah, Taejong needs help right now, and unfortunately, help will not arrive. Gondor did not answer the call, as Vision Esports are held in a rather familiar spot on that second, just before that second point in Blizzard World.
They should probably still be happy that they made it that far. I'm not gonna lie. That first point looked grim based on how well Sakura Esports were actually holding on that defense. I didn't know if Vision Esports were gonna be able to touch. Like, at all, that first point.
We will see. Vision Esports with, yeah, maybe Blizzard World is kind of their kryptonite. They didn't end up picking this map, feeling very confident, obviously, of their defense last time around. Against Tread and the gang. Have to see. So their defense, and this is what we expected, right, Rose? The Zen with the Ana. They have Aimo on the Hazard. Discord the enemy Hazard. Play a little bit more slow. Try not to, if you're one in this situation, you're the Ana, you want to be kind of chill with your nades. Like, you want to hit some maybe early ones, but you have to be a little bit selfish with them because there's no pack from the Brig. There's only an Orb of Harmony. It's not doing as much. The Brig can't, she's not there to defend you with the whip shot, with the shield and whatnot. So a lot of weight actually lies on just that single ability, that fire grenade for one. So we'll see how aggressive they want to be with it or how defensive.
I mean, it was even a piece of Ana's kit that got nerfed though, right? She does less healing now with that nade than she did before, and it is a like recognizable amount less. You're gonna have to be patient like you said, but I think this is also still a very greedy backline that Hattori's gonna look at and like lick her lips a little bit. She wants to be in the backline dealing with the Zenyatta in the Ana. She's looking for that perfect opportunity to try to snap back to get that Zen. Look at how far back Simple is even playing.
Yeah, you're almost forced to hide in this choke point as well, because the high ground, it can be tough for the DPS to be a factor. Oh, don't need DPS if you got a right click though. Nice shot there onto China from Simple. Oh, don't let Zora kill him though. Oh, okay. No one can die now on the side of Vision Esports. If anybody dies here, this will be Sakura running them over. Although it looks like Sakura are just going to give them the space that they requested.
Have to be careful of ultimates. You know that one on the Ana, while maybe needing to be patient, is still going to get a ton of healing. Oh, right?
Yeah, surely. Although there's a brig there, but yeah, not for long. Yeah, Hattori does end up dying. No tick either. It was close to getting one, but fortunately for Sakura, a little aggressive. Wow, Slowdive dies, all chill. Vision Esports, they have Simple back. They've got Transcendence. They've got the Nano Boost. They've got Pulse Bomb. So they're in a good spot here. And this Transcendence, it's like, okay, how do you want to use this Trance? Like, you probably don't want to use it against the Ray. The focus fire from the Ray, especially if a Sojourn's in it, you're just going to die through Transcendence, like 100%. You're going to get 100 to 0'd.
Yeah.
So in an ideal world, just wait for like a big engagement. It's really up to Sakura to force that one before anything else happens. It looks like they're trying to do that by going for a big flank. Pulse Bomb connects. What a stick from Taejong.
That's just so much burst damage, and that's exactly why you just don't want to see the Zenyatta Transcendence used in a response to anything, because then you just have some extra healing at some point. But it doesn't matter even if you have the Transcendence, because Taejong is just doing the most for your team right now. This has been a very impressive Tracer. We even said this yesterday, though, in their match, that Taejong looks really good. I think all of these new era Tracer players, they're scary. And while maybe Taejong didn't look the best on the Genji in the last map, this Tracer is also a reason why I think you have to ban it out first and get that out of the way.
All right, here comes the orbital ray. Nano boost applied to Imo. Look at that, Zoro. Zoro, is someone to your right? Jump scare. Uh-oh, slide. Oh, not quite. Oh, instant headshot. The Brigade didn't end up using the rally there, so it's going to be standing up to the pressure that Haz is putting out right now. But look at this. Simple, transcendencing in the backline, keeping them, well, pretty much everybody apart from Imo alive there. As Sakura Esports have 45 seconds to go. This Zenyatta defense is just insane from Vision. And a lot of the time, too, Simple is dying first, but they invest so much to try and kill the Zen that is just almost not worth it, because then one hits a big nade, Slowdive gets a kill, Taejong gets a stick. It's his last fight territory now, Rose.
And we've got Hattori on the Wrecking Ball to have to get back there fast enough. Maybe you're able to get a ground pound slam. That makes Simple an easier target to take out. You also sniff out some of these people from the low ground.
Simple dead,
yeah,
though.
Hattori just kills Simple.
Yep, a little solo kill for the Wrecking Ball. You take that any day of the week, but Hattori does end up going down, as it looks like Vision is trying to take the high ground away from Zoro. A tick on the board here for Sakura Esports, but Vision are okay with that, but not okay with that one. One dead, OT here, no support for Vision Esports. Taejong lands another pulse, but Slowdive ends up going down. Zoro hunting for the next target, didn't see Imo though, jump up to the high ground and finishes life off pretty quickly. Imo with no support and one and Simple coming back. I mean, 30 HPS and Taejong with the orb. It's great when the Tracer's got the orb, but they need to just focus fire them down. But there's no damage on Taejong right now. Just the immortal Tracer on the point. The Wrecking Ball is going to make the Tracer's life a little bit of living hell, though, forcing that recall, and there is the point cap. An OT push as Vision Esports eventually failed on that first point.
Another very close call here for Sakura, like Vision Esports had on their attack push. But this Ana Zenyatta defense is giving Sakura Esports so much trouble. One and simple, they have their ultimates online again, and with just how much time is left on the clock, you could easily cycle through Nano, still have the Transcendence for another fight. I think even get both of them online again if you use them early enough. And so high ground control firmly in Vision Esports' favor. They just want to keep these sightlines for slow dive.
Okay, Proto gets sojourned. Unlucky. I think it was probably a Discord orb as well there, or maybe a body shot from the Zen. Unfortunate. Quick reset. 1 minute 42 seconds. I'm sure right now as well, in the back of Vision Esports' mind, it's like, remember what Tread did to us yesterday on the Doomfist? Let's not let that happen again.
Yeah, exactly.
Some things are best left in the past.
Well, still you have to deal with this wrecking ball now. Oh, one just got slammed.
Well, yeah, that's the problem with just running the Zen, right? There's a lot of damage on the Wrecking Ball, to be fair, when the Discord Orb is on him, but you've got the kick as like a defensive tool for the Ana. Like, good luck. Well, there's the Transcendence, a slow dive. It dies before that even pops. And here comes the push. 1 minute to go as Hattori just dueling out with Imo on the point. Spots the Zen, insta-kill. And yeah, the Zen comp really starting to fall apart now for Vision Esports against this Wrecking Ball.
Wow, I mean, you're playing pinball in the arcade. Maybe a little on the nose.
Quite literally.
Here. But it was working out great. Finally able to stop the wrecking ball in its tracks, and they've got 40 seconds left. So while Sakura Esports has been able to make a ton of progress, they don't have a whole lot of gas left in the tank for this final couple of moments. Maybe you get the rush, you have the Zaro overclock as well, but you still need to close that distance again. So it's going to be on Hattori to try to draw the attention away from Vision Esports to give Zaro these clean sight lines when you see Vision Esports flank back over to the cart.
Ideally here, Hattori just gets another big slam kill on one. Good sleep though, half HP, full right click from Zen. There's the anti-nade. Does end up sending Hattori pretty low as Suzu comes in just in time. A slow dive aimed to the railgun straight towards them. A little slide away, but the rush on the point is going to be deadly for Vision Esports to fight into. Zora's got a good angle, but slow dive's got a better one. A nice little railgun shot ends the Sojourn's life as Hattori also ends up falling over Vision Esports with nightmares of what happened yesterday. There might be dreams in the future now as overtime ticks down as Vision Esports on their map pick. The Zen comp as well ends up coming up in a big way for them. Tying the series up 1-1. And hey, the Zen, I'm loving it. I'm absolutely loving this pick. And it honestly felt like Hattori at the end of it was like, okay, well, I just slammed the backline over and over again. I kill the Zen, I kill the Ana. But then Vision Esports come out with a big sleep and the Wrecking Ball can't do anything after that, and then they roll away and die. So yeah, beautiful stuff from Vision Esports. Definitely a different comp than I think a lot of people are going to be playing on Blizzard World at this point.
I think you also need to have the perfect people to execute something like this, though. And Simple absolutely understood the assignment with the Zenyatta. How many full clips of orbs did we see into a Tracer's head? Do you know how hard that is for all of you people out there that don't appreciate your supports enough? I remember when I used to really grind Zenyatta, I used to go into the lab and actually try to work with trying to get headshots into Anas or Tracers because their hitbox is so small.
Yeah.
So
the
very
Zen also,
impressive.
This was a while ago at this point, but the Zen right click, it's not like it used to be. It's a lot slower now because it used to be at light speed and it was very easy to get the right click kills. But yeah, especially against Tracers in these small confined places, it's can be very tough for the Zen. But Simple looks good, looks very clean on the pick. And one as well. Not playing a very greedy backline. Ends up working out very well for Vision. And you can tell it just in the KDA as well. 3.5 to 1.8 going in Vision's favor. That was Sakura's time to pick. And if you're them, well, you can't have Lucio banned away from you anymore. But to be fair, which is fine for Vision because they could just swap AOY in. But you're not going to ban the Zen unless you go to a slow map, which at this point, I don't know if they know what maps Vision want to bring that kind of comp out.
I think it's still it's a little telegraphed, right? Because we saw some shades of this on what is it, Dorado? I think a lot of the escort maps you could still bring out something that's semi-slow, like the Ana Zen comp. So if you decide that you want to take us to an escort map, that's certainly something that you can consider.
Yeah, I think they probably go to a flashpoint here if I had to guess, which will be Suravasa is the only one in the pool.
Because they're the same.
Oh yeah, because it's in the same thing as hybrid. Yeah. I keep forgetting because it was last season. It was Flash and Clash. That was it. And the cat has finally rejoined us. Let's go.
Hey, Bear. Where do you
What does Bear think?
go?
What's Bear
Where would
up
you
for the
ban?
bans? What would Bear ban?
What would you ban? Huh? Oh, he's purring. He's just purring.
Well, it's going to be Colosseo for Sakura. I'm sure that's exactly what Bear would have picked as well.
Yeah, right? You go, what do you think? You ban Sojourn?
Sojourn actually would make a lot of
See
sense.
Sojourn ban?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Bear's like, I don't care. I'm being helped.
Bear doesn't
and
care,
I'm
yeah.
getting love.
Bear's very chill. Very chill with this whole situation.
Yeah.
Then there's the substitution coming in. Okay, so 1 out, AOY back in. We're going to get another round, Lucio. They're going to go fast. They can run the Kiri if they want. They can run the Juno. They can run pretty much whatever at this point in the backline. And the Hazard ban, I would like my free square at some point. So a Hazard ban would be very nice for me for the ban bingo. But we'll see what they want to do.
Hazard would be good here. I could see a Hazard ban. You know that Lucio is going to be back on the menu here, which makes sense because you are going over to and geez, push map.
Okay, so Hog ban for Sakura. So that's they banned first, which means they want to protect the tank.
Protecting Hazard.
Yep.
Yeah.
Protect the Hazard, and then Vision end up banning Sojourn.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, let's load on in.
That checks out.
Colosseo, third map of the series. All tied up so far. Vision Esports with a very scrappy game yesterday. It was a fun one, I will say. It was a little 5-map banger. Alcatia ended up taking that win. And there was an Esperança map as well yesterday, so we didn't see Vision play this. I don't see them played it just yet. Vision did end up banning Ana versus Alcatia yesterday on this map. Oh, that's true. Yeah, there you go.
Thanks, observers.
All
Sorry,
right.
my cat is like licking my sweater, so I was a little distracted.
I think that's fine. We should have more cats on the broadcast. We need Nori
I
back.
agree. Yeah, where's Nori? Zoe, where's Nori? Zoe's gonna try to find Nori. Anyway, as the gates open up, I think we are seeing a lot of what we would expect here. AOY coming in, you're going to see the Lucio. I think Lucio Juno is just right up Sakura Esports alley. You have double speeds, make sure that Hitori can get in and out effectively to be able to use those hazard cooldowns. And then we've got the Cassidy versus the Ashe. Since Sojourn's banned out, which is one of the more classic heroes on this map, you've got to still have some type of hit scan. And so Cassidy or Ashe, whatever you feel more comfortable with. But we know Slowdive's Ashe can really take it in a server. We saw that on Dorado yesterday.
Yeah, the Dorado performance from Slowdive was just insane. Starts it off with a nice shot too, onto China. And even going a little bit aggressive. Hindenade, yeah, that's an issue. Or the flash grenade, sorry. They'll change it back to Hindenade at some point, or at least the name.
Just Nade. I'm just gonna call it Nade.
Yeah,
forever.
okay, fine. All right, good start from Vision. And now, ideally for them, they just set Slow Dive up on the high ground, but it's going to be tough. Although Sakura are spawning with their backline last. Looks like a Kiriko swap as well.
Okay, so just double speed, not quite working out. I think just having the Kiriko is going to help you have a little bit more of an escape. When the Juno, you have one cooldown that you can really rely upon, and Hazard has great high ground access. So let's take a look at where this next fight can go. Taejong is going to be the first one up to an ultimate. You have this Tracer Pulse Bomb ready. I think the Lucio, oh, well, the Kiriko makes a great answer for that with the cleanse, but the cleanse gets used.
Yep, early Suzu's for both sides. Pulse Bomb connecting with Hitori as well, but that damage resistance coming in to full effect. It's already half HP. You got to be careful playing on this off angle. There's only a mini pack there. It looks like Sakura Esports are going to call for the backup. A deflection kill from China. However, Imo, you see, trying to lay down a big ult, and it caught a few people there, but everybody funneling into that small choke. It's so easy for Sakura basically to sit there and shoot people as they walk through the door. So Imo unable to really capitalize on that rather successful ult.
Yeah, this is going to give Sakura Esports a little bit more leverage heading into the next fight. not quite going to be able to get the lead yet, but when it comes down to those ultimates, 4 for Sakura Esports, maybe even a 5th one for China.
Yeah, White playing a little bit defensive now. Don't want to like get too up close and personal, especially as you've got that sound barrier. Bob deployed. Pretty decent angle as well for the Bob, but they're actually going to respond with a rush even. And a sound barrier. A big investment from Sakura Esports. But honestly, if you invest big here and you get the checkpoint, that's good. You want to just honestly invest as much as possible to get it under the bridge. It can be a very tough time, and especially with Vision having the Ash, I think that's a more than okay investment here just to get that checkpoint online. Even a high noon too. They're trying to buy as much time as humanly possible right now.
No way. Oh, I thought Zoro maybe, but Vision Esports plays smart around that one. And you do get under the bridge. So you're actually forcing Vision Esports to have to drop down on top of you while you get set up on this corner. Huge play here.
Barrier. Yeah, play coming through from China. A connection to the pulse from Taejong again. Takes down Sebo. However, no checkpoint here. 66.43 meters.
They got it.
No, sorry.
They did get it.
So Vision
Yeah,
Esports,
they did get it.
With a big investment of a sound barrier of their own, end up foregoing the checkpoint regardless, so they've lost that and some additional meterage too, which is very important. A meter after the checkpoint is nice, because normally as soon as that checkpoint comes in, the bot's standing around a little bit, the enemy team's going to be able to re-engage, and if you end up losing that fight, it's sat there at the checkpoint the entire time. Taejong dies to wall, okay, plastered on that one like a poster. Hattori pretty low, dies to the dynamites, and even a rush invested from Vision Esports.
I think if you're Sakura Esports, though, you're pretty happy about this. Having the checkpoint already, Vision Esports still has a ton of meterage to make up. You get like 2 or 3 contests at this point with ultimates. I think this is still looking very good for Sakura Esports, but I cannot count out Vision's grit, just knowing how scrappy they can be in these fights.
Right, Downpour available for IMO.
He's backing up to use it.
Can get a really nice angle here. They just play for it. There it is. The downpour through the wall. Hattori's in trouble. Rush deployed. Hattori's already dead. The focus fire came in strong for Vision. IMO's not going to last long against the overwhelming amount of projectiles thrown their way. It's a perfect response, really, to the downpour, because when the downpour ends up coming out, you see a lot of teams just kind of rush at people like turbo feed almost, right, into the people that are stuck. So responding with the rush, the healing obviously gets amped because you're just throwing out a ton more projectiles. Suzu's coming off cooldown a lot quicker. Like everything is just being boosted.
Right.
So those people who are overextending, I mean the Genji, the Cassidy, and all the attack speed, like it's just mince-meating you. Bob, okay, to deny a little bit of space, but that's about it as the beat ends up coming in. A return rush here for Simple, but everybody's super low on the side of Vision Esports right now. You can see them all cowering for cover as that high noon from Zoro didn't initially kill anybody, but it's actually going to stop anybody getting just destroyed by this rushing Kiriko.
Vision Esports still don't get a decisive teamfight win here, though, and so they have to set up for the next attack. You've got the sound barrier to at least help.
Yeah, sound barrier ends up coming in. Okay. Here we go. This is the push here for Vision. China takes down Slow Dive. There's one small stagger. Can't afford any more, though, especially on push. Yeah, there's one more left. Hattori's there. No, so close killing AOY. That would have been a nice pick, actually, but Taejong's got the blade. There's no sound barrier to combo, though. That's the big thing right now, and they're not going to be able to get checkpoint realistically. So we'll see how far they actually want to push. Doesn't look like too far, as Prota does end up contesting.
Yeah, I think you have to just give this space up. If you're tracking ultimates, you know that Prota has the rush on top of the fact you can throw the downpour and the blade at this. It does not feel good if you're Vision Esports with 3 minutes left to not be able to capture that checkpoint, but you don't want to overextend with that rush online.
Okay, rush for rush, ban for bans, and yeah, Taejong instantly dealt with by China. They all fought into their own rushes, but China ends up coming out on top, just almost following Taejong, marking Taejong that entire time. Both Genjis having played. If you can get the other Genji into a position where he's kind of not looking at you, maybe looking for a pick onto the back line, you could just chase him up. The enemy Genji doesn't want to use deflect early, because they need to be able to survive against the damage they dive into. And the lead is going to get extended now by Sakura.
Yeah, this lead is starting to look like they're running away with it, and they still have ults. China fell off the map.
Yep, unlucky. Quick reset, don't worry.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, look at how far around the corner that you've already got, and with 2 minutes left, you're just looking at playing defense if you're Sakura Esports. You still have a fight that you can take here in the midpoint of the map, even one more before Vision Esports gets the checkpoint. And Simple gets sniped from I don't know how far away. Taejong is also low. You see Vision Esports scattering right now.
Okay, well, that is... Oh, yeah, hit him with the bag, son. Okay, that is Proto just hitting a double headshot across the map. Like,
that's crazy.
All right, Simple's on the Juno now. Be a harder target to hit, especially with the speed boost. But yeah, double headshot is works wonders, funnily enough. And there's the sound barrier. High Noon, those going to build up pretty quickly, and another sound barrier coming in for Vision. And unfortunately, no Ajaxes, not yet anyway. Nice High Noon kill, but Rose, there's a minute and 20. We've seen some pretty insane stuff. That was a hazard wall on top of a hazard wall just then.
We have seen some crazier things, but it's... And you know what? If it were any other team, and maybe I would just say, yeah, it's not going to happen. But it's Vision Esports, and we've already seen them be able to take maps that did not look like maps that they were going to win. We've also seen them lose maps that they probably should have won. But in this scenario, they have a chance to win here. Don't have ultimates just yet outside of Taejong being able to get this blade. So as long as Taejong doesn't get locked down by something like this downpour from Hitori, maybe this could be a big opening. But Vision Esports, they need to win 2.5 fights here.
Rush.
Maybe 3 fights.
For Proto, blade for Taejong. Simple also closing in on that orbital ray. 10% to go. They're just trying to stall out for it. Now Taejong has got the blade. They really need this ray. IMO needs to take some damage. Someone needs to take some pokes so they can get it online. There's the 99%. There's the call. They're going to try and go in. A couple of little right clicks from Taejong. The blade yet to be popped as the downpour comes in. Taejong tried to get the reflect but couldn't quite get it off in time. And there's the wipe. Team Vision Esports just get run over by Sakura Esports. Another ridiculous downpour from Hitori. And with only 5 seconds to go, that's going to be it. They didn't even get a chance to really choose their ults. That's a blade from Taejong in the distance. But where you at? You're in spawn. Sakura Esports with a 2-1 lead in the series.
At least they didn't fumble the lead on that one. But Sakura Esports looks so good. I feel like just their knowledge of how to utilize this hazard is so high that it doesn't really matter if we're seeing fights that are maybe getting taken a little early. I trust Hitori fully when it comes down to engaging and initiating with this hazard, and the rest of the team obviously trusts her as well to be able to follow that lead.
Yeah, the downpour's absurd, and we were saying yesterday actually a lot, and I think a lot of people have been saying like, hey, the hazard ult, it can be fairly easy to dodge in these fast comps, right? But if you're on a map like Colosseo, you're almost like a sheepdog herding sheep when it comes to hazard, right? The sheepdog being the hazard player. Because you want to put people in positions where the terrain is their main enemy, where you are around corners, but you can't see the hazard, but you know the ult is coming. And if you're herded close to like walls that are just going to get completely covered by the hazard ult, there's just nowhere to run. And that's exactly what Sakura Esports did at the very end, where Hitori is, and the rest of the team, to be fair, is herding Vision Esports into this, where the mega health pack is. You lay the downpour, and it's like, where are you going to go? If you're the Genji, you know, you have to dash up and like diagonally to like get out of there over the wall, and then everybody else gets locked in place. Like, it's a fun ult to use, and it's definitely something that is going to continue to be just elevated in terms of how good people get with it. Decent KDs across the board. Vision Esports coming up with a 2.7 though. It was
close.
Yeah, pretty damn close map. And let's talk about the bans as well. Looking back to it, they went into this, that being Sakura Esports, banning the hog, protecting the hazard, protecting a tank ban, and then a Sojin ban came from the other side and say, okay, that's fine, because we can just play slow dive on the Ashe. We're cool with that. We're fine with that. But the hog ban here was just amazing, because then you just get the matchup again, which you clearly feel very confident in these Hazard matchups.
Yeah.
So as we go into the next map, Vision Esports, surely they ban Hazard. They force Hattori onto something else.
I think you have to go with the Hazard ban at this point. I think that you liked your chances if you were on Blizzard World to at least see Hattori have to switch over from the Hazard to the Wrecking Ball. I know part of that was not just the map architecture, but also how close to the wire they were getting on capturing that first point. But still, Vision Esports were able to win out that map. Maybe they look at being able to play something else that's going to fare well for the Ana and the Zen. And then that kind of puts Sakura Esports on the foot of, then do we ban out one of those supports if we think you're going to ban out the Hazard?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, what do Sakura ban here?
Mind games.
I wonder if they go for... Okay, so if you do ban the Hazard right now, if you're...
We have to go to Escort.
And we go to Escort, it's probably going to result in some sort of Winston or maybe even a Ramatra. Ramatra's still pretty good. Definitely on the precipice of being really good. If like a buff came through, maybe we see a little bit more Ramatra play. So if you go to an Escort map, thinking of the ones that are in the pool, especially maps like Route 66, I think you ban Ashe or you ban a long-range hit scan. Ashe or Cassidy maybe, if you're Sakura, if you get your Hazard back.
Yeah, I could see that as well. I could see either you end up banning out the hit scan, or I think you can also take a look at banning out one of the flex supports if you see a roster swap happen. The Anazen was just so powerful, and especially when you take a look at some of those maps with Dorado having a little bit of high ground. Route 66, you've got some great buildings to play around as well for cover. You can certainly slow down the game a little bit. I think it's just a little bit harder with how open the map is.
All right, before we get into the next match, the teams are just sorting their map picks and the bans. Guys, let's take a listen into the Sakura comms from the last map.
Ulted free. Has a note, live one. Has.
Don't leave bot.
Should we touch? Juno. Leave bot.
I'm on it. I'm sorry.
Eddie player.
Nice.
Just wait for them to make a mistake.
OWCS by joining Faceit League. Gain competitive experience in weekly Faceit League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/s4.
All right, here we are. Map number 4 coming in. Havana pick. by Vision Esports. And yeah, no surprise. We called it the Hazard ban. I'm sure everybody else was thinking the same thing. And a Widowmaker ban for Sakura. Okay, so yeah, stopping the long-range hit scans. So we're going to see a lot of Ashe, I would imagine, from Vision. Let's load on in. I believe we got a sub as well. So take a small little break. Make sure the teams are all chill and all good. Rose, on the defense here, I see a little outline of a diva. Yeah, Zoro China on Genji Soj, and then a diva pick from Hattori.
Oh, we haven't seen a whole lot of Havana as of late, and I feel like the last time we've seen it was several metas ago, where we were looking at Orisa or Ramatra or maybe some of these other more brawl-centric comps. But it's kind of cool to be able to see Diva, Ramatra. I know no Widowmaker here, but the Sojourns once again. I'm very excited. It's been a hot minute.
Yeah, Vision Esports also subbing in One. So One and Simple in the back line, and this is a perfect map for them as well. They get to play the Zen. They get to play a little slow. There's no Ashe, actually. Okay, I'm a little shocked there. I thought Slowdive was going to play Ashe, but knowing that someone like Tori is going to play Diva, or you can kind of hear the Diva from the spawn, don't hate it at all.
I think you still opt to play the Sojourn in a lot of these matchups because you can play from longer range. Even if you know that there's a Diva, you can just have that Diva overextend by trying to fly at you and defense matrix you.
Oh dear.
Okay, well, I guess Taejong didn't have deflect.
Yeah, I mean, even with the deflect, to be fair, the Diva's just going to run through you.
I'm already switched over to the Sigma.
Yeah, I think there's definitely an opportunity here for Taejong to get a lot of value on the Genji. Losing a mech that early is not good, though. Nice shots coming in from the entire team. As soon as they're... Oh, good sleep. Can you get the kill? Not quite, not quite. All right, Taejong is back in the action. Yeah, don't lose anybody. To be fair, it's very hard to. Dancing around the Sigma shield is very frustrating as you're trying to kill somebody. And Sakura, they just need to watch out for the Taejong flanks, because Taejong just needs the orb, like gets the Harmony orb and then just sits on an off angle and then tries to pressure out the supports. Tough to do against the Brig Ana, but it is possible, and it can turn the attention of people like Zoro as well.
Oh, but when you have to play from this angle, you know that Taejong's going to be at least coming from the right or the left. Gives you a little bit of a better opportunity to actually play around that flank, but Taejong is also just kind of still in your face. I'm not sure it's working out the way that Sakura would like. Yeah.
As soon as that Brig oversteps there, uses any kind of cooldown, Genji above her, and as soon as that Discord orb on the Brig, yeah, it's GG. You can't live against the Genji.
Okay, well, that's going to be first point captured here, and Vision Esports actually got that done pretty quickly as well. 4.5 minutes now to go into the second point. And would you know it, they only used Transcendence in that last fight. Also very easily earned there by Simple. Just so much damage coming through there from the Zenyatta, which is something that we've come to expect at this point from that player. But that means that Vision Esports also still has basically 4 ultimates for entering into second point.
This blade's going to get a lot of value, you hope, but with no backup, with only the orb, it could be quite tough. Flux coming in. Where's the target? Sleep misses. I'm going super low, though. Need some help. And that Flux being used really early doesn't end up forcing CDs, but here's Taejong with the blade. Apparently, it doesn't matter. Doesn't need backup at all. Split Zoro and China in half. Vision Esports just pushing on. I was kind of debating with myself in my head, like, okay, you save that Flux for the Nanoblade. Proto ends up throwing out the Nano to try and save people from the Flux and from the oncoming damage. And then China's just caught out by Taejong, who just pops the Naked Blade and just runs him over.
Yeah, I mean, Taejong has just found so many great openings within this map already. That blade value so high, just getting first picks in a lot of these fights. They're right there by the end of second point already.
Well, there's the blade, and Taejong is more than dead. Here come the resets. Yeah, Zen doesn't stand a chance, not without Transcendence. Good stuff from China. Equalizing the map, at least for now. 3 minutes on the time bank. And that's kind of the ultimate mathematics, Rose, I think, with this comp. Because Simple, he has a couple of options with the Trance. So you do use it against the Blade more often than not, and especially something like a Nano Blade.
Right.
You have to be wary, of course, about the nade coming in. But you could also save the Flux for this Nano Blade as well. That hasn't happened just yet. And it looks like Sakura Esports are more than happy just to kind of win out in the confidence duel. And here you go, another aggressive Transcendence, trying to get people out the door. Strebor just caught out again, just on the sideline, gets discorded and run over. One falls to China as Slowdive now trying to deal with this Genji threat on the sidelines. But as soon as Slowdive 180s, Hattori's already there with a cleanup kill. 2 minutes to go. There's one person on the point. It is IMO. And they are going to be able to survive for a little bit as Sakura Esports are trying to regroup. Simple deads, and that does mean the Sigma is going to have to back off.
We're going to see a bit of a compositional change from Sakura Esports, though. It's going to be Strebor going over to the Lucio, and now we actually see Vision switch Simple over to the Brig. So we're playing a little bit of rotations with those support hero choices, but I feel like it's just the teams trying to get the better of what is on the other side in terms of what those ultimates are going to answer. I think you hit the nail on the head perfectly with the Zenyatta. I think the Transcendence being off kilter was difficult, and you knew you weren't going to have it for this Blade Nano combo.
Yeah, I mean, that is exactly what you want to see there. I called it a second ago. Using that Flux for the Nano Blade, catching the Genji. He has to pop deflect. It's still going to take percentage-based damage when he slams into the ground and gets turned to sludge. Like, yeah, that's nice stuff coming through from Vision. And with the Brigitte, I honestly like this pick a lot. You know they want to, Sakura want to go fast now, like you said, Rose. Switching over to the Lucio. So, yeah, we'll see how Vision Esports end up winning this fight, because right now they have 60 seconds to go. A nicely timed rock though, and Spheres through the window. That'll do it, Rose, as they now move on forward. And IMO hits that 10-player streak as well. China, the lonesome Genji on the point, hits the dash, hits the reflect. No CDs left, no problem for Taejong. And with 40 seconds, there's going to be a struggle touch here, even if they're able to. It looks like, yeah, it looks like Taejong managed to slam the door in their faces there and force Sakura Esports with a reset.
You just don't have your full team of 5, and I think if you wanted to throw bodies at the point, you're just throwing ultimate charge over to Vision Esports. Slowdive very close to being able to get that online. Simple's going to have the rally, but you don't want to ensure that those ults are up and ready to go. Now, Sakura, though, still have a lot of answers to this, but I think the fact that Hattori's just taken so much damage, I don't know if the Ana is actually enough to keep Hattori in the fight. When you've got big burst from people like Slowdive, China's already dead, and so that's going to stall out this defense potential? What is happening here?
Also, Havana got changed. There's an extra door there now. Just
that's
FYI. True. So yeah, Simple is hard pushing on the Brig. Mad respect.
Well, you're basically like a mini tank. If you're going to be going with Taejong on the flank, then yeah, it's pretty good.
There's the Nano Blades. IMO is quite a bit away from the ultimate, sadly. That Flux, about 5%, as Taejong just right-clicks China to death. They do end up trading. It's still pretty bad for the defense here, and judging by this payload's position. Good Flux connects with Prota, and this will be the payload pushing through this archway, which is really important. More often than not, you either push through the archway or your payload and complete, or your payload gets halted on that small little bridge. So this is a very big win here for Vision, and they still have 2 DPS ults.
They do. It's going to be the Blade and the Overclock, so Slowdive getting set up for that to be able to land it right into those respawn doors.
Good sound barrier, though, coming in. Prota almost got sniped out there by Slowdive. Blade's been popped, though, as all the healing resources and every CD available just used to get away from Slowdive's railgun. And that'll be a completion, Rose. A nice little time bank of how many seconds? 7. We'll take it, though. 8 seconds on Havana. Better than nothing, as Sakura unable to withstand the pressure from Vision Esports DPS.
As you were saying, though, it's so difficult to finish out the map. Vision Esports have given themselves a very clear win condition for Havana, which means we would be going to a map number 5. What would we have expected if Vision Esports is playing in a match? I think it's always going to be a map 5 for them.
This map does make me hungry, I'm just saying.
What do you think that is?
An empanada. Oh, don't worry, Rose.
It is an empanada.
I know it's an empanada. I got hard flamed in 2020. I had many DMs calling me out. And some very mean DMs too, because I had never seen an empanada before. First time moving to the States, by the way. Never had experienced that kind of food, and a lot of people slung hate my way because I was like, oh, that looks a bit like a Cornish pasty, and we're not. So don't worry, it is burned into my
So I'm not gonna lie to you. Like I actually do think it looks like a Cornish pasty. Like I'm gonna support you in this one. But we are in Havana.
Edge. Yeah, exactly right. Exactly.
So like it is an empanada, but basically all of the rolled dough, pastry, meat-filled like pies look the same.
And they are so good. And I've had one since, by the way. For those still very
so proud of you.
I've had one. They are delicious. All right, let's have a look at this dive here coming out from Sakura. So Prota back on the Ana, Sturbot on the Genji. Okay. Dive, not something we typically see on Havana. Normally you are playing more poke style, which is what Vision are doing. But Tori's Winston, it was impressive last year. We'll see if the same can be still said coming into 2025. Against the Sigma, obviously very tough. The name of the game here is just to get to that high ground.
Back line. Look at the back line for Hattori, though. You want to get the Baptiste and the Zen. Those are the targets.
Yeah, but Simple, in an ideal world, has the invisibility cloak and just sits as far away as you possibly can. And look at this poke damage coming through. I mean, everybody from Sakura half HP struggle street for the Winston comp, but that's a good start. High ground control for Sakura now. So now it's easier for Hattori to kind of rotate to high ground and then drop down without using a leap. And Vision Esports know it. They're going to give Sakura a little bit of space. Although a good railgun pick, you can't always you can't count out these Sojins. Every now and then there'll be a random kill on a support, and lucky for them, they found one.
Yeah, Slowdive is on fire. Who would have thought? It's another. I understand why Slowdive has been target for a lot of these bans, but I think even if you banned out Ashe or something, Slowdive is still just going to take over the server right now. And it's not that Zaro hasn't been able to keep up, but I think when on the defense, if you just like feel that one pick, it just feels so impactful. Slowdive is going to be very difficult to actually lock down, even if Hattori is on this Winston. Easier said than done to see all these staple targets and go, that's what I would love to be able to get the dive on.
Ooh, oh, that's unlucky. Common Ana moment there. You throw the nade as the Winston jumps away. Slowdive using that overclock. That lamp's going to come in clutch for the front line, but not for too much longer. Good Matrix as well onto Slowdive, but unfortunately for them, they didn't manage to get anybody. Blade coming up for China. Nano boost available for it as well, but Sturball gets caught out yet again. Oh, what a nade from downtown. Prota takes one. All right, a little trade there for the sports. You're feeling pretty nice, but with China dead, that's going to be a back off. Okay. Well, next fight is pretty stock standard for this kind of comp, bros. We're going back to Ye Olde Faithful, this Nano Blade. As soon as he gives man's Nano Boost, Sakura Esports, they have to just focus down this Zen. You can kill people through the Transcendence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can. Ooh, or you just kill Slowdive first, but not quite meant to be.
Give man's Nano Boost, so you got it. And there's the slash and the dash. The Transcendent has not been popped, so Slowdive ends up coming down. Looks like Simple, the rest of the gang were a little bit too far away as Taejong uses a blade of their own. And here comes the Transcendence, rather late, but honestly, hey, you were greedy with it, and I love it. I love to see it. China, they only got one. It wasn't even one, it was like one little slash, and that was it. Taejong gets schooled there by Zoro, but this time bank is ticking down rather rapidly. 50 seconds left, and Vision Esports and their greedy backline is coming up big. Honestly, mad respect for Simple sticking on this, and also amazing like Zen player presence of mind too, just holding on to Transcendence. You know the Nano Blade's all the way at the back, but 3 of your teammates are on top of you. You don't need to worry. As soon as that Genji gets near you, then you can pop it. Oh, perfect and he takes down China. Okay, well, just simple things, I guess.
Even better. The highlight reel just keeps
Winston's gonna die.
This player.
Yeah,
oh my god!
Like, Winston's discorded with Primal Rage? Bro, ain't nobody surviving that. Like, not the best Winston in the world can survive that amount of damage. That's map. We're going to map 5, right?
Simple is him.
Yeah. A legendary name in all of esports. Transcends it, that's for sure. There's no one in the name, though, to be fair, but there you go. Vision Esports with just a ridiculous defense on Havana. It's pretty common to get held on Havana first. Like, one of the most dangerous points of any map, like any escort map, but like, damn, that was
like a
an
Shambali problem.
impressive showing. And another map 5, by the way, for Vision Esports. Can they round out this time? Of course, they went to map 5 versus Alcatsia before, and Alcatsia did end up beating him to the punch. But there, here we go. The dive comp just didn't work out for Sakura at all. Their Hazard got banned. They luckily can now pick it again, Rose, and they're probably like screaming in comms like, we can pick Hazard, don't worry. Because when they're off Hazard, at least their dive looks a bit limp.
It is tough because I feel like a lot of teams also just aren't getting a whole lot of practice with the dive, if I'm being completely honest with you. You're picking Hazard 9 times out of 10 for a lot of these maps, and if you don't have the synergy with all of your players either, dives are just very difficult to execute. We've seen that firsthand in the highest levels of competition in Overwatch. So unfortunately, it just didn't quite work out for them here. And I think that when you take a look at a slow dive, what a simple, oh, come on. Like, it's so difficult to please a Zenyatta player this day and age. You've got some of the best tracers in the world that are trying to come after you. You even had a Primal Raging Winston in your face. And no fear, right? A lot of this damage dealt was from Simple on the Zenyatta.
Goes crazy against that comp too. Like you said, the Primal Raging Winston is real no match. And when the Winston's Primal Raging too, if you're getting hard pocketed, it could be pretty easy. The problem is obviously you're getting kind of flung around like a piece of cheese in the wind. But with a Matrix too, a cheese? If there was some strong wind, a bit of cheese would stand no chance. You know, that makes perfect sense. It's not a saying, but I'm gonna make a bit of cheese in the wind. But like, you're getting perma matrixed as well. And we've seen this a lot from IMO. And the D.Va in that comp against the Winston dive, they need to be perma-matrixing when the dive happens. The Tracer, the Sojourn, anybody that can fling bullets, shurikens, whatever your way as the Zen, you just can't take that additional damage because the Winston can just instantly finish you off with the Tesla gun, right? So IMO was doing a lot of heavy lifting there just by holding that big right click and just bathing him in the Matrix. We'll see how this next map ends up going down because Sakura now can pick Hazard again. That was the one ban that they have in this series, that being Vision in the Hazard. They've used it, they went to Havana, and they managed to triumph over Sakura. And now we're going to see a Hazard mirror, I would imagine, again. And it's Sakura's map pick too. So they can really take it to a map where we can play super quickly, we can get onto your backline, we can force Simple not to play the Zen, and hopefully bring it home for the team.
So what we have left is we have other control maps. We also have Suravasa, since that hasn't been picked yet. Lijiang Tower makes so much sense. We've seen this already as a map 5 for a lot of our series because it is just one of the classics. Yeah. So when I think about the bans, I kind of think, well, you can't ban Hazard out again. So that is off the table. But you could ban Genji, which would help to slow things down maybe a little bit. But you could ban Genji and you could ban a support. But AOI is also coming back in for one, as we've seen in a lot of these faster paced maps. Maybe you think about banning Lucio would actually hurt you a lot.
Yeah, I don't think you ban Lucio here. It doesn't really make much sense.
Yeah, I think Genji and another support.
Yeah, I think Genji would actually not be a bad shout. You still have a DPS line that can play a lot. I think it's a pretty big hero pool when you look at the Team Vision DPS lineup. We'll see. And of course, it will be Sakura banning first too. So they can go for a protection ban. They can go for a more aggressive ban. If I were them too, it's like, do I just ban the Lucio here? And then AOI is coming in regardless.
True.
So AOI is then, you know, you play Brig, you play Ana, you play Kiriko, Juno, whatever. Yeah, lot to be seen for this map. But it is
we
the
have
Zen
our bans. Oh,
I don't.
Would you look at that?
Yeah, I don't know about the Zen ban here. Okay. All right. You can't really play slow on Lijiang, but if they're that scared of the Zen, protecting a support as well, and then Vision go for the Mauga ban. I'm seeing a little bit of Mauga here and there. Not the most popular pick right now, thank goodness, but.
Well, it's been a popular pick to at least get back to the point quickly. You got the overrun to make sure that you can cover a lot of distance if you do have to scurry back to the point. But I think in a lot of, if this is on Lijiang Tower, you're thinking about maybe using Wrecking Ball to do that. So No, it's just Hazard v Hazard.
Yeah, and we're back to just the Genji Sojourn, Juno, Lucio, and the Hazard matchup. Alrighty, gates are unlocked. Will it go to another 3 rounds? I mean, we'll see. Lijiang Tower was, of course, El Katsia. They did end up winning against Vision on this map yesterday. It was 2-1. It went to all 3. So we'll see how it ends up this time. As Vision Esports are going to rotate to the point first, but Hattori's going to make it at least somewhat difficult.
Oh, barely gets out though, as you see the wall actually placed behind her. And you see the Genji actually chasing after her as well. Wow, all eyes on Hattori right now to take her out.
Oh, that Genji's in trouble though. Taejong needs help. Yeah, good placement of the wall from Hattori, but Hattori's super low. He's going to continue to push the backline, but yeah, overextended a little bit. And in that small house, it's kind of tough for the supports to help you out there, especially getting an angle can be quite annoying. So it will be Vision getting the first cap.
Really weird place to take the fight. Like, I understand why Hattori was trying to chase down those picks, but I felt like the rest of the team couldn't quite get the angle to get the healing. But regardless, you're not really giving up a whole lot here, as Vision Esports is still very early on in this capture phase.
Oh, they'll just stop shoving throw now. Okay, early wall. Now Zoro doesn't have to be as afraid. However, China dies to the wall. Unfortunately.
Wow, now Imo's getting really aggressive. I think Imo took a page out of Hattori's book and realized I just have to play with way more confidence here, find the same openings that Hattori has been able to get onto our team, and playing from this defensive point where they already have the point under their control has definitely played out a little bit better. Watch the flank though from China. China already trying to push out the rest of the back line. And we've got the orbital ray coming in from Simple.
I really like that orbital ray. Yeah, Proto ends up going down to Taejong as Proto was flying in the sky with that damage boost. Just too good. Good proactive play from Vision Esports. They've been doing the same thing, by the way, for the last like 3 fights. The Hazard, Hattori pushes, the Hazard pushes over the bridge. They wall bridge, and then Zoro can't do any damage.
Yeah. And there's no healing that you can actually get onto the tank either. So they really are trying to match this pound for pound with these tanks. But let's see what these overclocks are made of.
Zoro slides away, does land a headshot, a couple of body shots there onto Imo. Sound barrier comes in a little bit late, but here comes the orbital ray. Gotta be careful now, just gonna get locked in place. And Proto! I think Proto got dragged off the edge. Hit them in the sky, and boom, the needles come down and drags them into the pits. Taejong with a nice double kill, hits the reset, goes straight back to the point as Vision Esports now near OT. Both walls deployed, but unfortunately for Hattori, she's the only one left. Still's got an ultimate to her name though, but oh, it gets cancelled. Oh, that's an Ajax to that ultimate. Blade pop by Taejong, nice reflect onto Proto. It's not something you see every day. A downpour Jax as a Vision Esports 99-0. A couple more people to clean up, but shouldn't be too much of an issue. Only the Lucio left, and that'll be round.
Wow, a decisive round at that. Vision Esports are going to win this out 100-0. I bet you Hattori wishes that she still had that downpour for this moment. Very unfortunate that happened. Let's not make downpour Jax a thing, Jaws. Like,
no, everything's a Jax.
Like what?
Nano Jax.
No.
Jax, Ray Jax. Makes sense.
Okay, Ray Jax sounds kind of sick though. Like that one's okay. Downpour Jax though, I think you need to workshop a little bit. It doesn't roll off the tongue.
It's downpour. It's two syllables.
Yeah.
It's harder.
It's too long.
Here we go. Vision Esports now on control center, 100-0. Just, hey. They got the game plan, they wrote it down. We're just going to hold bridge, put the wall up, and then we're just going to run at you. Play proactive, use the ray early, use the beat, use the blade early. Like, just keep on pushing Sakura. Keep on making Zoro's life a misery, basically. TP out for Zoro. Quick switch back to the Sojourn. Mirror comps running into the mid. Oh, sorry, not Mirror. There's a Kiriko now on the side for Perota.
Okay, so you have a little bit...
Tori is going to die.
Well, not if the Kiriko cleanse has something to say about that. But they do have to back up here.
And Zora's dead. Oh, dearie me. Yes, stubble down. That is a very quick kill. This is a Vision Esports that do want to win a map for number 5. And Taejong gets 3, hits the reset, and Vision Esports find a team kill, and the cap again. This is Sakura Honestly, Sakura, where have they gone? They left the milk and never came back.
This is looking like a struggle bus. They cannot walk in, even though you see the flank from the Genji. I feel like Taejong is playing at just the perfect angle to make sure that the Genji can't just flank. We might see another 200-0 map, but I think Vision Esports are playing way more decisive.
Yeah.
Like, just
another wall.
Pressuring Hattori.
Another big wall coming through from Imo. Hattori dashes forward, hits the bone guard, and then you just die, basically. Or spike guard, sorry. It's tough for Vision Esports. No, sorry, it's tough for Sakura Esports right now because they're also not staying in the fight for too long, so their ultimates, they're just getting outpaced, like, super quick. Imo has got downpour already. They're going to try and put themselves on the point right now, going through the bigger choke point so they can't get wall.
They give up a little bit of space here, but not before Imo is going to come back full health.
And there's the blade.
Oh, and Taejong's in the back.
Yeah, Taejong's in the back, and they're just rolling all over him. Zoro's found another kill, but I think Zoro is the only one with kills right now, if I'm not mistaken, on Sakura Esports side. Team kill hitting and double DPS death. I mean, it's whatever. We got Lucio, like, we're going to come back, and now it's last fight. You have beats, you maybe have Ray downpour, but we have 4 ults. Like,
4 ults for Vision Esports.
A blowout.
It really is. Like, this should just be a shutout here from Vision Esports.
They're gonna go again.
Be able to close out this map. Oh, Salvir so early for Strubber.
Zoro's dead, downpour comes in, Simple is locked down, but can they actually kill them? I don't think so, because the sound barrier comes in the nick of time as Vision Esports are gonna make this a 200-0. Sakura just got wiped off the face of the planet. That was not close. Vision Esports 2-0 them 200-0 and round out the series. Vision Esports come up with a win in a map 5. Really looking at their VODs from yesterday, I would imagine, against Alcatia, because that was not close in the slightest.
No, that last map wasn't close. The rest of the series was up until that point, and I felt like we still had a very close affair on our hands, but something turned on that final map of the series, and we just saw a complete shutout.
We did. I mean, they were able to roll that momentum from Havana, it feels like. Obviously, you got to be very confident if you complete such a full hold. Also, the very specifically tailored bans against individual players. Like, that was just really well executed. I'm very, very impressed. That's exactly what I expected to see from Vision. But also Sakura, I think that was a much better showing of them than in their opening match.
It's so hard to judge their opening match by the fact that they were playing against the Ultimates, but still showing a lot of signs of life, and I think they still were able to execute on a lot of their plays better today than that first match, absolutely. But that execution only took them so far, and at a certain point, I felt like a lot of this was falling flat to the aggression that Vision Esports started to feel much more comfortable with on Havana and then.
Yeah, it's I think it is a case alongside that of when we are behind, we cannot get ahead again. As soon as we fall behind, we're unable to kind of grasp something in the map, like, oh, like, here's a good kill, like, oh, we found a pick. Like, you need those things if you're behind in these kind of situations. Control is the worst map for that too, because it exacerbates the problems, as the team that's in control will get ults a lot quicker. Sure, the ones that are trying to attack the point, they're going to get support ults very fast because they're taking a lot of damage coming in, but it exacerbates it because the time is just ticking. Every single fight matters. Every single, like, flip matters in control. Like, it's rough, and that's probably something they're going to look at over the next coming weeks is how can we get back into a game or get back into a map when we are behind?
Do you feel like the hero bans really threw them off? Like, was there an issue there, or do you feel like they adapted well to having to switch up to different cards?
It was bad. Like, they just were playing against the poke. They ended up playing dive, which is, you know, it's okay on Havana, but they were just getting sniped out by Simple over and over again on the Zen. I don't think the Zen pick was Zen ban was good on Lijiang Tower. I think that was. No. I don't think that was good, unless they were trying to obviously protect some sort of support there. but the Zen would really never get played on that map. That's like ultra omega greedy. Like, you're playing a control, like one of the faster game types, and you're playing Zen. Like, God, like, you need to be in control like 99%
Wouldn't put it
of the
past
time,
some
or
of our
you're just gonna
teams
get
to
run
be
over.
that greedy, but yeah, maybe not on Lijiang. Like, you do prefer those faster compositions, so Zen will ultimately just kind of drag you down. Someone who did not drag anyone down is, of course, our player of the match. Wow, what a transition.
Yeah,
Simple was getting the
dominated.
honors of that. Absolutely dominated.
I love it.
Yeah.
Seeing more Zen is great. I think this is
That's
fantastic. I didn't think, especially with Juno being released, I'm like, no, my Zen, please give something to Zen. He needs a buff or something. Help my man. It's like he was getting dragged further and further to the point where you can't pick him unless it's very specific maps, because everything is just getting so much faster. You even compare like Overwatch 2 coming out and like, okay, pretty quick game anyway. It's now even quicker because DPS players move quicker and like everything is a lot faster and like less shields and everything else, right? And then it's like, oh, by the way, Juno has a speed ring. And then Simple is still making it work against all these incredibly fast comps, finding picks, winning duels, like, and to be fair, props to the whole Vision backline, because keeping a Zen alive is very difficult, very hard. He has one small kick that pushes people away, but that's it. It's, yeah, unbelievably well done from Simple, deserved.
Absolutely. I mean, unbelievably well done from the entire team. And we actually have Aimo with us now for a quick chat after that victory. So let's bring him in. First of all, congratulations on the victory. This is the second time you guys make it all the way to a map 5. This time you came out on top. Did you make any changes from the loss yesterday to your matchup today?
Yeah, first, thank you for congrats. And yeah, for yesterday match, I think a little bit was messy because I think we shaked a bit in the beginning. We changed some strats and we didn't need to do that. Also, something happens in the Blizzard, and I don't want to mention it in the interview, but I think who knows it, they will know it. Okay, so let's just pass it. And I think we lost that map, and for us, like Blizzard is like one of the strongest maps for us. I think we have like 90% win rate. We never lose that map. But yeah, we went to map 5, and let's actually I would give that shout out to Colosseo because they managed to play it well in Lijiang. It was a really close one, but they played for their strength with checkmate on Tracer, and they get the value like more than the Genji.
Yeah, dude, your Blizzard World looks sick with the Zen. I'm very surprised to see Zen come out. Like, Simple is a beast on that pick. Like, how does it feel playing like a mixed
if you would
comms
say
team?
Zen, like Simple.
Yeah,
Sorry,
how do you
but,
feel
like, yeah,
playing on a
like,
mixed
it's-
comms team with Simple, obviously, and everybody else? Like, how are you guys doing as a team overall?
I think this is our big issue, to be honest, for the meantime, because it's the communication. Yesterday, I think some of, like, for example, like I think Samoa, which was really a bit messy because of the communication. We don't understand sometimes each other very well, because sometimes I want to go in, teams want to go out, and it's just gonna look messy in the stream, or like people who are watching, because it's gonna be like, yeah, like these guys are not like have a good synergy together. But I think we're working on that. We're getting better.
Looks good so far.
Yeah, the last 2 maps today looked very clean and very well put together. How do you feel like your chances are in this stage to be able to make it to the playoffs?
To be honest, like I think one of the teams that we wanted to win more against them, like, was Sakura and Colosseo, because I think this is the highly chance we can, let's say, beat them. I think yesterday match is like, yeah, it's whatever, it's just already gone. We need to move on. But we're focusing now to catch one of the top 4 to beat them up into map 5 and just qualify to playoffs.
Well, it's been so much fun watching you and the team on the server the last 2 days, treating us to those 5 map bangers. So, Aimo, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in your next match.
Okay, thank you all.
Great to hear from Aimo. Yeah, honestly, it brings up a really good point, right? Like, he, for example, just himself, or like a lot of the players from the Saudi E-League, they've not been playing in a lot of mixed rosters. They had like foreigners coming in here and there. I think the last time Aimo himself was playing on a mixed roster was 2023 with Triple Esports. They had like 1 or 2 pieces, but that's definitely a big adjustment. The team just came together literally mid-January. So an adjustment period definitely there. Let's take a look at our standings for now to see where they're finding themselves after this first week of play. They're 1-1. But man, what a showing from them. I don't think they were on too many people's radar already. So I think they put themselves on the map.
Hey, if they are the map 5 team this stage, I'ma love that. Like, honestly, there's always one team that's like, okay, we're gonna scrap this out every single map. We're gonna lose some, but it's okay because we're gonna win some, and then we're gonna go to map 5, and then we're gonna clutch it out. Like, yeah, you need a lot of mental fortitude going all that way. But Vision Esports looks like that's their home is a map number 5. So yeah, an exciting team to watch for sure.
You know what else is very exciting to look at?
What?
Your bingo.
Bingo? Yes. Okay.
Okay, I've actually been so excited about this.
Let's see. Oh, Jack.
You're close.
Oh, Kiriko. Okay.
That Kiri one. Is that happening?
Ultimates or VP.
The Kiriko, I like genuinely think that Kiriko could get banned here. I'm like, I'll give some props to Jack. I think the Kiriko is a very likely ban to happen. I think that was also one of the heroes that I had on my cross section here.
Yeah, let's take a look at yours.
Jack needs
maybe
the Kiriko ban.
Who knows? Oh,
I got so close.
Ash or Kiriko? Okay, and then we have the bingo. What if they happen
but
at the same time?
I could get on a Genji. I could get on a Genji. I have more heroes grayed out than you.
You have one more. So if neither of you gets a bingo and you don't get anything else crossed out, Jack, then you're the loser. Like, you're not good.
Okay. Well, that sucks. I mean, I'm going to be honest. I think Rose's is a little bit more like, well, I don't know, Kiriko's quite likely, but Genji especially.
I thought the Genji or the Ashe was gonna come through like last series. I thought the Ana was gonna happen, but we have like 2 very good Ana players on the ultimates. So I'm hopeful that like
we need a
there's gonna be a targeted ban at Sky or Twilight.
See, Necra did the smart thing. She took into consideration which teams are playing. Jack, you just went hard with your whatever body part you went with.
I just made it.
You just made it. Okay, that's okay, because this time there's nothing at stake other than maybe some bragging rights. But I'm kind of digging the vibes. I love the competition on the desk or lack of desk or whatever we are calling ourselves here. And that's why we're going to turn this into a reoccurring thing, but with higher stakes. I want our community to decide on a punishment for the loser of this forward. Not for this one, just like, you know, for the future.
For the next
it's been
one.
brought to my attention.
They're going to make me drink like mustard or something. They're going to... Okay, now I gave them an idea.
Okay, no, nothing like eating anything.
Well, unfortunately, Necra, you are not in charge of that. It's going to be...
that's like my weakness.
And, you know, I'm just like, just spitting it out there. Just like, throwing it out there so people can give
That's
it a
what I
thought.
will do if you make me drink mustard.
Mustard is delicious. Marinades are delicious.
No, it's
too.
not.
Video games are great as well. And we're going to see more of that on the other side of this, so don't go anywhere.
Can't touch. Right, they can't touch. Fucking go. Let's fucking go.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining Faceit League. Gain competitive experience in weekly Faceit League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/s4.
Welcome everyone, let's get into our second match of the day, featuring one of our partner teams, Virtus Pro, and the star-studded roster of the Ultimates, who fought their way through the open qualifiers to get here to stage 1. But I'd consider this one the first real test of strength for the Ultimates. Both teams, of course, coming off of a 3-1 victory in their opening matches, but one of them has to take an L today. Which one will it be? Well, that's why we're here with the big wrinkly brains of Jack and Rose, as they will tell us all about it. Let's start with the Ultimates and talk a little bit about this roster. I mean, Kai, Kevster, absolute deadly DPS duo. We have Chase. You already showed his prowess on a ball. KSA is in the mix there as well. So they have so many insane pieces to work with.
Yeah, I don't think Twilight is actually with them just yet, I believe. I remember the
Is it a week?
day.
Or what was that?
Yeah, it was like a week or something. So hopefully we'll see Twilight eventually. Sky, obviously, very, very good Honor, and they did play a little bit of that the other day. Yeah, both these teams are ridiculous. Like, if you've been around EU Overwatch long enough, been in the Overwatch League long enough, you know Kevster and Kai are insane. Kevster is one of the best European players, if not the best European player to touch Overwatch. And that includes Johnny on that list,
That's
obviously.
Right.
And are they going to win against Virtus Pro? I think a lot of people are going to say yes.
Yeah, but they're going up against Virtus Pro, and there's so much firepower there as well. Jaewoo really had an impressive showing in his opening match.
Really did. There are so many players talking about Jaewoo and just how much prowess they showcase on the Tracer, but then you round out the rest of the roster with two fairly flexible support players in Fixa and Gala, and then Vestola's Hazard just looks so clean as well. One of the best off-tank players in EMEA was the star tank player on ENTS last year. That was the team that gave Space Station the most trouble, and so kind of takes the helm of this roster, and that's why people look at both Virtus Pro and the Ultimates as the two best teams in the region. Yeah,
look, Jaewoo, impressive, unbelievably so. Yes,
that wasn't even just the Tracer. I forgot they played so many things.
Yeah, just a very, very deep hero pool on top of that. Kevster, a veteran in his own right. I mean, Jaewoo started playing 2021, like O2 not Blow 2 Blast, sorry, O2 Academy, like 2022. WGS Phoenix, like very history, like Korean tier 2 teams. Is he going to be able to stand up to Kevster? This is Virtus Pro's true test. I think that game against Gen G, I won't say it was a fluke, but like Gen G, they looked way better yesterday. In that game versus VP to start out the season, the stage, that was not what anybody expected. I thought it was going to go to a 3-2, didn't really know which side it was going to go. I ended up voting Gen G. I think the entire desk did. And VP, they really haven't been tested, I'd argue here. So it's for them, it's their first big real test against some of the top dogs, if not the top.
That's right. Let's take a look at our viewer predictions here. The Ultimates in favor. Are we on board with this?
I actually think this is a pretty safe bet. 58 to 42. Yeah, I'd say this is as expected as can be. It's been, weirdly enough, this has been one of our least close spreads. The 48, there's something like 48 to like 52 or something, you know? It's like so close normally. So yeah, I'm not too shocked here to see people going with the Ultimates.
Well, let's see where the teams are taking us as you guys are walking us through the map set, and as well, of course, as the hero bands.
Yes, thank you very much, Zoe. Here we go. Ultimates are going to be banning last. So VP banning Malga to start us off with and taking us to Samoa, Rose. This was a map they played against Gen G in their first map and match of the stage, and they ended up winning it 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, Samoa at this point feels like it's going to be the staple starting point for all of our teams in a series, and this is also going to be a really great way for us to kind of get a check in on what does this Lucio ban actually mean for these teams? I think Fixa and Gala have not struggled at all to be able to find the right path through that. Either it's going to be with something like the Brig Juno or the Kiriko Juno, but I think the Ultimates aren't phased by this at all. Faith has an amazing Brigida. This is something that they're going to be very comfortable with running, but it's the takes that look very interesting to me. Vestola opting for the Hazard as we've seen it in that very first match, but KSA more comfortable on the Ramatra.
Yeah, I'm not... VP banning Mauga here makes a lot of sense too, because KSA did end up playing that, and KSA is a very good Mauga. In fact, made his name on the Mauga, you could argue, back last year. The Ultimates did lose this map as well. Worth keeping in mind versus Sakura Esports yesterday. The first pick though on KSA. That wall's going to be very dangerous for the Ramatra. Although Ramatra is very defendable, like pretty easy as the Juno and Brig to pocket the Ramatra if he gets walled. And Ramatra could also just hit the Nemesis form if in grave peril. But an early pick like that is really not it if you're Ultimates.
Now you just get a little bit of a reset, but you see Kevster already trying to get a bit of a flank going underneath at this point. But Virtus Pro already disengaging. They don't want to get caught by a Genji flank.
Yeah, as Ultimates here, you're just trying to slowly move up, just trying to slowly take space, but Vestola's making it very hard, just checking Kai over and over again. Luckily for Kai, though, he's a pretty cracked shot. Snipes Shockwave across the map. Faith takes down his enemy Brig, and that'll be the point being flipped by Ultimates.
Ooh, but not before we actually see a little bit of an evening of the score here by Virtus Pro. They're actually fighting on the beach. It's just a tank duel as we see Vestola and KSA try to go at it, but there are reinforcements from Virtus Pro coming back already. Vestola can hold his own here, and with the speed ring from the Juno, you get in on this Ramatra fast.
Oh, wow, they got the flip as well. Ultimates couldn't quite get the touch. You saw KSA trying to make do with the Nemesis form on the point. It's going to run out in just a moment, though, but he's got no ult to back him up. So it will be Sky and Faith just trying to keep him up. Kevster takes down Fixer off screen as Vestola just hounds down KSA. Just the duel, if it lasts for an extended period of time, Vestola is going to win that. They end up expending Ray just to guarantee themselves a fight, and an unlucky slide for Kai.
A little bit of an unlucky slide, but I think you also wanted to get the reset there because you are looking at maybe even last fight territory with how slow these fights have been going. The Ultimates just now walking back out of spawn, hoping that they can actually get some Ultimates online and use them. This is at least an overclock from Kai.
Yeah, overclock for both. There's a Shockwave just pummeling at KSA in the front line, now trying to take the duel. Neither Sojourn really doing too much damage to each other as Shockwave goes for another easy peek there on the high ground. Kai not looking at him, and that's a double kill for Shockwave. Blade pull by Jay-Woo. A nice little bash there from Faith, but he's just going to go down. That rally, very questionable here, but they are in OT. They just get completely split up. A good bit of focus fire there from Shockwave as he peeks himself over that high ground, and then everybody from the Ultimates forced to use their ults at very inopportune times. Virtus Pro gonna take round one.
That was pretty one-sided, it felt like. I know it's just control, and we've already seen how the snowball effect can actually just bring a team from 0 to 100. Looking just back at our previous match, we have a quick pause coming through here, but I feel like as soon as we saw Virtus Pro actually take control of the point, you get the Sojourn setup, you just have the Genjis being able to get a big defensive setup, and the Ultimates had so much trouble just breaking through onto the point.
Yeah, look, if Kai's not finding picks, if Shockwave is getting more picks than him, that's just how the cookie really crumbles. And I mentioned about halfway through that round too, the Ramatra comp just wants to kind of walk. They want to walk onto the high ground. They want to be able to get into a spot where you can put shield, help Kai, get a pick, and then slowly kind of eke out an advantage, eke out a win just through raw attrition. Whereas the Hazard comp, they want to go fast. They want to get in there. They want to force the Nemesis form out of KSA. They want to force CDs out of the Soj, make the Soj look a different way to the other. So your Sojourn's more safe. So two very different styles and how you want to play them. And yeah, the Ram right now, just getting kind of beaten out. Look, VP, they want to go quick. And with Vestola too, who is more known for the, obviously the off tanks, but for the Sigma and just playing these kind of pokey styles. It's good to see Vestola over the course of a couple of years being really not only like adapting the hero pool, but just getting better with everything. I think Vestola has been a tank people have looked at for a while and said, he's a main pickup for like Overwatch League, and like he needs to be just perma on a roster, and you can see why. He's one of the best tanks in Europe and has become increasingly good on almost every tank in the hero roster right now.
And I think there's a strength for a lot of these rosters to be able to rely on just one person to bring out that tank role. When you take a look at the ultimates, they are splitting that responsibility between KSA and Chase. And unfortunately for Chase, he didn't end up seeing a whole lot of play in OWCS, having to take a backseat actually to somebody like Vestola. They were on the same roster last year on ENCE, but Chase was riding the bench just because of how strong of a leader Vestola was, and to your point, just how good he was really becoming on those tank roles. So we're gonna see the hazard once again here from Vestola, and KSA running it back on the ram.
Jay was trying to find a sneaky flank. Called out though by Faith that he was right next to Sky. Wasn't shooting any shurikens, didn't want to reveal himself initially. Well, those CDs burned there by KSA. Jay, who knows it too, still doesn't want to mess with it. Both breaks down, however, as the point has unlocked, and looks like Kevster, who's been forced out too. Vestola holding down this small flank, but this is where the Ram is really going to shine here too, because he can just kind of sit and stall this point out. Pops the Nemesis form. Vestola going to take a beating for a little while. Just trying to pay attention to the Sojourn on the side too, but Fixer's back, and he's got a kill.
Fixer just getting a whip shot on the Kai. How far away do you think that must have happened from? And Vestola's been able to stall out so long that you are going to start to slowly see these picks, I think, go the way of the ultimates. Jaywu finds another one though.
Yeah, KSA can't really be a large factor in these fights and in these picks because he has to be the guy to stall. Also, shout out Fixer's crosshair, like a very bright pink heart. That's a really good one. I like that one a lot.
I'm going to steal that one, actually.
That's a good crosshair.
I love that.
We do need, I think what we do need actually is crosshair settings. I think we gotta get on that.
That would be a great segment.
And this is again going to be the struggle for Ultimates. They want to be able to move in. It's going to be up to Kevster now to try and find a pick with this pulse bomb. We'll see if he can actually get the connection. You can see Shockwave acutely aware that Kevster can be anywhere. Looks like KSA is going to go in with the speed ring and use that Nemesis form. But here come the orbital race, and Jaywu is in, and Jaywu just keeps on killing. A nice little triple kill for the Genji in the neutral, earning himself a blade, and that is Ultimates once again, not finding anything on this map. Virtus Pro just kind of slaughtering them.
Can we really call that the neutral if there was an orbital ray behind all of those picks?
He's not blading. So
I guess I'm just making fun of it because the orbital ray just used to be such a big boon to the Genji, and especially in the hands of somebody like Jaywu. It just feels unfair for the ultimates to have to deal with. No rally, no orbital ray to match that, and now Virtus Pro again, they still have 4 ultimates at their disposal.
Wow, Kevster forced to recall pretty early, but there you go. There's the pressure. Here comes the blade from Jaywu, though. Oh, you got those arms crossed? No problem. I'll just keep slashing, buddy. Jaywu does end up getting out of there, but not for long. KSA chases him down. Here comes the late orbital ray from the Ultimates, though. Faith dead. Fixer 2. They're coming back in just a moment. Rallies are going to be available for this next fight. They're going to need to make this a long one, too. Virtus Pro, that being. As, they've almost got 99%, but Ultimates, they kill Vestola, get the cap. All right, now they're on the board. Now they can set up, and hopefully Faith doesn't insta-die off of Rip.
Hopefully not. That rally would be so good to be able to back up something like this Annihilation from KSA. Fixa has a lot of responsibility with their own rally to make sure that Vestola can get in there without too much worry, especially against something like this Annihilation.
Big flank, space taken here by Shockwave and the rest of the gang. Rally comes out, 4D plasma screen just being deployed, shielding the rest of the back line from this overclock. Late OC here for Kai as well, as the Annihilation on the point is going to take down Shockwave. And as soon as you don't have a slide mobility cooldown, you are as good as dead as KSA. Oh my word, just running through everybody. Love to see that. Little Annihilation 3K, and the Ultimates get a kill. A team kill.
All right. There are no support ultimates that are going to make sure that you can live through that one. KSA is so good on tanks like Ramatra, Diva. It doesn't surprise me at all that maybe you want to try the Ramatra versus something like the Hazard in this situation, and we finally get a chance to see the power of that Ramatra in his hands. Annihilation's gone though now. Rally 2. It's on Kevster to extend this fight with the Pulse Bomb, or at least shut it down here.
Uncharacteristic misses from Kevster. These pulse bombs have just not been hitting for Kev at all. Orbital Ray straight on top of Estola. It's go time for Virtus Pro. There is someone currently touching for the ultimates right now. Is probably Kev. And unfortunately for him, can't stay around for all too long. That will be the point flip, and OT quickly approaching, and Fate's already dead. No ultimates. The ultimates right now, they got 10% towards that. Array and Vestola has got that downpour, and they can lock this one up, and that's exactly what they're going to try and do. KSA falls to Vestola, and straight to the pawn goes Jwoo. Nice little flare out there to push them away, but the ultimates, they have been scattered. Looks like Kevster's going to be in there with the touch, but can't survive all too long. This veteran superstar Tracer player not making the impact we're used to him doing. And with OT, that might just be Virtus Pro taking this one, Rose. I'm not sure Ultimate's going to be able to survive too long. Nope, not at all. That'll be VP starting off this series nicely. Even that Ray from Sky, a little bit too late. KSA, he's got the Annihilation, but not going to survive too long.
Yeah, you're just throwing your bodies at the point just to see if you can extend it long enough, but there are no actual ultimates for the ultimates. So yeah, Virtus Pro, sheesh. 2-0 for them on Samoa. They look so clean, and I don't know what the ultimates do against this except start trying to get smart with the hero bans and take out some of these big pieces.
Oh, Kevster right now looking a little bit muted. Just a couple of pulse bombs there thrown in, no connections, no kills, like not getting first picks like we expect Kevster to do. Same with Kai in a way, right? This Ram composition, they ended up having the Malga band against them, something that they wouldn't mind playing on this point, on that map. We'll see where we go next. Of course, Ultimates has a chance to ban first and pick. And this is Virtus Pro. They smacked down Gen G in their first game. I said, you know, maybe a little bit of a fluke there, because I think Gen G are a lot more powerful than what they showed in their first map, and they proved that the other day. But I think with VP's dominance on this map, you could also kind of chalk that up to, hey, maybe Samoa is just not the map for the Ultimates. They lost on this map against Sakura the other day, so hey, you can't count them out just yet. So we'll see where we want to go next. But Virtus Pro not being able to ban out Malga, I wonder where their heads are at with the pick and ban phase 2.
Well, with something that you brought up, maybe the other side of the story is that Virtus Pro are just that good.
Right.
It's very possible that this is just going to be the roster to beat. And even though we ended up seeing Ultimates lose out on Samoa last time, and maybe Kevster's Tracer needing to find a bit more impact versus somebody like China's, I think if you're like Virtus Pro, you're maybe comfortable not banning that out.
I think you're pretty fine with that. If with both teams as well, I doubt there's any kind of ban that could really interrupt something that they want to do, because of how long these players have been playing and how deep the hero pool is for the entire roster. I mean, this wasn't close. Like 5.6 to 1.2 KDs there, 14 deaths to 30. Like, this is VP just running away with a little 2-0. Like, it's just brushing them off their shoulders at this point. This is another day in the office for VP. I mean, Ultimates, what they did end up doing against Sakura, they did take them to Dorado, and then they banned Kiriko. Obviously, when it comes to bans, we can't expect the same things going into every single map that they pick, because you're tailoring it to the team and like what they're doing. Virtus Pro did end up playing Dorado against Gen G, and they did win, little 3-2, you know, shrug of the shoulders for them. They ended up banning Winston on that map away from Gen G, so stopping Mag coming out with something large. Dorado again, maybe. I mean, look, both teams have won on it already. If you're feeling confident on the Hazard mirror, maybe you just take them there. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, substitutions can happen too for both sides.
I honestly wonder if you actually do ban out Winston. I think when you look on paper, a lot of these players' experience with being able to run a dive comp, and we've already seen the propensity from the Ultimates to actually play dive. I think you go, well, if Chase is going to come into the roster and we expect you to play something like the Winston, we take that from you. Every day of the week, we ban out Winston and you just don't have your dive.
Yeah, I mean, we are just going to go to Dorado. Like I mentioned, VP won against Gen G on that map. Ultimates also won. And here's the sub. Chase in, KSA out. They want to play dive. They want to play Winston or something to that effect. So maybe even banning a tank here, banning a Hazard, I don't think would be too far of a shot to say, or maybe like a hog or something just to protect and maybe ban Hazard later. Or Brig. Yeah. Make the backlines a little squishier. Only got Lucio. So yeah, I mean, I think you're still happy playing Lucio on a dive map, but yeah, I think there's definitely plenty of options. I wouldn't say Lucio's definitely too far out of it. I'm still waiting for my Kiriko ban, so maybe I can get bingo.
Then you get bingo? Yeah, we'll see. I actually realized I didn't even put Kiriko on the right-hand side, but oh, you got it!
All right, I hit the bingo. Thank you, Ultimates.
Congrats.
Okay, so they banned Kiriko, and VP responding kind. Hey, you want to play Chase? How about Winston?
Yeah, you can't have Winston. I mean, that makes so much sense, right? Not to call Chase a one-trick or anything, but I think Chase by far stands out most on something like the Winston. And when you take a look at the experience of this roster on just some of the strongest dive teams in the Overwatch League or in competitive Overwatch, you like their chances being able to win in a dive versus dive. But now what is Chase going to be left with? Not being able to play the Winston. This is such a smart ban coming through from Virtus Pro.
Yeah, and it brings to question, because Ultimates did end up banning Kiriko on this map before. Did you want to maybe save the Winston by banning a tank, or are you really just not happy running the Kiriko here? I'm probably going to run an Ana still, I would imagine, if you were the Ultimates. I think that's more than fine. Faith, Brig, Sky, Ana. Virtus Pro could do the same thing with Fixer and Gala, but the hero pool for... or like the roster, I suppose, without the Kiriko is still pretty okay. Like, you still have Juno if you want to play that. Where is Chase going to go? You could, if you really wanted to, you could run something like a D.Va if you really want to go this hard dive. But I expect them even maybe running like Ball or Hazard for Ultimates. We'll have to wait and see as we load into Dorado. Ultimates map pick as they go in and give me the bingo by giving a ban over to Kiriko.
I think you PayPal Chris like $10 or something.
No.
To ban out the Kiriko.
No. That would have been a very quick turnaround, I'm just saying. Ooh, Vestola. Well, okay, so this is not surprising either. Vestola, off-tank player, although off-tank and main tank are becoming like relics of Overwatch past in terms of like sub-role names, but Vestola primarily known for like the Sigma, the D.Va. This makes sense here. Shockwave on the Ashe, and then Ultimates hovering the Wrecking Ball. So yeah, this we'll see if Faith ends up changing from Lucio. I think Brig would be a little bit better here.
I would agree with that. I think the Brig would make a lot more sense, but I think if you wanted to give good pivots over to somebody like Kai, then maybe you could play the Lucio, but yeah. On a Brig, as the backline for both of these teams, looking at different dive tanks in that tank role, and then the DPS are actually quite different as well. They are flankers for the Tracer and the Genji, respectively, but you also have Sojourn versus Ashe. This is just comfort for everybody except like Chase and Vestola.
Faith got booped off of high ground and Sky got rolled. That is unlucky. Yep, Fixer and Gala doing the same thing. Chase on ball. Chase on ball. Top and bottom text. I think with Chase, obviously the ideal for Wrecking Ball in this scenario is getting onto this high ground, hitting slams or getting behind them and then trying to boot people off. Pretty easy to kind of telegraph though. A lot of support players are just perma looking for that because that's the number one thing in the playbook for the Wrecking Ball. Oh, speaking of which, unfortunately Shockwave was rather low. So no boot off of the high ground, just a free kill for Chase.
Ooh, yeah, absolutely. Pay attention to Fixer. I think just being able to have something like the shield bash for the ball, but can't do anything about if you're just low health. Yikes.
Yeah, J-Boot dead as well. Good slams coming in from Chase. Virtus Pro are able to escape, at least with a couple of people alive, so a quick reset is going to happen, and they need one. Nice pulse bomb onto the mech, though, and no self-destruct, no remech, no chance on this point, but they're still going to nano J-Woo. Was anti, so that nano boost did not top him up too full. That was a swing and a miss from Gala.
I feel like you would have wanted to hold on to that. I get maybe using the nano to at least try to make sure that, I don't know, you get the ult online for later, but it's just looking all like the ultimates right now. Chase is gonna have mines. Kevster finally showing up on the Tracer that we know him for, and poor Faith is on payload duty.
Brig moment, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's like Brigger Lucio moment. That's his main support moment.
Ooh, I like Sky's positioning, actually. He's in church, kind of skulking around. Oh, yeah, tried to get the nice angle on the nade, wait for the slam follow-up, and then Kevster was behind. Almost a perfectly orchestrated dive, but Fixer had the read, put the shield up, so the anti didn't connect. And then the back line was fine. Nice anti on Faith and Chase, though, on the point. Mines deployed, though. Iskala ends up going down. And yeah, this is the ultimates and the Kevster we expect. A good sleep onto Vistola. Actually gets the Disu, forces the self-destruct. Oh, Sky putting in work right now.
Sky is an incredible Ana player and somebody you can absolutely rely upon. These initiations for Chase are so good with the nades. You have so much follow-up now from Kevster, and this is where the ultimates are really going to shine. Don't even need the Winston. Wrecking Ball is doing just fine, and this shows that Chase is going to be a lot more flexible this season.
Double support ultimate available for the ultimates as they move under this choke point. There's the rally. First pot. Nade comes in. Hits Kai, but, well, kind of, not really. And he grew bright purple for a second there, but it was a swing and a miss. Jay-Woo with that blade gets Bash. Has to get out of there. 17 HP. Needs heals. Needs heals desperately. He's actually just going to nano him instead. Over the top with the blade. Nano popped. Kai's in trouble, dashes away. Oh, fancy footwork from Kai. A dash and a railgun to the dome as Jay-Woo ends up going down with a nano blade in his hands. Virtus Pro just crumbling before the ultimates right now.
This Wrecking Ball is putting on so much pressure. I don't feel like Vistola's been able to keep up with being able to actually deal damage. He's just been permanently on defensive duty, having to pivot around, make sure that the defense matrix is going to be saving his DPS so that they actually have a chance to pop off. Or the supports, because they're getting bullied. They're getting bullied by Chase and Kevster. That's already going to be 0.2 capture, 3 minutes 45 seconds for the ultimates heading into third, and they're on a roll here. I don't know if Faith is going to stay on Lucio, but yeah, it looks way different.
It was a 2-0 on the first map. Like, VP, like, needs to be in this. Chase is like, haha, you ban Winston. I can play ball, by the way.
Yeah,
ball looks good
to see, though. Nades
look sick. Vistola's got self-destruct for that extra life now as they get onto the point. They gotta give time for Shockwave.
Yeah, that even all hasn't mattered. I mean, this has just been lights out here from the ultimate so far.
Good dodge at the pulse one there from Gala. Kevs is kind of moving on fire. Needed a little bit of a warm-up. 17th coffee in him already, so now he's in it. Alright, Shockwave, just perma-slammed. Shockwave's not really been in the kill feed either. Doing a lot of damage, to be fair, on the axe. You always do, but hasn't been able to find any headies, any headshots, any like instant kills on the Tracer. It's been a rather tough game for him so far. Oh, good nades again. Forces recall. Yeah, these nades, Rose. Shout out Sky. Twilight has been, I'm sure, on the video call with him. One of the greatest artists to ever exist, that being Twilight. Oh, good stick. Land on the shield, though. Unlucky. Nano boost onto the Brig to save the Brig's life. Nano boost onto Vestola, but an instant nade connects, so Vestola has to play back. A nano trade for both teams. Bob's up. I mean, Bob's up, but look at Shockwave's positioning right now. Bob is playing Minesweeper. Boot up window to XP in a virtual box. Bob deploy, takes care of the mine, sure. But ultimates still have the rally. Luckily, though, Vestola cleans up Fate. 2 minutes to go now.
At a certain point, the architecture just makes the defense a little bit better and easier here for Virtus Pro. Vestola hasn't had to use the Diva Bomb just yet to be able to get back into suit, but you also have better positions for this Ashe to take. You finally have given yourself a moment to actually breathe, so you can set up and actually have that poke damage land before you actually move in. Chase is going to switch, though. Wrecking Ball not finding the same effect here, as your ceiling is just a little bit lower and your avenues to actually roll around are a little bit more limited, but the hazard now.
Rally popped, and yeah, you're going to have to dodge out of Kai's way. Luckily, Vestola can negate a lot of that damage with the Matrix. That overhealth building up too. Kai drops to the ground, spotting Jay-Woo. Rally on the point here for the Ultimates. The Sky ends up falling over, and with only a minute to go, that mistake is not exactly They can't exactly be afforded. Ultimate's backline is dead, so they have to reset. They've got to get one more fight in, but if Virtus Pro can find a stagger here of any kind, they're going to be good, and they actually might try and stagger Kai here. Oh, not quite. Okay, they decide to end his life pretty swiftly. Probably better off, honestly, because you can just, like, one-tap somebody, and that would be rather frustrating for you, but still, final fight territory for Virtus Pro.
Absolutely. Less than 30 seconds now. No ultimates in the bank here for the ultimates. Virtus Pro, all eyes on them to be able to shut out the map here and now. 3 ultimates to their name. The extra life here, Vestola, can be very big.
Cold spawn for Jwoo. Okay, yeah, smart. Not blowing the recall early is going to be good, so you can play aggressive. Spots out Kai, makes the call. Pulse Bomb still in his hands. Ultimates, they are going to be able to touch. Stick lands. What a wraparound from Jwoo. And Vestola's also going to just take down Sky. And Nanabu straight into the backline. The supports are dead for the ultimates. Push is going to end here. Overtime. Hit 0, and that's it. Round 1 completed. Virtus Pro with a good defense.
A good defense, but at what cost? That payload moved pretty far, especially in a short amount of time. We have struggled to see a lot of teams actually complete out Dorado, so I still think you're very happy being able to get this payload about halfway through that 3rd point. But Virtus Pro, like, they do have their work cut out for them. They're gonna have to be the ones that push all the way to the end. We just don't really know what that's gonna look like yet if Chase comes out on the wrecking ball for these first 2 points.
Second time the payload's been stopped there too. It's really funny if you look at, if you kind of think about, and I'm sure there's lots of like old heads in the chat and like old heads watching and whatnot, but Overwatch over the course of its lifespan, I'm sure the developers of the maps, like originally and like the new maps and stuff too, throughout all the testing, it's like you can't do as much testing as like millions of players playing daily, and like there's always points on the map where the payload stops, and that's one of them. It's like, okay, it stops. The payloads on escorts or hybrids, they will stop here, here, or here. Like, it would be cool to see like a heat map of where games actually end, because it would only be on like a few specific pixels of the map, you know? Like, it would be on that section of last,
so cool.
On like the under the bridge section here of first. Like, yeah, it's just kind of interesting to think about.
Ooh,
over the history of Overwatch.
Sick.
It would be impossible to get the data from like 2016 and stuff, but just from experience and like playing for so many years now, almost 10 years, right? Like,
yeah, some stuff hasn't changed for some of these maps that have been around since Overwatch's release.
Chase, no, my wrecking ball player. Oh, unlucky. Got walled off. Nice pick up from Vestola here, picking the hazard. The wall's going to be very annoying for Chase to play around.
Wow.
And the supports too.
What about the supports? They're stuck.
Oh dear. Well, there's a nice little nade there, but I think they're going to continue to push. They're not going to want to let them get out. Although
I think they just got for. I mean, this is just first capture.
I don't know. Chase is back. And they're going to be able to put up a bit of a nice defense. Holding this high ground super important. Vestola's going to find it very tough to actually get back here. And you can see, puts up the spike guard for a little while, but that's about it. Good whip shot too. Just keeping Vestola in check is going to be the aim of the game, while Chase ends up stalling. But unfortunately, if the supports are dealing with each other and dealing with Vestola, there's no one looking at Chase.
I know I called it early, but it was first capture.
That's true, yeah. I won't doubt you ever again. I mean, you're not wrong too. I think, thinking about it, like, how much can the wrecking ball really stall here? It's like,
it's so
ball
difficult.
wants to be off and on angle, like here, there, and everywhere. I take this pack, I take this mini pack, I take this mega pack. Like, you don't want to be just circling the point over and over. So.
But I love your sheepdog analogy, because I think that's exactly what Hazard does. You kind of force this wrecking ball into a position where you can't go after the health packs, or if you're pushing the supports back, then the supports are taking the health pack away from the wrecking ball. And as you also called out, if the supports are busy with having to heal each other, then Chase also doesn't get any of that healing. And we're still seeing no breaks in this payload. Like, Chase is just perma. Perma getting chased down by Jwoo.
Whoa, okay, unlucky. Health pack was there. Stole it away. 4 minutes though. Still running around. 4 ults for
payload
the ultimates.
stopped.
Good bash, good nade onto Fixer. Is there a kill? Didn't end up rolling into him. As Jwoo's pulse goes wide.
Don't worry, Bob's got this.
No! Bob just went off the map, I think. Is he off the map? No, he's not. He's just on the map. We're chill. Okay, thank you, observers. Thank you. He's chill. He's in cover, everybody. Don't worry. Providing a lot of covering fire. Nano boost onto the ball, and yeah, Bob didn't do too much, but hey, it's the thought that counts. This is another roll. This is, and I'm not talking about chase on the ball. Mine's on the point. 1.11 meters to go. And there comes the downpour, gaining half a meter or so. Faith dead, Kai in the backline, overclock ripping. But where are the kills? Jwoo running into the mines, but Kai is one. Sky ends up coming up with a kill, but it's all Brig. Always has been. Shockwave and Fixer coming up with the goods. 4.5 minutes to go. My guy Kev's looking like a Jay out there, running into random walls and accidentally dying.
Oh,
what a
Sky.
shot. Good stuff.
Well, Chase is over to the Hazard now. I feel like the swap might be a little too late. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think the Wrecking Ball has had a lot of trouble. This looks like this might be a completion.
Maybe. Well, don't speak too soon, Rose. Look, don't speak too soon. Hang on a second here.
There's like 4 minutes.
Never speak too soon in Overwatch. Okay? Never speak too soon. Although saying that, Chase is getting annihilated. He is okay though. Luckily the walls didn't end up dying as Hazard takes the duel. One Mantis Blade versus the Genji Shurikens. I'll take the Mantis Blade any day of the week. And goodbye, Kai. That is another wall just trying to trap Chase. Chase puts his own wall down, and here comes another dive from Vestola. He's just a one-man wrecking crew right now. Gala and Jwoo run him over, and okay, Rose, my bad, 2x. Yeah, that's a completion of a Virtus Pro. An absolute stomp of the Ultimates defense. What can you really say? VP, they look clean with it. Like, they look good.
There's not really a whole lot else to say except for that. Virtus Pro are just so on top of the game right now. The Hazard from Vestola just looks immaculate. The rest of the team is following up on his every single initiation. It doesn't matter if he's diving into the backline because he's always walking away with 1 or 2 picks. Chase Wrecking Ball had a ton of trouble. If you saw, a lot of the observers were able to catch some of those big moments, like Coach Gun to disrupt the ball, Brig Shield Bash to disrupt the ball,
yeah,
Hazard Wall to stop the ball.
Yeah, it's
so
like,
much stuff.
Dude, it's like every kind of... If he was a Pokemon, right, he would like have every weakness, you know? Like... Brig, super effective against ball.
Ice type.
Hazard, yeah, an ice type Pokemon. Weak to everything, but kind of cool. Literally and figuratively. Now, yeah, Vestola just isolating people to, oh, this was a crack shot. Look at this. Boom. Good
so
stuff.
Good.
Yeah, funnily enough, Hazard, extremely powerful. Like, an extremely good pick. And it's worth keeping in mind, what did VP ban in that map? They banned Winston. Away from Chase. I think this would have been a very different affair if Chase could actually play on Winston. It plays extremely differently, and it's one of Chase, if not his best hero. Let's take a look at the stats from that last map as well. A little closer, of course. Ultimates did have a fairly speedy push, but VP just beat them into pole position. Map number 3, Ultimates picking yet again. Virtus Pro right now, safe to say, Rose, number 1 in EMEA.
I have a hot take for you. I think even if Chase could play the Winston, I don't think it matters. I think Virtus Pro are that good right now that it's hard to see a world where even a clean enough Winston dive is going to get the better of Hazard dive.
Yeah, I mean, it is. Yeah, I mean, he's kind of a dive hero. I think, especially with like Hazard coming out, it's like you could categorize him as dive. Those kind of terms too. When's like the last like solid dive tank we had? And I think Hazard definitely fits the bill. Let's look forward to the next maps, Rose, because in the Ultimate Series versus Sakura, It was Dorado. They ended up winning. Colosseo and Suravasa. They ended up winning those three back to back, and they ended up taking the series. For Virtus Pro, they ended up losing Suravasa to Gen G, and that was a really good map for Gen G too. A very close game.
Yeah, it was.
And it looks like it's going to be Suravasa. So it's like, okay, VP have lost on these maps. We're going to take you to these maps. Ultimate's picking this one up, and comes into question now. Again, you do get your first ban. I think they're going to ban Hazard here if you're Ultimate. 100%.
I think you could ban the Hazard or you can ban Genji. I think both of those feel like very viable bans, especially given how much Genji proficiency we've seen in the roster coming through from JWoo on Virtus Pro. That might be something that you look at targeting, but I think you're right. Maybe you go bring KSA back in, we play Ram, we force
or Malga,
play something different.
Or like, yeah, I think that's a perfect call actually. If you have KSA come back in, then hey, oh, boom, Rose again. You're the truth sayer.
I'm on it today.
Yeah, actually, like a fortune teller. Perfect. Yeah, KSA back in, chase out. So you ban Hazard here. You can't have your Malga banned either. And KSA, very, very good on the Malga. Malga, good on this map as well. So I think you called it like perfect, literally to a T, Rose. It's like you literally have the script and it's only day 3. Maybe you co-authored the script, I'm not sure. But this makes a lot of sense to me.
Script. Yeah, it does make, I think you're right about that. I think also when you look at KSA's season last year, you also have a diva if for some reason you want to throw that in. But yeah, Hazard out, Brig out. I think this is targeted on a lot of different fronts. You ban out our Hazard, well, we are not going to let Faith play Brig.
Right. Faith. 2 best heroes, Brig, Lucio. Bring Lucio. Played a lot of that on the Boston Uprising. Way back when. With homies like Punk. We'll see if that actually matters, because gonna be like super honest. This just is, I think it's gonna be a 3-0. In my head, I was like, okay, 3-2. 3-2 to who? The way VP looked against Gen G, probably would give it to VP. Ultimates, we expect kind of a lot from this team. Everybody does. But I think VP right now, head and shoulders above the rest. I'm thinking VP win this. I think a lot of the chat after seeing Dorado and Samoa too were probably in that same boat. A lot of people wishing they probably vote for the other team. I know it was a big, the biggest discrepancy I feel like we've had, and the audience siding with the Ultimates at the end of the day.
But how do you not? I understand. I think we were all there as well. The Ultimates probably favored in this matchup, just because you look at the name value on this roster, you look at the success that each of these individual players have had in their professional Overwatch careers, and you go, yeah, super team, put them all on the same roster and just let them thrive. Yep. So I don't hold it against anybody. Like, we were there too, but I think you're right. Virtus Pro might just win this out 3-0.
Power rankings are going to be interesting coming out of this weekend, that is for sure. By the way, if you're watching right now, you are eligible for some nice little drops, little spray, little name card as well. Name card action looks good. After the, it was a couple of seasons ago, but they updated the player profile screen. Name cards look a lot better now. So yeah, it's nice to rep that in game. I've been repping the one from Stockholm, the Tracer spray paint can ones. I've been rocking that one for a little while, but I'll probably be rocking this one next time I jump in.
I have one of the K-pop ones. I think.
Oh yeah, that's a based one. That's a based one. But yeah, you get to earn those by watching some of the co-streams as well. Rack Attack, Mr. Rack is their featured co-streamer for today, so make sure you go show him some love, and shout out to Mama Rack as well. Big W, big figure in the community. Yeah, she's been around for a long time supporting Rack, and yeah, I'm glad to see Rack sticking around as well, and yeah, hopefully we get to see him compete at some point as well. Look, map number 3 coming up in just a second. I was expecting 5 maps. I think everybody is hoping for that as well. We'll see if the Ultimates can come back. We're giving the teams a couple of minutes here just to get themselves situated as they load into the lobby. We'll be right back just after this. All right, we're back in it. Suravasa is up right now. Ultimate's pick against Virtus Pro, who have been, what's the word? Good? Exceptional? Fantastic? Splendid? Extraordinary? They are looking like one of the best teams, if not the best team in EMEA right now here in stage number 1 regular season. As the crocodile, we do see pogging. There is a very funny clip actually from the Japanese broadcast last year, where they obs the crocodile and the pigeons and stuff. It's pretty good. Let's have a look at Virtus Pro. Okay, Vestola running out on Zarya. Ooh, I like this a lot.
Yeah.
KSA coming in, Chase going out, and he's going to run round.
I, for a second, saw KSA over the Roadhog, and I was excited, but Vermatra is also fine. Like, we also expected this after seeing the first map of the series with KSA bringing out the Ram. But I'm so excited to see Vestola just, like, laser people down. This Zarya pick is so good from him, too.
Oh, unfortunate there for Jaywu. Takes a Cheerio on the exit, straight to the dome. It's exciting to see. I one-up that, Rose. It's exciting seeing Vestola laser people down, but I'm more excited about Jaywu getting perma bubbles. Both bubbles used to go into the back line and kill everybody. To be honest with you, I think that's going to be the name of the game for Virtus Pro. And then Vestola gets 100 energy, and then he kills everybody. Ultimates do end up winning that first fight off the back of that single kill. As they now try and defend for as long as humanly possible. Gonna have to use bubble at some point. Ooh, not quite.
I mean, it is a little tough, at least with the Ram Shield, to actually get this beam damage to stick.
My goat. My goat killing my other goat. Jaywu killing Kevster in the neutral. And here comes the very high energy Zarya. You saw Vestola there trying to hold on for bubbles for as long as humanly possible, just playing on that edge. And then Jaywu off to the side. Didn't even need bubble to kill Kevster. But you'll see Vestola do that a lot. A lot of Zarya is holding them for as long as humanly possible. And a good neutral fight there as ultimates are coming up to a rush at about 10%.
Rush is going to be good, but Orbital Ray better here for Gala. I think when you look at how much damage that's going to amplify as well, it's just going to send everybody careening as a great answer to something like that Kitsune Rush. Jaywu's going to get Blade. I think Vestola could also get Graviton Surge from that damage amp.
Yeah, 100%. He's only 10% away. I mean, doesn't even need it, to be honest with you. There's the rush on the point. And here comes the Orbital Ray. Now Sky regretting his decision, his positioning, as Jaywu marches on forward as Vestola, about half energy, throws in the grab of the backline, and it got one in the end. A little Suzu is going to help KSA stay alive. However, the clock is ticking for the ultimates. There's only 20% to go, and they still have to deal with the sound barrier and the blade coming up. There's a blade for Kevster and a beat for Faith too, but they have to get the point first. KSA has got the annihilation, has to pop it, already had the arms crossed. Now this damage amplification, they wish they had that for last time, as both sound barriers are launched in, as KSA struggling to stay up. And Jaywu is just focusing down the ram, even through the annihilation. Ultimates did get the flip at 75%, but Virtus Pro, they got the numbers.
Got the numbers, and they got so many ultimates out of the ultimate bane. I'm gonna die.
W name.
I hate it here. Oh my goodness. Well, that's Flashpoint here for Virtus Pro, and we're gonna be swiftly moving on to the next one. Where's Sky getting staggered a little bit as well. Able to take down Vestola as he gets sent back to the spawn room, but not before Virtus Pro are gonna be able to make that quick rotation. Like Jaywu makes it over to Ruins already and just gets a chance to sit pretty with this blade. Or, well, I'm sorry, I'm looking at Kevster, and I'm excited about that blade. Hopefully, please Kevster Blade. Kevster Blade would be very nice.
It will be very good. There it is, straight up onto the high ground, or into the skies. No ground up there. Kevster already half HP. Good bubbles there from Vestola. However, they do trade. Genji for the Sojourn. 4v4 on the point. Vestola, one bubble left still. Couldn't quite get it off. There's the rush. Early pull from Sky.
Great pull, though, from Sky to be able to layer that over the point. And Virtus Pro, they can't send the Orbital Ray, and they've lost too many people already, and it would just be a muted ultimate. So now you get a chance to use that as the next engage, but the ultimates, like, they're starting to look a lot better here, not having to deal with the hazard. I think KSA can stand toe-to-toe a little bit better with the Zarya, especially with the shield.
Graviton Surge, Orbital Ray, Virtus Pro looking stacked coming in. looking like Johnny's bank account. Orbital Ray for Gala across the point. It's going to be pretty scary for the ultimates, and there it is. As soon as the ultimates showed their little faces, they're going to pull the ult. Jwoo does end up going down, though, unfortunately for them. Faith gets a little boop kill as Virtus.pro get the cap. They've still got ultimates, though. They can just throw these in at the doors. Got to be careful, though, of Kevster hitting that reflex, but here it is. There's the overclocked use. They're playing a little bit further back now as that Graviton Torch launched in. That's everybody caught by Vestola, and Fixer goes to town, getting up close and personal with the rest of the ultimates.
Oh, wow. That was
What a grab.
Disruptor shot, all of the Cheerios in the universe, and just so many shurikens. Holy smokes. Yeah, that's the best grab we've seen in OWCS in like, well, at least last season.
Forever.
Yes. Since its inception, it's the best grab we've ever seen. Virtus.pro, they earned that one.
And no ultimates. They had no ultimates to back them up. They're only just getting sound barrier. You saw the Suzu go off and it's like, I hope and pray we survive this just with the Suzu. Sound barrier for Faith. They're going to have to match here as Jwoo's got the blade and Virtus.pro Rose, they're on final fight. And Fixer dies.
That's good. That's big. Kai is the overclock to throw this.
I think they might just give up this point, but looks like Jwoo's going to go in. Blade's been popped, and Jwoo just beelining for Faith, trying to force the Ajax. Kevster comes up clutch with a couple of kills, and Fixer's death, just with some plain shurikens, was definitely mixed in with a couple of extra shots from someone else, but looks like a quick re-engage for Virtus.pro.
Ooh, Vestola's on the Mauga now. Actually gonna give up the Zarya. Maybe he thinks that the Mauga's gonna fare a bit better. It's still a sound barrier to Virtus.pro's name, though, versus 4 ults here from the ultimates.
Okay, they're going to try and get an economical fight here just using this ult. Overtime's going to get triggered, so here comes the rush. One by one. And here comes the blade from Kevster. A lot of deflection coming back at Virtus.pro. But Vestola doesn't want to mess with the rush, but had to mess with the blade, and he ends up falling over. Fixer used the sound barrier. A decently timed one, right? You want to use that against the blade coming in, but it looks like an orbital ray is going to try and win Virtus.pro at this fight, but yeah, that's not going to do anything. Satellite shot up, shot and destroyed as KSA pushes the Annihilation, and Ultimates end up winning that. It's a good trade, though, if you're the Ultimates, right? An Annihilation for an Orbital Ray, you kind of take that if you're the Ultimate. So not only do they come out with the point, an Ultimate trade like that, you're feeling really good going on to the next one.
Absolutely, because that Orbital Ray can be a huge difference maker for Virtus.pro, especially because they're the only team that's running the Juno. And Sky already sort of beating Gala to the punch with the rush, are off kilter now. Sky's gonna have that up before Gala, I think, has the Orbital Ray to match that.
Faith has beaten 10% as well. Here comes the overclock from Shockwave. Shield comes up for KSA, and there's the sound barrier. Shockwave about 50 HP as Faith just runs in, boops him away, and isolates Vestola. KSA claims the kill, and Ultimates get the point.
Vestola going back over to the Zarya now. I think just hoping that this is also going to work out a bit better. I think now that I think about it, the Mauga maybe just to try to get back to that point a little bit faster. But as I say that, Vestola is like, I actually think D.Va is going to be the right option here. Maybe seeing a little bit of discomfort coming out from Virtus.pro with what they actually want to play into the Ramatra. But I like the D.Va choice because you would think that the defense matrix would help to soak up some of these disruptor shots and stuff.
Yeah, blade from Jwoo. Kai's there with the railgun to shut him down, but it's already finished. Fight's done, I'm afraid. Faith getting randomly sniped. Don't see that all too often. Lucio's going down. Well, Faith going down like that. We see that a lot, actually. Lucio's dying. Like, look, you want to be speed, you want to be fast, but you got to be careful. Sometimes a fully charged railgun shot is going to end your life before you even can blink. So, all right, Virtus.pro, time to get some percentage now.
Not just the Lucios, I think it's just everybody in the server. Every
it's tough,
once in a while, you just go, Sojourn things.
Railgun, yeah, exactly. It's just Sojourn things, honestly. All right, Vestola. Doesn't stay around for too long. Nemesis form popped already, and here's Kai with the railgun. Oh, Shockwave does him one better. Orbital Ray is going to assist with that one. And Virtus.pro going to try and stagger people out, I would imagine. They've done it time and time again. Although the edge of the map being that close, yeah, KSA and Kevster making a very, very good play, jumping off as quick as they can. They know they can get another clean fight here, but Virtus Pro may be trying to play up. They have sound barriers, so they could even beat into the backline if they wanted to.
Kai is going to switch over to Tracer. This is not a pick we see from him every day. Usually it's going to be Kevster that picks up that Tracer role. But Kai, maybe just a little bit...
Well,
yeah,
a rush on the point.
Mean, your Sojourn just got shut down, so...
Overclock B, and now Shockwave can play up. The shield in his way, though, is going to stop all that damage coming in as Kai distracts him a little bit. Oh, Kevstar, high in the sky, manages to take down Gala, anime blade style. Both supports down. Ultimate's cap.
Ultimate's cap, but they still have to hold on to it. They have one more fight ahead of them, but Jaewoo getting staggered there is pretty big. Going to delay the ultimate charge up to that blade, and so Virtus Pro have to come in and kind of just get a raw fight going. Vesola having the Diva Bomb is at least going to help make sure you sort of have like a 6-player advantage, but there's the overtime trigger.
Yeah, they're in prime position now. Vesola's even got another life. Oh, Faith again! Faith dead again! 4v5 now. Self-destruct initiated, but good focus fire coming through from the Ultimates, killing that baby diva. Oh, the annihilation! Wait, KSA gets blown off the map by the self-destruct, even though he's ripping annihilation. What was that? Ultimates and Jaewoo's just going to kill them all. He's just going to kill them all. Faith's going to come back in and smack the lights out of Jaewoo. We're going to have to get a replay on that. KSA got blown off the map mid-annihilation by the self-destruct. Virtus Pro capped the point and now in a match-winning situation.
Oh my god, I would be so tilted if that happened. You would think that you would have enough stability to just not get blown off the map like that, so maybe we can get that
Tanks have
later.
reduced knockback as well.
Yeah, I know. That's why I don't understand what could have happened there. But you're in the situation now. The Ultimates, they can't panic. They've got the sound barrier from Faith. Hopefully that's going to be able to get them enough of a leg up in this map in order to take us to another flashpoint.
Kill. Played for Jaewoo too. Did so much damage in that last fight. Yeah, goodbye, KSA. All right, there's the point for Virtus Pro. Heartbreaker for the Ultimates. Looked like they were going to take that last point, and now Virtus Pro with the tempo.
Yeah, I mean, it's really too bad that Faith didn't get an opportunity to use the sound barrier there, because now the sound barrier can only stop one thing. Are you going to use it against the orbital ray or try to save it for the blade? It's a tough choice now that you have to make. And Kai, once again, going back over to the Tracer. It looks like the Ultimates are so uncomfortable in this position right now.
Look at the Ultimate for the supports. I mean, beat Ray versus beat Rush. Look at how fast Virtus Pro have been playing too. They can play all the way up, and they can even stall this point out for the longest time possible, and they're going to force Ultimates to use an ult to try and win. Rush comes in, pulse bomb for Shockwave, forces the Suzu already, and here comes the Ray, and the Blade too, and a little cherry on top. Jaewoo just clipping Faith. It makes it look too easy, and Virtus Pro saved their own beat. This is 80% and counting for Virtus Pro. Ultimates are out of this game if they don't touch.
I don't know if they're going to be able to get a clean team fight outside of that.
Faith is going to have to solo beat.
Oh, Kevster's going to die.
Kevster goes down, had the blade, 2-man beat for Faith, hit Sky as well, and Virtus Pro now are just going to take the map and the series. A little 3-0 for EMEA's #1.
3-0 victory, Virtus Pro on top. I do not think that there are any other teams now that can stand up to them. So this might just be an undefeated Swiss stage for them for the round robin group stage.
Honestly, it really very well might be. I mean, quite frankly, after map 1, yes, VP won it, but it was also very uncharacteristic of Kevster and Kai to just be so quiet on the server. Like, they just didn't get the pick, so I just assumed, naive and hopeful as I am in my young years, that, first map, whatever, it's control. It's not a real map type anyway, so moving on to the second map. I know Joss is with me on this one. But no, man, they continued looking so dominant. I mean, Dorado, Ultimate's defense got completely dismantled, absolutely rolled. Switches didn't come through fast enough. It was just everything that can go wrong for them kind of went wrong.
Yeah.
And then heading on to Suravasa, I like the targeted ban there, taking a hazard out there, Vestola having to switch. they initially didn't know how to play into that Ramatra or what to play, but then suddenly they turn it up to like 500 and run away with it. Insane.
Yeah, insane stuff. Look, if Jaywu has 100 fans, I am one of them. If he has 10 fans, I am one of them. If he has no fans, then I cease to exist. The guy is a beast. On the Genji, on the Tracer, I think the DPS lineup for Virtus Pro has, I feel like they got more to give, honestly. This team looks almost perfect. Like, we are so close to perfection right now. Virtus Pro clearly heads and shoulders above the rest of the region currently. The Ultimates and the audience thought so too. The Ultimates thought, the audience thought Ultimates were going to take this series. At least the majority of them did. And I think a lot of people had big expectations. Is this the kill? Oh, it was the boop into the bomb.
Oh!
The double boop.
Oh,
Fixer. That was a really like, what you even do is the ram. You have you can air strafe in Overwatch, but like only a small amount. That is just
it's not enough.
Dude, Fixer had a game on Suravasa though. I love to see that. Like,
bro was
when
just
a loser can just go off. He was locked in.
Oh, you're so right though, Zoe. You saw the grab, and then Fix is like, yes, please line everybody up for me, so I can get all the big damage and so many great sound barriers.
Yeah,
Jack's onto something. This is like basically a perfect roster.
It looks good. At this moment in time, who beats them? Who?
Yeah,
no one.
Honestly don't have an answer.
But not in EMEA.
Okay, not in EMEA.
We all had hoped for. Maybe they still need time to mesh, time to warm up. I'm coping hard. Vistola, player of the match. I mean, you could have given that to literally anyone on that roster. Jaywu a little bit robbed, I feel, but also Vistola he's so good, man.
Yeah, Vistola is sick. That grab as well, hitting that many people, looking clean. You don't see grabs like that every day, not anymore. Yeah, I think this is very well deserved. I think the entirety of the roster played very well. Jaywu had some big blades, big like neutral Genji kills, like Tracer, etc. against one of the most historic players EU has to offer in Kev. Yeah, Vistola can also play it all. I think me and Rose both touched on it. The fact that the Hazard looks very, very good for Vistola. He's a very good like Sigma player. The D.Va is really good for him too. There's not many tanks he can't play. And before, you would definitely lock him into the category of like, okay, Sigma, D.Va, like only playing these off tanks. But the guy's improved year on year, and this VP squad looks untouchable.
Yeah, you don't get the plays that this team gets without having a very strong tank player at the helm, and there's a good reason why Vistola was still the tank player for ENCE, even though they had a secondary option on the team. And so Virtus Pro, such a strong pickup for Vistola to be in this roster to take up that tank.
Absolutely, so versatile, so much depth, and that it allows the entire roster to have heading into the rest of the season. That's the word I was looking for. Now we actually do have an interview, and it will be Vistola joining us for a quick chat. So let's bring him in. The man of the hour. Congratulations on the dub. Congratulations on the player of the match. Congratulations for just being you, honestly, because holy, what a performance today. Let's talk about this match, because quite frankly, the community and all of us here, we low-key expected this to be a little closer. We thought the Ultimates is going to be the team to like kind of push you to the limits. That was not the case. Are you surprised? What was the prep like heading into this?
We're not really surprised. Like, I think a lot of people underrated us and didn't like know our potential. But based on scrims, this was like the expected result. I guess I thought it would be a little bit closer, but yeah, it was a good match by us.
I mean, you guys just ran over them, bro. Like, you just like an easy 3-0, it felt like. How do you feel about Hazard? Obviously, extremely good right now, and you look like one of the best Hazards, if not the best, in EMEA. He's shaken the game up a ton, but what are your personal thoughts on the hero?
I've had a lot of fun learning him, especially because I never really played these dive heroes previously, like Monkey Doom. I wasn't that guy, so like last month I've just been grinding Hazard, learning a lot about the game, improving. It's been really fun, and yeah, I think like I'm the best Hazard in EU right now, so it feels really good that it's like paying off. Also, having a Korean coach helps so much. Like just learning dive, learning a dive tank. It's been really nice.
To bounce off of that real quick then, yeah, how is it working with Smash? Like Smash, obviously, LA Gladiators has been around the scene for a long time. I think it was on O2 Blast as well. Like, and integrating with Jaywu and Fixer. How has that been? How's the team been as a whole? Obviously, mixed language roster too.
We couldn't really ask for any better. Like when I joined this team as well, I don't know how it's gonna go. Like I don't know. I've never seen Javu play, Fixa play. I don't really keep up with that. Gala is playing flex support, the role that he played main support last year, and everyone knows he's good mechanically. But it's been really nice to see how it comes together with everyone.
But you guys look so solid. I'm wondering, Vestola, if you think that there's any team in EMEA right now that can touch you guys.
I think it's gonna get closer when the year goes on, I guess. Like, I guess kind of surprised that that we rolled TU. I think they will improve as well, like, and catch up to us. And should be good matches coming. Gen Z, I mean, the Gen Z match yesterday was really close as well, so it's not like we're fully dominating.
Well, but you certainly make an argument for yourself at the very top with the performance we saw today, Vestola. We're going to let you celebrate. Thank you so much for joining, and best of luck in your next match.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Always great to hear from Vestola. That was a sad bye-bye, though. Not going to lie. I mean, same. I want to keep on chatting with you. I love picking their brains. Let's take a look at the standings. VP all the way on top,
baby. Let's go.
That's where they belong, honestly.
Seriously. Wow. I think, I like that you brought up Smash, working with a Korean coach. Like, the guy's been around for quite some time, not as like far back as like Apex or anything. He actually played, I remember this because me and Seth casted some random like Korean Open Division thing on one of the teams with the best logo of all time. If you go on Wikipedia and go in Water S, Goin Water S, it's the best logo of all time. But he played tank on that roster and then stepped into coach, and he was like used to winning. He's used to winning in contenders with O2 Blast, came into the league and performed exceptionally as a coach and brought LA Gladiators to a couple of stage wins in 2022. Like, this roster, I think, backroom staff and players, they're built to win EMEA, and I think they kind of proved it here. And he said, you know, maybe teams catch up to us. We're surprised that we ran over TM, but like,
humble.
I think so too. Right now,
just humble. It's funny to see those Korean coaches in the EMEA region now, though, Rose.
Yeah, there's so many. I mean, even just taking a look at last year, I feel like a lot of the coaching staff, you look at Christopher, and then when we actually did have Gumba as the head coach for ENCE, you're like, okay, yeah, these are kind of like the two big brains. But now you look across the whole ecosystem of EMEA, and there's 4 like really heavy hitting coaches for EMEA that I do believe Vestola when he says they think things will start to look close, but right now at this point in the season, VP are on top.
That's right. Well, you know, you need those extra wrinkles on the coaching bench in order to come out on top, given that we have hero bans. Speaking of which, let's check in with a bingo card.
I don't think I got a bingo.
Did I win?
Okay, the Ultimates collected an L, but they handed out a dub for you, Jack. Anything you can say?
You know what? Thanks, guys. It was, you know, I worked really hard on this bingo sheet. Couldn't have done it without you. Yeah, dub.
Beautiful.
Sorry.
Yeah, well. How close is Rose, though? Can we see?
Ooh.
I got so close.
Wait, you got close in
like Ash.
All over the place.
I'm really sad that like I didn't get I should have put Brig in here at some point.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean,
but I got more heroes.
The center middle
did.
You got really close, like Genji and Ana, but yeah, unlucky.
I thought Ash was gonna get banned out because
this was a learning experience, right? We've learned a lot, and we can implement it next time, because this one's a freebie. Next time there will be consequences for the losers. Right?
No.
We will be asking the audience exactly what should be happening to our losers. So be afraid, because our chat, they have ideas, okay, and they're not afraid to share them.
Oh, just not eating anything.
It's funny. That's so crazy. I won't be there for next broadcast.
That's so weird. Yeah.
So weird. Yeah.
Well, as our broadcast talent is working on leveling up their bingo skills, our players have been hard at work as well to get to the very top here in OWCS. We do have partner teams, of course, but everyone else, they had to fight their way through the pyramid. Yeah, that's right, with a pyramid. Let's take a look at it. This is our OWCS ecosystem, and many more teams are currently fighting their way up the FACEIT ranks and banging on the door, ready to take our OWCS teams out and steal their place in the spotlight. And one of them is Team Dreamlight, who had a standout performance as they qualified into the EMEA FACEIT Masters League. So that's the top. That's the ones which are coming for the OWCS teams. And as we could be seeing them among the top 2 FACEIT teams at the end of this stage, ready to fight our bottom 2 teams in the promotion and relegation matches. Now, while we get set up for our next matches in the NA region, Shikigami and Amplify, I believe, are coming up next. Let's take a look at some of Dreamlight's performances from last week.
with it. The battle ignites me. Bingo. Recharging.
just like Alexander the Great, they have nothing left to conquer.
Blue ball falls and Sugar-Free just carving them asunder.
Oh my god!
Merit again.
This might just be it, nearing 99%, but Lib, even the devil looks away in disgust.
We have the very best in the world fighting for this OWCS World Final. The Junker Queen comes in, and it's a triple catch. In the fight, and he's going to get another big down blossom. That's how they stay alive. They can't let go of the momentum now. Has to try and go for a rally to stay alive, but what a stick! What? Excuse me? What did I just see?
What's good, friends? Hello, everyone, and welcome to the third and final day of the 2025 OWCS opening weekend. First things first, let's get some of the formalities out of the way and talk about the in-game goodies, the drops. That's right, you once more only have to do one thing to collect them, and that's of course connecting your Battle.net account to your Twitch account, and you can get them all for the hours watch you're seeing on your streams. Now, with that out of the way, let's talk about some of the exciting new changes we have heading into the 2025 season, such as hero bans. That's right, we talked about it a lot, but also it's just been so much fun to see it on display the past 3 days. Let me quickly walk you through this. This is how it works. Hero bans, they happen right before each map, so during a match draft, an individual row cannot be banned twice in a map, and an individual hero can only be banned once per team in a series. So you gotta be very strategic with how you're using your bans, and also keep in mind what maps are available or where we might be heading up next. Now, that's quite simple and straightforward, and so is the format overall. So let's take a look at that. We got 3 stages, each of which will consist of a regular season, playoffs, and a live event at the very end of it, and we'll whittle down 8 teams per region to 6 for the playoffs, and then the top 2 teams of that will advance straight to the live event, where they will go head to head for the big bucks. Speaking of which, here they are, our locations. This is where we headed for the biggest Overwatch action of the year, kicking things off in China. After that, we will be finding ourselves in Riyadh for the Esports World Cup, and we finish out strong at DreamHack Stockholm because we had so much fun the first time around. Now, the competition is well on the way here in stage 1, so let's check out the 8 teams who are battling it out in NA this very stage in the regular season, and you've already heard everything I have to say about them, so let's bring in a fresh perspective with someone we all love and know. It's our good friend Avril, here to share his thoughts. How you doing, friend? What's good?
I'm good.
What's happening,
How are you
Avril's
doing?
live?
It's been a minute. Yeah.
It's been a hot minute. You're looking swole. Are you doing the Dante arc?
Is that what
What's
Dante's
happening?
up to these days? Is that what he's up
Oh
to?
yeah, he's just getting like jacked. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to catch up with Dante the next time we go to an event together. We'll do a pose
Sick.
or something. I don't know. Mitch knows what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
we'll meet.
You gotta talk
We'll
to that
meet
guy.
all the homies in
That's
the
Jack
gym.
dude.
Yeah, we got a bunch of jack dudes in the standings too. Horrible transition, but we're running with it anyway. Let's take a look at those teams. Did anyone over or underperform in your opinion?
Yeah, there's a certain team at the bottom too in the standings right now. They could be a partner. I'm not too sure. You know, there's a team that starts with a team and ends with some sort of fluid. I'm not too sure. It has a bit of a horse logo. One of those teams. It's one of those teams. It might be Shikigami actually. Yeah.
It could be anyone, really. No idea who you mean. Okay, to be fair though, they only played 1 match. That can just be a fluke.
That's true.
Maybe just, you know, like, let's not jump the gun
But
here.
they did lose 0-3. So.
But the opposition looked really good, so like, you can't take away from their, you know, victory. No? Yeah? Is that what, that's what I'm running with. Here are the matches for today.
They need to do much better versus SSG, I think so, yeah.
Yeah, but is that realistic? Because SSG looked good.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of I think this is we have an ultimates in every region. We just saw the ultimates kind of get 0-3. We've seen Team Liquid get 0-3. So, you know, the standings are all over the place. That's right. We're keeping it interesting. That's how I see it. Speaking of interesting things, of course, when we have a guest on, such as yourself, we do want to play some games with them as well. But this one we can't play alone. No, I'm going to bring in reinforcements, or perhaps they're actually dragging you down. I don't know. Let's get Mitch and Matt, the People Morello, in for this one. Yep. You know what's coming next.
Matt the People.
Matt, the people, Morello.
I'm just undefeated in community. You know, the only one who could take me down probably in community polls is Jake. You know, but other than that,
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, that's why I want to put it to the test. I want to see if you were a fluke or if you're the real deal, if you are the man of the people. We're going to play another game of Feud. We polled over 1,400 OWCS fans on a variety of Overwatch-related prompts. And your guys' job is to guess the 5 most popular answers chosen by the community. So you got to think like them. You got to be them. You got to be the people. 3 wrong guesses means that you lose. Yesterday, you guys lost. Did you? No, you did lose, right?
I got 2 right. It's just my teammates. They suck.
I think I had 2 out of the 3 incorrect answers, but I tell you what, it's a long climb down from the ivory tower, Zoe. So I spent some more time amongst the proletariat, and I think I'm ready. I think I'm ready to plug into the mind of a community member.
All right.
This is a team game.
Mitch going full pleb. Avril, this is a team game. Yeah, you're working as a team. I'm sorry to tell you. And I'll let you start because you're our guest. Does that sound good?
Okay.
So you can kick it off on a high note or like a very low one. Like that's really up to you. Let's see our prompt for today's Feud. Name a DPS hero with the coolest skin. That's such a community question.
Skins
how
is
about
a collective.
a DPS hero with the coolest skins?
Who do the kids think
Genji?
is cool?
Genji?
That's honestly
He's
the
got a
most obvious
mythic.
answer.
That's
Yeah.
honestly
There we go.
Zuma,
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Who else is cool?
I'm gonna
Matt?
go with Tracer.
Okay. Good shout.
Oh, really?
Nice.
Yeah. I mean, this is just embarrassing if you don't get one.
Mitch has spent the last 24 hours with the plebs. What is his answer?
She has a cracked mythic skin. Oh no, I'm gonna do. Can I? Oh, suck it is. Reaper.
Can he phone a friend?
Reaper.
Is he gonna phone a
Reaper?
friend or?
Okay, good.
Oh!
So bad.
Yeah, we got the obvious ones out of the way.
Honestly.
All right, so Avril, think. Use your brain power. There's somebody in between Genji and Tracer in terms of popularity.
Who gets the people
Find somebody
going?
in that window, right?
Widowmaker. She has
That's good. I like that.
a mythic skin too, and also other features.
That's good, Kev.
Oh, okay.
That's good gear.
Who's less popular than Reaper?
No wrong answers thus far. You guys are crushing it, by the way.
You want to phone a friend?
You know,
bro? 50-50?
there's one that sticks out just because there's just that's, you know, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and I'm gonna say there's one skin. The pool party Torbjorn skin carries him to a last place here in the community poll. Oh,
That's not. That is not what gets.
Okay.
People don't like Torbod.
Okay, she does have the most cracked. Well, I reckon her mythic skin is absolutely cracked, honestly. But I'm not going to say Ash. I want to say Farah.
Uh-oh. Last life. Avril, this is all on you.
So it's not Farah.
Think like the people. Do it.
Mercy.
I would if that was a DPS. Ash, because she has a mythic and also a mythic gun.
Yeah.
Ash has a mythic gun and a mythic skin. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a
Let's
good
tuck
guess.
it
I would
in.
have said. Oh!
Yes.
Okay, I would've-
Oh, Mitch, man.
I didn't put that bad. I would have said it.
I like that you just went with like, it's a mythic skin, therefore it's cool.
Yeah, it's bro. It's so good.
People do be simple.
She also has the Cowboy Bebop one and the Galactic Smuggler one, bro.
She got Bob. You get 2 skins in one. Like that's like
Yeah, true. The
instant.
Bob, like when he's the wolf with the
Well,
little red skin.
you guys crushed it. Came down to the wire though. Very exciting stuff. Avril, before I let you go, where can people find you? I know you are co-streaming a lot of the action as well. So how can I stalk you most efficiently?
Yeah, twitch.tv/Avril, AVRL. I'm doing all of Asia at the moment, or Korea most notably. So catch me for the official drops there. And who knows, maybe I'll come on for an NA EU co-stream as well.
What about your show, Kev? What about your new show, mate? You got to plug that as well.
yeah, check it. Awfully Good with Kev Walker on YouTube, and I'm Avril on Twitter, X.
That Twitter X. Thank you so much, Avril. Always great to chat with you. Now we're getting ready for our first match of the day in the NA region. So Matt, Mitch, please take it away.
Thank you. Yeah. Good to catch up with Kev, of course. Let's, though, get ourselves now settled for these 2 games we got here in NA to round out the weekend. This next one, Matt, I think is primed to be a little bit of a dogfight because neither Amplify nor Shikigami have really been able to make great strides here in this weekend. However, Amplify at least gave us, well, they got a map against Avidity. You know what I mean? Well, we are talking, well, towards the bottom of the tables here in NA OWCS.
This does feel like a Game 5 just slugfest, you know, just both teams just brawling it out like just crazy fights. It kind of has that type of vibe coming into it, right? Where, you know, well, I mean, typically we see some of these games, right, with some of the teams kind of in the middle of the pack. I also think for both of these teams, right, you're 0-1, get a win on the board after the first weekend. It's really important, right? Especially with the threat of relegation. I mean, that's going to come up soon.
Yes, it doesn't take long. I mean, again, you don't want to be in the bottom 2 here, and you only get, what, 7 games to sort of, you know, show what you're capable of doing. Still, last time we saw this Amplify team, they managed to win that Havana game, in that series against Avidity, so they're able to show us a little bit. Let's waste no time, jump straight in. Quickly, the bans, Hazard and Kiriko get banned out pretty early, so quite relevant, I think, as both teams are really trying to mold the way this game plays out, and Solo will be on the Junker Queen.
In Phone and Winter, they were both standout players yesterday, so keep an eye on them for Amplify. And yeah, we're seeing Queen here. So Queen was actually a character that was played a little bit towards the end of last season into some of the Mauga comps with teams that maybe just didn't necessarily want to match the Mauga. So quite interesting to see it here early on.
Yeah, I think the anti-heal of frequent ultimates was very powerful. And also these Massacre hits, you can see they do take a chunk out of this Mauga's health. When you combine it with the Sojourn, you have a lot of, like, you know, damage that's unmitigatable by the Mauga. Is obviously all they seek to do is try and heal through most of it. The Sombra I found for Phone was excellent. She and Winter, big impact players in that front line here, but it takes time for that Sombra to really get going. It's constant harassment here, and eventually Solo will be brought down. And I think Winter has business with Regime.
One thing, though, that we did see last year is that the Junker Queen comps to, like, work against the Mauga, you needed to play to, like, an extremely high level, right? It wasn't like how we see some comps in Overwatch where you just kind of select the heroes and you just have, like, an inherent advantage. Like, you just kind of have to play this comp at an extremely high level. Where I think going against the Mauga is really difficult, but then also playing against Phone and her Sombra, it's just a little bit of a nuisance trying to play this comp. So something we saw yesterday with Amplify's game is they actually, the opposite team brought out the Tracer. So we'll see, actually, they bring out the Tracer to give you know, the Sombra a little bit of trouble.
That's right, that was Zomba on the Tracer that was doing a pretty good job of managing Phone when they were on the Sombra pick in general. But Danny is down already. This is great for Gap. There's not a whole lot that truly threatens the Mauga anymore. I'd say a Junker Queen inside Orbital Ray is close, but that's pretty kiteable here. And Amplify just back away now. Phone sends up for an EMP to catch us onto both backliners and Drunk. And the easy kills on Regime and Graveyard. This should give Amplify another comfy fight win.
We've seen it over the last few days, like some brig picks, but we haven't like seen like Rally be really impactful. It'll be a cage fight here on the point, connects 2 players. So this is still going with Gap getting extremely low. That's the cardiac overdrive gone, but it just seems like everybody gonna end up falling for Shikigami here in the end. But the Rally we haven't seen have huge impacts, right? As opposed to like a sound barrier, you know, the orbital ray, or even the Nana when we see the Ana in the mix. So there'll be a change here. You actually, well, Graveyard did come out on the Lucio, so now it goes back over to the Brig.
You're able to make good use of that rallied shield bash, Matt. The stun that comes along with it, you can have a huge impact as Brig, but you're right. Haven't seen a ton of it thus far. Gap here gets anti-healed by that Rampage. This is obviously where Junker Queen is at her strongest, turning off that cardiac overdrive healing entirely. And an easy fight win for Shikigami off the back of that ultimate, but they also spend an overclock to achieve this result.
Well, it's also unfortunate here for Amplify seeing Solo on the Junker Queen on the opposite side, even though they get to 99, because you ban the Kiriko. Kiriko's really good against Queen, right? Where the ultimate comes out, you're able to cleanse it all off, and really kind of goes for nothing. Where now you've actually removed that hero from the game. You've given Shikigami a little bit of a window here where they can play the Queen without the fear of the cleanse on the opposite side. Both teams really with nothing here coming to this next fight, Mitch. Maybe, you know, for Amplify, you kind of take this space over here, let Gap just take a ton of damage, build up that orbital array, and then push in behind.
Amplify want to push Shikigami over towards this side of the map because it's easy for Phone to play on the balcony on this right-hand side and get those hacks off. Can be a little bit hard to interrupt them. It can be quite a nuisance. And so Amplify have a chance to push on in now. Solo is desperately trying to get away, but that damage is extreme. There's
poor Solo.
4 players involved in that elimination. And just like that, Shikigami only really have their time in the sun in this round off the back of that Junker Queen ultimate. Outside of that, it's been extremely lackluster. The rally here is popped by Graveyard. Dover, and EMP again comes out, and once more, it's one that envelops both backliners. I like the orbital ray here, but there's no one left to bask within it as Regime gets burst as soon as they come over the fence line. And with a Sojourn now just remaining, it will be Amplify looking good. And Shikigami again have had a pretty tough run here. Very one-sided game for them against Rad recently. And this one isn't going much better so far, but hey, already one round in.
Amplify played that really well towards the end, though. Like I was mentioning, they're going to kind of take this space and let Gap takes tons of damage, and then they're going to build up that orbital ray. And as soon as you see Crazy Cat get the orbital ray, what happens? Speed Ring comes out, the Mauga goes flying on in. And Solo, I mean, there's not even time to react, right? You're playing the Queen, you're trying to get around the corner. You're also trying to hold that first corner around the Pergola, right? To try and deny some of that space. You have to like back out, not able to make it there. And once the Queen falls and then the Mauga's rolling with that orbital ray, I mean, good luck.
Yeah, I mean, what was Regime really doing towards the end of the round? They didn't quite have that orbital ray timing because they got hit by the EMP. Furnace made sure that both Graveyard and Regime have been subject to that on both occasions. And so we will see the Venture here. Pretty characteristic, I think, of Volcano. Amplify, they still have that same flank pressure in the form of the Sombra, and they can afford to take these more elongated engagements because there's so much sustain with this Mauga comp. Shikigami want to mirror it. That's how much it gave them trouble in that previous round. And there's Winter going down, so Danny's already forged a way into the backline and plucked the Sojourn out. That's a ridiculously high value opener.
I like this change, though, from Shikigami, right? You play this double flanker setup with the Mauga, you play the Brig, you just kind of like run them down, get in their face, and bully the Sojourn out, right? Winter was so good yesterday. And now she's got to switch over to the Reaper here, right at the start, right? Where Reaper is good at kind of bursting down some of these tanks, but with how good her Sojourn is, forcing her off of that, I mean, that's a win in itself for Shikigami.
It's a remarkably quick switch here, Matt. Amplify after the first fight already going over to the Reaper. I just think yeah, just because of how Venture Being is untargetable while they close the gap on you, rather, it's very, very difficult to handle. Winter here, trying to keep a respectful distance from Solo. This is kind of the trick here as well with Reaper. As good as they are against this brawl-style composition, they still take a ton of damage in the front line. Where's Danny at? Getting pretty close to that tectonic shot, might I add. Orbital Ray comes through here, but look where Amplify is. Gap has to dive into the backline of Shikigami just to get that healing. And Phone went for an EMP. Looks like Regimo was the only one caught by that.
The cage fight there from Solo was sick. I mean, they end up the sound barrier comes in from Ewan, right? So they're trying to push in with that. Solo captures them inside of the cage fight, and then Graveyard has to rally in there. Good luck living through all of that. So we'll see if Gap can like push up and get maybe a cage fight. But last year we saw a lot of like cage fight plus blade combos. It's actually Shikigami with the blade on the opposite side of things. So maybe if you kind of get caught, you can actually have Drunk pop that blade. Say like, oh, nice job there from Danny staying on the map.
Yeah, that could have been a real problem. Now the tectonic shot gets a pretty decent amount of value here. Winter though got what they wanted. They get that head-to-head with Solo within the cave. Amplify get to set up there, and again, they don't need a shock and awe combo with their cage fight map, but a Reaper in your face that can't be peeled off you sometimes is just as good.
And this feels like the opportunity, right, for Shikigami to end up using this blade. Cage fight's now out. You know there's no support ult on the other side. There's no Brig, right? So even Brig without the support ult, without the rally, is still a threat to the Genji, but nothing like that on the opposite side of things. So I think this is probably the opportunity to use that blade.
All right, some serious altitude here for Drunk as they're trying to bring Crazy Cat to bear. They do manage to get there, but Phone switched over towards the Venture earlier on. Gap and Winter, though, that sturdy front line that Amplify was really hoping to lean into, have capitulated early in this fight, and so Shikigami are gonna flip the point back with a pretty extreme lead.
I wonder if Amplify even thought they would see a Mauga mirror potentially, right, with a Venture in play. Maybe they think that Solo would kind of commit to the Queen the entire time, as Shikigami probably needs one more fight to put this round in their favor.
Oh, Phone, yep. She has to dive down. It's a bunch of damage.
Dangerous.
Solo pretty low here. Order Raiders come out, and you can see very quickly that healing issue is fixed for Shikigami. They've also got a rally to overlap with this, and Gap just does not have the backup. Well, we saw one yesterday, Matt, and today another one. It's a brutal situation for you when they try to go for a beat and they're interrupted. You know what the shorthand terminology for that is, Chad. It's going to be Shikigami evening up Samoa.
Maybe you get that beat down and then you have the tectonic shock coming up. You have the orbital ray. Maybe there's like a world in which you extend that fight. But the beat does not land. Not as, I mean, look, we didn't catch it on camera, but I can promise you it wasn't as wild as yesterday's. But that one, quite unfortunate, that situation there for you.
I don't think I gave yesterday's Ajax like enough airtime.
Yeah, yesterday's was so like, I just, obviously before like, the NBA breaks Twitter, you're high in the air there, but nah, he just kind of gets caught from the side. But I was just like laying in bed. I was like, I still can't believe that play. Like, I was just like, I think I texted you. I was like, I'm just thinking about that.
It down.
Ajax, it's ridiculous.
I played it down way too much at the time. I realized looking back at it, I was like, oh, that's actually majestic level of,
it was like the most ego sound barrier attempt I've seen in a while. Like
Anyway, on to matches that are happening presently. We're headed over to beach, folks, for the third round of Samoa. Let's get a Ramatra picked up here for Shikigami. Something that obviously pokes a bit more respectively at this kind of range, but is, again, pretty subject to that diagonal hit scan pressure you often see on this map. There's a real way of playing Samoa. Cap goes down, though, just couldn't hold up in the heat. They were quite deep, in fairness, but up against the Ash. Maybe not expecting nearly that level of pressure. Danny, that's a tough fight to win, but Drunk Surely and co will be there to follow up.
We've seen teams go to Ash on this point specifically, right? Some of the longer sight lines, you can play even further back, right? Like in your hut before even approaching the staircase to go down to the point. So a good pick here for Shikigami, like the range of the Ash, obviously not as much burst damage as a Sojourn, but the range that you can plant just much further is Amplify will actually give up the Maga here for now. They'll actually go to the Orisa, try and bully past that Ramatra shield.
Okay, so we saw Amplify try this on Havana, and this is actually the map that they won. They ended up like playing Orisa at the end in this sort of mirror, and they look really good. So it's a comp that we've seen from them. And see what Gap can do. Again, Orisa's biggest challenge is getting people to look at her, garnering sufficient attention to create that space. So far, Phone is able to be a nuisance here on the point, and they are pulling Drunk down, who doesn't have a recall, so they might have to allow this to flip, lest Drunk end up dying to the Sombra. And that's just what's going to happen. Sombra's down. Now Ramatra's forced to play on the low ground map because Shikigami don't have a good option to contest this. Danny finally gets involved from that high ground, but there's still no flip. Gap pushed off the point in order to pressure Solo. And so all that work that Phone did in trying to cap, it's now just trickling away.
Solo also created a lot of space there for Shikigami, but look at this. Ewan's going to actually use a sound barrier. It's going to be an orbital ray answer here from Shikigami and Regime, and it's just going to actually push Amplify back. So Gap actually gets onto the point there, Mitch, and what I really like from what Shikigami did is they actually used Speed Ring up top. They push Solo into the spot that Gap is there right now, and it forces Gap back up to the high ground, right? So it takes all their point presence off, and then they're Drunk able to just kind of keep it contested by a lot of percent.
Yeah, Drunk's back, doing the same thing they were earlier. And this overclock hasn't really found any big eliminations, so Shikigami are playing the objective game to perfection right now. Nasty done by Phone, getting out of the translocator. There's an orbital ray for Amplify, though. It's going to be Winter falling first, despite the presence of that crucial Juno ultimate. My goodness, this has gone horribly for Amplify after such a good opener on this map. The last couple have looked extremely questionable. This one here, this Orisa comp, might not be it.
It feels like ever since they moved off of the Queen, right? Playing the Queen into the Maga, we talked about it's so difficult to do. They look fantastic, whether it be the Ramatra, their own Maga, or, some of the Orisa in the mix. So we'll see, actually, Shikigami, Phone trying to get on. EMP gets off, connects with 3, but she's going to die right away.
Here's the follow-up. I mean, there's no Sombra anymore. She's been picked off. Gap does try and dive in, but I'm pretty sure Winter was peeling for supports at that time, so there's nobody to make use of that Sombra setup at all. And Amplify, it seems, never really had control of this last round, and they end up just handing the map over to Shikigami. Talk about a subversion of expectation. I really thought coming out of the gates, Amplify were going to have a comfortable time on this map.
I mean, they made round 1 look fairly convincing, right? And then after that, I mean, Shikigami just bounced back in a big way, right? Some really good comp changes there for Shikigami, and they lead them to victory there. Pretty, the first round was convincing in Amplify's favor, but then after that, it felt like it was all Shikigami.
Yeah, Beach is such an interesting stage because it's not as easy for the hit scan players on either team to get good sightlines as you would think. Teams got really good of like keeping their tank on the high ground, but like playing from behind the barrier and falling back really effectively to stay out of that LOS. So it was hard for Winter, I think, to get anything going. That's why they ended up switching over to the Tracer. So it was a Junker Queen comp here, which we were soundly unimpressed with by Shikigami. But again, we saw like into this Malga comp, like the Reaper, Sombra. There was a late Venture switch by Phone, but nothing really seemed to stick.
Yeah, I think once you saw this comp, right? Solo goes over to Maga, and then they're playing Venture Genji. They just weren't able to react on the opposite side of things. And then towards the end here, right? You're trying to get Winter in position where she can have angles over the point, but the Ashe just can outrange at this point, right? Not as much burst as we've talked about a lot throughout the weekend thus far, but can just play way further back inside the hut.
Nothing, I mean, outside of the fact that Shikigami really starts to run away with the game, nothing overly telling here from the stats, but I think because Amplify are a team whose signature composition involves Sombra, which really changes it quite drastically, I think, because you lose that sort of Genji / Tracer slot, which in theory might have similar roles to what the Sombra does, but the way that it ends up manifesting is very, very different. That was also a map, by the way, where like the Hazard, is banned, so we get to see some like Solid, for example, show like a pretty diverse tank hero pool with the Ramatra on that last round looking really solid.
Looking at those stats though, think about how Amplify like really crushed in round one, and then look at how the stats even after that like heavily favor Shikigami, right? You take that first round out of the equation, like where we're looking at probably like a 6-7 KD coming in for Shikigami in like a blowout, right? So Amplify, I think, gonna need to figure out something that works once they see these different types of comps, right? And yesterday we saw Phone, she had to move off of the Sombra and looked really good. So maybe there's an opportunity to play some Tracer, play some Genji, or some more Venture.
Yeah, we've seen kind of all of that at this point from Phone. And, I just want to remind everybody, this team gave a pretty decent fight against that Avidity roster. They also played Samoa in map number 1, right? And it went to all of those 3 stages. I do think they might just turn around and straight up pick Havana here, Matt. I mean, that seems like a map where like Amplify want to take things to. If it appears map 2 in a series after losing map number 1, it might just be a little bit of a comfort one for them. But if you recall, they were not looking good on that map at all to begin with.
I mean, they almost got full health. I mean, they really, I mean, they clutched up in the end, and they're able to, get first, second point. And then you look, they get into an Arisa mirror, and they end up completing, right? But that easily could have gone sideways. So Suravasa will actually be the pick. A lot of teams actually opting to go to Flashpoint early on in the series, and then also like Flashpoint and Hybrid splitting the pool, like really like move away from even Hybrid, right? Go over to Flashpoint in general.
What was your impression yesterday where we had a Lucio ban on Suravasa? Do you feel like that changed the game much? I think we had a very interesting battle of comps.
So, I mean, they add the speed boost, like, coming out of the spawn, right? Because, like, Lucio's been super essential on this in general. But still, like, having the speed to traverse the map, like, it's great to have the speed boost out of the spawn, but there's times where you get caught, like, by a point, have to move to the next point, right? It's not like you're just always at the spawn, ready to go. Where the speed seems to be really impactful. And then also, I mean, dude, even on top of the speed, I mean, Sound Barrier is just a crazy strong ultimate, right? So when you compare it to like a Rally in terms of like sustain, like it's really, Sound Barrier is that much better, at least in my opinion, in a lot of times.
It was something we sort of decided that we would never see, but Nightmare ended up banning the Lucio on that map yesterday. We had this really interesting scenario with these different comps, but we'll see if that's going to be the case here. We have, oh, wow, okay, so we do have another Lucio ban for Suravasa. Amplify also, now they're looking to ban the Venture, which is, I think, very niche on this map. Strong, but niche, and maybe they're trying to target the Malga comp in general.
Thinking they're gonna play like Maga, Venture, Genji, and then now you get rid of but then they get rid of the Lucio on the other side, right? Which would take away, you would think. I mean, you could play the Maga with the Juno and the Brig, right? Or even play like Kiri with it and play like pretty aggressive. I'm curious what these teams decide to do. Moira, something we saw some teams go to on Samoa yesterday. I believe it was Squid we've seen pulling out, but not really seen anywhere else. So
yeah, they were playing
quite an interesting
more recomp on Samoa Volcano, if I remember. Okay, Brig Juno will be the look, and it will be the Malga Mira.
Do you think the Venture is that important to ban?
No.
Like, yeah, I don't really think so either.
I think it's probably a protect for this DPS category. Might even be a Sombra protect, honestly.
That's true. Yeah, that's more of a, you get Venture out of the way and then you also protect Sombra, so it probably feels like you kind of gained a little bit on both sides.
Yep. I do think that like Lucio ban in general is very interesting. I don't know if it's targeted so much at Ewan, but maybe Shikigami are pretty happy playing like the Juno Brig composition. This was of course like the Malga comp that we saw for the longest time. It was like the Juno's comp with this Brig. It's really powerful, of course, and Rally is very important here for its interrupt capability. So Amplify, they're off to a pretty decent start here, man, all things considered. Gap down to about half here, but the pressure that Drunk's trying to put on you and a little bit hard when it's a Brig that you're trying to harass. As you can see, the Tracer struggles, man.
Well, Amplify also got Winter set up in a fantastic spot. She got set up on the high ground there as Shikigami has to approach, and you get the Sojourn in that type of position. You start landing these railgun shots, everybody kind of pushing up, finishing them off. Danny actually just looks directly past Gap. They're trying to stagger out Danny, looks directly past Gap and just domes Crazy Cat. So maybe Shikigami can make something out of this.
Yeah, I'm just looking to see if there's enough healing here for Gap now in the absence of Crazy Cat. They do return to the fight with an Orbital Ray, and we've seen both support ultimates drawn out of Shikigami, man, just to try and have this fight. And to the best of my knowledge, they already had flipped the point. So interesting to see him spend it here. Amplify should be able to get away without staggering any further. In fact, Danny's gone down. Bonus might have just found a solo kill.
2 times it feels like both teams trying to back out, and maybe a stagger comes through, and Bone this time finds Danny. It was Danny finding Crazy Cat on the other side of things. Is that Danny gonna maybe go, looks like this is potentially for speed out of the spawner. We're gonna see some legs here, actually. It's gonna be the 76.
I mean, the only thing Shikigami really had to rely on in this fight was the cage fight, Matt. That just got turned off by Phone's EMP. Not to mention the Amplify also have their own Malga ultimate and the Orbital Ray. No excuse to lose this fight virtually for Amplify, and they do convert.
No, and Regime in the last fight ended up using the Orbital Ray. We were talking about it because only the one here to help.
What is this, Hydron Gaming?
76. I mean, 76 is a throwback.
We literally used to
on there.
Hydron block this and then do nothing for like 5 minutes and then switch. It's like always like such a flanker. Very much like self-sufficient for sure. Danny has the legs, of course, to get him in and out as needed, but it's an interesting pick. Either way, Shikigami, whether or not it's because of that anything to do with the Soldier, they are able to flip the point back here.
76, you don't have burst damage, right? The ultimate, I would say it's not as high value as like an overclock, right? In terms of, the damage output. But you can play a lot more on your own, right? Play off on the side, you have the healing beacon, you can sprint away if anybody comes after you. So not as many resources needed, I know, as opposed to like trying to keep a Sombra alive. Or a Sojourn alive.
Drunk, being a nuisance. Still no damage you'd write home about. That, though, was a big problem. Cap has gone down here out on the point. Crazy Cat removed. Drunk eventually found their way into the backline. I really thought Ewan had that one under control. His attack visor. Turns out it's pretty darn effective in a situation like this. His phone emerges from invisibility and is taken down. Amplify have got to be kicking themselves after that one. They finally got off to such a good start here, much the same way as they did on Samoa, admittedly, and then it slipped through their fingers.
The one thing Shikigami will have a pretty big advantage though here, Mitch, right? In terms of like consistent damage output, and then also in turn putting a lot of healing resources. The Tracer in 76 puts out way more consistent damage, right? And just prolonged damage than like a Sojourn and Sombra combination, right? So it feels like the healing resources of Amplify always going to be extended to the max.
Well, we've got our support ultimates laid here for Shikigami. And despite this, Winter's still able to take Drunk down. That is generally
look how
disastrous.
Low everybody is, though.
Ewan's rally keeps them healthy enough to keep going, and Winter, she is absolutely puffing off again.
Dude.
She looked incredible in their previous game, and now Amplify. I mean, I think everything you need to know about that fight, you can see just on the hero portraits. It is absurd to win against double support ultimate like that.
Well, it's also, if you were looking at Amplify's just health bars, I mean, they were so low the entire time. I mean, everybody virtually down to like 30% HP. And they don't even have to use the orbital ray to win it. It's just the rally from you. I mean, fantastic stuff there.
That shield will protect Graveyard from the pulse bomb. Drunk was able to append. Rather, Ewan was the one under pressure there. It's Winter finally get another opener. From Graveyard this time. Okay, and she's just cutting them up. Fair enough.
Dude, she was farming yesterday, so she starts to turn up on this Sojourn. I mean, I think you may have to move away from the legs here.
Right, we talked about the legs, like just not having that same level of burst. I mean, you do have Helix Rocket, but there's a sufficient travel time associated with that. You can't guarantee hitting it from respectable distances.
The consistent damage is better, not as much burst, but you're also not really a threat. Like if this legs come around the corner of the 76, you're not really as worried as seeing Winter with a glowing railgun shot.
Okay, here comes a tack visor from Danny. Who are the targets? Everybody in orbital ray perhaps, but there's just too much healing. Phone's able to duck back in and actually still gets brought down. But eventually, yeah, Danny runs out of support. Here, though, is the rest of Shikigami. This is why Danny was a little bit on an island, because they're coming, of course, from that spawn side. Crazy Cat, though, is staying out of Scrutiny's reach for the time being, and Shikigami are actually switching to a Sombra of their own. Here's a rally from Graveyard, though. Shiki want to have a hand in this fight. And honestly, the timing's pretty good. Amplify opt to give the point.
Drunk and both supports there able to stay alive, so Amplify doesn't want to push into both supports, and then once Solo comes back, that's when Graveyard decides to use the rally. They'll be Amplified. They'll be able to turn this corner with Winter's overclock. It's going to push them back just a little bit.
It's sick damage from Winter. Yeah, Solo was never going to get away, and that's what Sojourn wants to do, especially with Orbital, is just punish the Malga for being so large and such an easy hitbox to connect with. Amplify, that was very elegant, I think. Just disengage off the point, realizing they don't want to push into two supports and a tracer. Just come back in with the ultimates they need, rally and overclock, get them the flashpoint.
And Shikigami ends up using their orbital ray, right, for Regime trying to keep up Solo as we see Winter round the corner with the overclock, but just the burst damage from the Sojourn when you're hitting those shots during overclock, it is difficult to match. And Danny now will match the Sojourn, so we're going to get a Sojourn head-to-head. So Winter has really run rampant on this map in the second point.
Okay, so now we're even here. Both teams have looked fantastic on the flashpoints that they've won, but there's been some real ebb and flow about this gameplay. EMP catches on the 3. In my eyes, that could have been more. However, after the fact, Solo, he avoids getting EMP'd and then is able to throw down this cage fight. And that was really what hurts Amplified. They are grouped up as these Malga comps want to be, and that is the dream cage.
Yeah, I mean, that is filthy, right? The Malga dodges the EMP, and then you know that everybody's going to be just flooding in, right? Trying to follow up the EMP, like, oh, the call out, like, the EMP connects with like 2 or 3, go, 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 and then all of a sudden everybody stops in their footsteps inside of that cage fight, and no way you could respond there if you're Amplified.
Still going to be back, and they're already within striking distance of the point. Winter, once again on the Reaper, like we saw on Samoa. It's going to be a cage fight here from Gap. Who is caught amongst it? Hard to see. Drunk staying clear of it. Looks like Graveyard was snared up in it. But Danny's able to get rid of Crazy Cat here. So big heals taken off the table on both sides. This pulse for Drunk crucially takes Ewan down. Winter and Gap, though, are very sturdy. Tough to deal with, as Danny is finding out right now. They may not have much healing, but Cardiac Overdrive in a pinch will suffice for a lack of supports. And yeah, they win their 1 versus 1s.
I think Danny and Drunk are trying to stay alive for Graveyard to come off of spawn, because you would have had the rally, right? You end up taking out a few players there, Ewan specifically coming off of spawn, so you may have been able to fight that. As man, there are a lot of changes in this one. So Drunk gonna move away from Tracer, has been playing a lot of the Tracer, but now gonna go over to Genji here. And Winter brings in the Reaper, so Reaper really good in these like tight quarter scenarios. Maybe it's also a sign that Amplify wants to get a little bit more aggressive.
Oh, Danny. Beautifully done. Winter, I think, got caught by a stomp there, maybe from Solo. And this EMP, it's beautiful. Like, the connection is great, and Phone's been building so many of them, but it's way too late in the fight. Danny just rips him to shreds with that overclock.
And as soon as Crazy Cat ends up using the orbital ray, Graveyard rally and the bash is instant. And the first kill goes in favor of Shikigami. They also have their own orbital ray running, so a double support ult to use there at the same time for Shikigami, but one fight away from going to Flashpoint point.
Yeah, I wonder. I think this is really tough for the Reaper. If Winter gets accidentally hit by a stomp and is stunned up for that brief window, they won't be able to Wraith walk away, and they'll just get nuked. They've got to be extremely careful. Probably Wraith walk away earlier than you otherwise would want to, just out of the risk of being snarled up and CC'd down. Solo a little bit low here. Rally coming out from Ewan. Amplify definitely with the momentum have actually pushed Shikigami off the point, and I don't know if they can fully disengage from this. No, not against this burst of speed. Good call for Gap just to charge on through, realizing Shiki don't have a plan after disengaging. They're going to give this flashpoint up.
I love that from Amplify. Shikigami's trying to disengage into some teams we've seen in the past, right? They would just be perfectly fine with taking the point and then just kind of allowing Shikigami to come back in. But no, Amplify, they push on forward. They know that they have Shikigami dead to rights. Finish off the fight by getting the kills. Don't allow them to come back in, try and contest. Now they put themselves on flashpoint point.
And that's difficult to call for Shikigami. The disengage, you have to push back so quickly, and Amplify never gave them a chance. So it's pretty good, honestly. Like, his IGLing's been kind of nice. Drunk here. Yeah, careful. Sombra will render him absolutely useless out in the open, but this is a nice cage fight. Gotta be careful, though, of the Reaper. Drunk had the blade, but Winter had everybody's attention, especially now. Over the edge, take over. Graveyard was able to find a quick double. Not enough, though, for Shikigami to start in control of the point.
Well, let's see. You have the Sojourn and 2 supports here live for Shikigami. If you can get Solo back in the fight, maybe you consider using the rally and push in while there's a slight window here. So Winter goes back to Sojourn now, so just ditching the Reaper completely.
Yeah, I mean, they realize they're going to be all back on the point first, so they actually earn a quick flip just based on them being ready quicker. That rally, like we talked about here for Graveyard, didn't have to be used in order to get control, which is a good sign. A bit early to make use of that anyway. Okay, orbital beams crossing in the middle of the map. It's going to be Drunk going down again to a shoulder charge. That random CC that gets doled out in the front line is pretty lethal for anyone that lingers too close, whether it's Reaper or Sombra now in this case. And Graveyard ends with yet another 2K in this fight. Danny is taking some serious risks, pushing though into Ewan like that, and that wasn't even a rally for Amplify. It was a huge extension from Shiki.
And Phone using the EMP there towards the end to just solidify the fight, put it in Amplify's favor. So Drunk now on Sombra of their own. So man, a lot of changes amongst the DPS line. I know for both teams in this one, seems the only thing that they can both agree on is Maga Juno Rig, as even has to get good value. If you get good value out of this rally, that might be the map.
I think so. Ewan's pretty darn good, and Graveyard as well. Both Bricks have had a lot of impact in these last couple of engagements. What is Drunk looking for here is the question. Obviously, being able to hack Malga is great if you can turn off Overdrive, but it's very difficult to pull off. Here's the rally coming out now from Ewan. Amplify want to start on the front foot here. They're very close to taking the map in general. And Shikigami, again, they pull off the point. There has to be a part B to this plan. There needs to be a contingency at least to try and be competitive in this round. But look at a cage fight. You just run straight into that Solo and straight to your doom. Winter doling out the damage. As Drunk is only able to work from the periphery, nip at the edges of Amplify, but it's not nearly enough. And yes, folks, we have ourselves a proper game here.
Yeah, really nice bounce back here from Amplify, and towards the end it looked like Shikigami, like potentially they're trying to build up towards some ultimates, just kind of playing that corner. They get on and contest, but it's the early rally that comes through from Amplify. It puts a lot of pressure on Shikigami. They have to back up around the corner. They don't get any damage, not able to build towards any ultimates. They have to flood onto the point, and it's a cage fight plus overclock they're running into. They got nothing to work with. So really well played there by Amplify at the end.
Yeah, we've seen them actually just use the cage fight on a couple of occasions, Matt, to just catch Solo, get rid of the enemy Malga. It's just such an absurd advantage that you're given in that fight that you can just run with it.
That's how we take a look at some of the highlights. Winter continuing the really strong Sojourn play. Obviously moving over to some things like the Reaper and whatnot, but Sojourn's so good. I think you just kind of got to figure out a way to make it work. Maybe you just got to work on a little bit of like an Ashe look, right? When we see like a Samoa in that first map, it seemed to be pretty impactful, but otherwise Winter on the Sojourn really clutching up, really gave them a lot of problems on the other side.
These comps are really claustrophobic for the Sojourn at times, right? Not only like some of these flashpoints in general, kind of hard for Sojourn to have a good sight line, but look where Winter is playing here, like legitimately in the front line, because you do want to play that death ball-esque approach. Being able to benefit from the cardiac overdrive healing as a Sojourn is pretty huge, especially when that is combined with the Inspire procs that you're getting from your Brig player who's swinging the mace. Yep. In general, really brawly game though. Amplify, I was worried for them, Matt, because they had such a good start and they end up giving up that first flashpoint, but they recover beautifully.
Well, with the Sojourn as well, you're also trying to dodge the Maga Stomp, right? We see time and time again the Maga Stomp in combination with some damage. Just, nuke a player on the opposite side, but you're almost trying to get like that Sojourn dash out, and then maybe you kind of have your flanker follow up. You know, you got your Tracer on the side, and Amplify's case, a Sombra. So good bounce back here from Amplify as they even this series up. And we thought the series would be a bit of a dogfight, and looking at the stats, I mean, that is definitely as even as it gets.
Yeah, regardless, I think of where Shikigami and Amplify end up on the table at the end here, you know, of this stage 1, I do think it's going to be very close together that they end up.
But I also think these teams are going to get, you know, when we talk about like relegation and you're like, oh, well, you know, the bottom 2, they got to fight against, you know, 2 up and coming. I'm sure the up and coming teams will be great coming out of relegation, but these teams are going to get better playing against the Team Liquids, the SSGs throughout this stage, right? Because you're not only just playing them here, right? You're scrimming them, you're getting a lot of practice time in, like you're inherently going to be better.
Maybe. Some teams are funny about that. You know, I mean, some teams won't scrim others until they are beaten by them in OWCS.
Yeah.
Names, but
yeah, the elitist scrims. I know Call of Duty that's going on right now. Nobody will scrim the poor Vegas Falcons. They're trying to get a scrim. I mean, they're reaching out to me. See if I get two buddies start ringing.
Didn't that happen with that? Didn't that happen with the Vegas Eternal as well? Something about Nevada, bro.
Yeah, I mean, you know, a lot of distractions for those teams in Nevada. I mean, they got a lot going on.
Do they? What's happening in Nevada, bro?
I mean, there's I was going to say the Super Bowl, but that's in New Orleans. There's the football there. There's a lot going on.
That tunnel that you need a taxi driver to take you in.
Formula One goes there, right?
Okay.
Sometimes. Yeah. You know, I'm not into that. I just know I see everybody. Every influencer just posting pictures there at it, so it happens.
The homie Custer's a big F1 guy, so ask him, folks, if you don't know about it. He's a big F1 guy. We, of course, are 2 matches.
Pay to win sport.
It kind of is though, but I don't know. On the engineering side, it's kind of interesting, but that's another topic. I was going to say we need a podcast. We don't need to do a podcast. We don't need any more white guys in their 30s on podcasts. Actually, I think we can just move on. 2 maps down in this series. Generally, like, yeah, these 2 teams are close. So what I was trying to say is, I don't know where these 2 teams will fall. My expectation right now, Matt, is it's a mid to low table duo of rosters, especially given that we saw, you know, Avidity and Rad make fairly short work of both these teams respectively. But yes, they will get the reps, especially, you know, with these, you know, compositions that feature a lot of Malga and Hazard. Hazard not banned in that previous map, but it's not really a go-to. And it might be also the lack of Lucio that sort of made teams a little less comfortable about bringing that.
I would tend to agree, I think, in terms of like team placement, but like I was saying, like maybe you get better, like whether you get those scrims or not. But I also almost view, you know, when you're on a team like this, is like every match is almost like more tape for like a tryout for other teams, right? Like, you know, look at how good Winter's been on like the Soldier, right? Like continue this level of play against top teams, more notoriety, right? Can you kind of, you know, move up the rank in terms of teams? So like I think even for the individual players on both these teams, right, just coming out having good performances, maybe it doesn't result in the team goals for the stage, but maybe just in terms of advancing your own pro play career helps.
And we, of course, are going to be heading into the next map rather shortly, folks. Just a little bit of switches and levers that needed to be pulled in the lobby to get this one set up. Also, later on today, if you're joining us, we are going to be having Space Station versus Team Liquid in our final North American match of the week.
That one's going to be spicy.
Redemption for Caceres and the Truth.
I mean, you know, for the Twitter mentions on Team Liquid, I hope they win. I mean,
it's funny, isn't it? Like, there's just no. I don't feel too bad about it because I know they're pretty well resourced as far as OWCS teams are going. But yeah, that comes along with great expectations. You know, that's a really quality team with some very known players. I do think Space Station represent almost the antithesis to this team. It's like the really structured style of Caceres' coaching and like the really regimented versus Hunter and the boys.
The under unlimited brunch mimosas into a game type of play style, you know.
Bro, literally have Zero on camera being like, yeah, Hunter is terrible with this pick ban stuff, bro.
Team Liquid making spreadsheets and Hunter's trying to find bottomless mimosas before the game.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, all right, well, here we go. Dorado will be our 3rd map in this series. You can already see a couple of these picks coming through. I know who we're looking at if we see a Sombra in Swan, especially with the Lace Seraphim skin, but we have bands of Tracer and Juno respectively. Oh, that's very interesting. Okay. Yeah. All right. So Tracer pretty popular on this map, very much so, and also pretty annoying for the Sombra to deal with at times, especially if the Tracer is, like we saw from Zomba, checking a lot of those flank angles and making sure the Sombra can't sneak past.
Both teams also going with Hazard, which even yesterday when we, Gap, an opportunity to change, but yesterday when we saw, even with Hazard in the game, teams going over towards the Winston. So, because Winston combos so well with the Ana, where getting rid of Juno, right, you're going to see a lot of Ana Brig anyway here, right? Almost kind of like it reinforces it. But for Amplify, looks like they're going to play the Kiri Lucio here at the start.
Okay. Yeah, Ana definitely better with the higher fire rate tanks, given that there's like more to do with the damage boost. You can impart that a bit easier on your opponents.
Plen's available as well here, right? I know for Crazy Cat and Amplify with the big biotic grenades we've seen through the course of the weekend coming down from the high ground.
Winter, for whatever reason, she doesn't feel comfortable trying to get up onto one of those high ground positions. It usually requires your tank to protect you. We saw like previously, like a Winston will go and bubble that location. So like the Ashe or the Widow can sort of set up just below camera in that spot there. So that didn't work well for Winter. His Widow pick definitely needs to start connecting some shots. Otherwise, that's when Amplify, the confidence becomes a bit of an issue. Here's the spot I was talking about. So often this is backed up a little bit. Now Winter can sort of peek either side of this building and put pressure down. Solo just got caught dangling out in the open for too long.
It was a hack on the Solo. So the hack comes into Solo and then they finish him off there with Gap being able to put down some extra damage. And Solo immediately goes over to Winston. So Winston's been more of a staple here on Dorado, even with the Hazard in play. But Amplified, this is going to be a better spot for Winter to play from.
Yeah, this is a really nasty vantage point. We've seen Widows take up a setup shop here for years and years now. And again, Amplify have the Shikigami rather, only have the Genji to really go and pressure that Widow position. Tracer would do it much easier. But Gap is going to be desuited here. Ewan's sound barrier might have caught onto one or two other people for Amplify. It's hard to say, but I don't know if that's the coverage they're looking for.
It's also really difficult, right, with how spread Amplify is going to play generally with this comp, right, to get great value out of a sound barrier in this instance, where if you're playing something other than you can't even really play like an Ana Brig with this, right? Like it wouldn't really, you're playing Sombra, you're not really gonna play like Ana Brig with the Sombra. Like Shikigami's comp feels way more natural in terms of how it fits together.
Yeah, Sombra doesn't need that like healing. She's self-sufficient enough. She plays around the health packs. The EMP though, Graveyard was so low already.
Oh, no chance.
Graveyard, to some point, it's like, can I afford to stand around at like 40 HP ever? Do I need to like bio myself to make sure I always stay above a certain threshold? Because you just don't know when the Sombra's coming in. That's about as easy as it gets for Phone. She sets up a very nice fight win for Amplify.
Yeah, a good idea. The EMP is coming as well. Right, is Drunk deep behind enemy lines here. See maybe coming around the backside with a blade with no support ults on the other side could be a huge impact.
Yeah, like a pincer maybe with your Winston. Some free damage here. Jeez, I mean, Ewan is quick with it. Very quickly they are able to peel back, but unfortunately they can't save Crazy Cat, and they themselves went so low as Solo goes in. So it wasn't eventually a pincer, but it didn't require any blade. Perhaps Drunk's holding onto it for Graveyard's ultimate.
Well, Amplify is actually trying to take the high ground, which everybody's trying to do here. But Shikigami round the high ground with the Danny's overclock, and then Amplify takes a ton of damage. They back up. Drunk is coming from behind, right, putting pressure on the supports, and they just get pinched. So Amplify trying to take the high ground. Shikigami does a great job defending it. Now coming on double support ult, looking like they may be able to string some fights together.
Okay, once again, Solo goes overhead. Gap can't really spare a thought for it right now as they're trying to keep the rest of Shikigami at bay, but they are getting clapped in the front line. A huge amount. I love the blade hitter to shut down a potential remech. Solo does go down. Drunk realizing it might be a little dangerous to swing out right now, but still, blade to get the Diva. A bit more convoluted in its application, but probably worth it considering what happened to Solo previously. They'll return with a primal at least, and I like the drop down here for Regime, realizing that Drunk is the player they want contesting the car, and the rally means that they can do so with impunity. Now, Shield Bash comes in. Regime, my goodness, okay. Little three-piece.
Raid boss back on the menu. And Drunk doesn't really have to worry about the hack coming through, right? Because Phone does get a hack, but the rally able to keep Drunk alive. Then it's the push up there from Regime with a, looked like it was actually a bash that connects with two and then a quick finish. So Gap moves away from Diva, gonna play Hazard here. So looking for a little bit more kill potential, a little bit more access, fast access to that high ground.
Okay, there goes Solo again. I don't know if Gap can really afford to chase them Phone has to get out of there for whatever reason. It was a sound barrier for Ewan that does not save Crazy Cat. And now the primal for Solo. More problems here, more headaches for Amplify. Does it look like Solo? Yep, okay, they are able to get right into the back line. Winter ends up going down here. The cheeky little right clicks in great pursuit there. It takes Gap getting in between them to keep Solo off the Sombra.
Dude, this is such a good Winston map. Like, just the chaos that Solo can cause and just making it so difficult for you and Crazy Cat to even get in position to help the rest of Amplify. Let's see what you're looking at here, potentially, right? If Phone is going to go for an EMP, can you get the Nano on a Graveyard? So you do get the Nano out onto Solo early on, and that's going to allow Solo to just be in the backline picking up some kills.
It seemed like it was overkill there with the Bionade coming in as well. Solo actually ends up trading there in the end for Winter, which leaves Drunk the last player standing, but that cart ain't going anywhere right now. Gap's the only player left for Amplify, and Drunk just farming him for free ult charge.
I mean, what, you're going to gain 4 or 5 meters off of that, right? It's pretty decent there for Shikigami. You're also able to hold on to the high ground, at least for now, for Shikigami. So Danny with an overclock here in high ground, under a minute. Shikigami in a great spot to potentially get a hold here before the second checkpoint.
Yeah, Blade. We're going to have overclock again, which Danny used perfection last time. Shikigami just like avalanched onto that high ground. Regine can build a rally and make it really hard to contest the card, as Amplify will have no choice but to fight out in the open soon. Ooh, Danny, okay, looks to reposition. Don't know if that's exactly how they envisioned it going, and that's a dirty, jagged wall that keeps him out of the fight for now. Solo Regime are very low. Full disengage required here for Shikigami, but Gap isn't letting them fully get away. At some point, you've got to contest, but there's just not the healing that they need. And there's a downpour that comes out, but Danny with an overclock, always the threat. Drunk going to find Ewan at the very least, so it's a 1-for-1. There's still a DPS for Shikigami here at the ready on the card. But they're still going to respect Winter, who's popped that overclock themselves. Solo would hope to get in their way, fill that FOV up and deny any value. And that will be a stop. Amplify failed to get into the power plant.
The Primal is crazy to contest there, right? Being able to just be so disruptive on the point, knocking all types of players around. Phone gets extremely low at the hands of Danny early on. Danny not able to finish the kill off, but the damage is done, right? Phone can't really contribute that much in the fight because of the damage that she took early on. Winter ends up with an overclock towards the end, but you know, a Primal Winston right in her face. Not much you can do there. So that's where the offense stops for Amplify.
Still, it's a dogfight. This map has been extremely back and forth. But one has to wonder why Amplify have just not preferred to go in the direction of that Winston composition. It's just, this is a hard map to attack in general. You know, let alone against a good defensive Winston comp with cycling cooldowns off that high ground constantly. Graveyard hitting these nice bios to back Solo's nano, you know, rather a nanoed Solo going in and then just recycling into Primal. The Winston can do some pretty unbelievable things on this map if you let them get away with it.
And we saw that a lot, right? Solo, whether it be with the benefits of the Nano or not, Primal or not, just giving a lot of trouble to Ewan and Crazy Cat, right? You're not playing like a brick setup that could end up, you know, putting down some significant damage on the tank, also kind of try and protect the Ana and that type of shell. So what, you're relying on like a Lucio boop, and then if the Crazy Cat doesn't have the TP or a cleanse, no way to kind of keep each other up. So TP to the high ground. This you're going to be able to get the Ana up here, get up with a nice sightline.
Yeah, it allows you to contest the high ground now against the hazard, as opposed to having to sit low and the Winston to drop down for healing. They can actually stay up there in theory. Solo opts not to do that because they don't want to expose themselves probably to Winter for too long, but you know, I love that protocol, and it's tough now for Amplify actually to dig the supports out of that position without taking a massive risk in doing so. Danny's back on the Widow. I love this. I really do think Shikigami understand how they get off to a good start on this kind of map.
I mean, Gap gets hit with a bio, right? And you can't really do anything at that point. And then everybody else has to funnel out. You don't have a cleanse there. So you lose your tank, you lose the hazard, and then everything kind of falls apart. No pressure on Danny there as well. Can definitely, outrange the Soldier, and then the cart will move rather early here into Amplify territory. Shikigami off to a good start.
Yeah, I mean, Shikigami obviously a tracer band away. That definitely changes some of their options, but the Genji play from Drunk has been good. And Danny can flex across to whatever hit scan is required, apparently. We need another kill here for the Widow. Really push this Bill through. Yeah, that's the head. Good job. Danny's like,
nice.
How's the view model look from here? That's brutal. What a sleep followed up on there by the crew.
it just doesn't seem that Amplify has the amount of healing, Mitch, right? Like, Gap gets really low at times, very difficult to get him healed all the way back up, and then now you're just kind of dwindling down over time. This is going to be crazy. Guy using the Kitsune Rush. This is going to be able to keep everybody up, but it's going to be a rally from Regime that comes in late.
That dive is pretty good. Solo, oddly enough, spent most of the time with that Nano trying to kill Gap.
Yeah.
And only later sort of went to dive into the backline there, so maybe a little bit of a waste. I don't really think you want to be trying to drag the Hazard down there.
And that's, yeah, Hazard's not really the main target, right? If you can get the Hazard low, like try and finish him off, but not kind of just using the Nano to stand there and just tickle him down.
Yeah.
Quite huge win there for Amplify, man.
I can't tell what the plan is there for Solo. It could be like they just, you know, like jump pack cooldown is relevant. Maybe they were worried that Gap was, you know, they're almost just trying to stop Gap from pushing their backline, but a bit of a head scratch for me. Here goes Solo anyway. They have Primal. They can cycle into that pretty comfortable. Ah, yes, the classic. The classic. Downpour.
Pause Reno.
Pause the game. Downpour.
Yeah, it looks like also, it looks like a sound barrier's in the process of coming in as well. This could be the first, like, elongated Ajax. Like, you know, we've never seen.
The Ajax that stopped time.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know,
tactical timeout assisted Ajax.
It is a bit scary actually, because like you're in lobby. Obviously, when you're in a pause game, you can't do anything. Like your FOVs, like you can't look at anything else. Like you cannot do that. But you are like, if you're in midair right now trying to drop a beat, and everyone's looking at you like, I think he's trying to drop a beat, guys.
Hey, look at that guy over there.
That is a little bit scary. But again, sometimes pauses can be triggered by people disconnecting from the lobby, or automatically they can be triggered. That was at least the case on the tournament realm build, so I'm not sure here. We're on live, of course. So I'm not...
You're on the internet. Things happen when you're gaming, right? You know, you get DC. You know, it's a lot can go wrong.
Yeah, so we'll wait on some confirmation from our League Ops on the reason for the pause, and give you guys a bit of a timeline on when we should expect to come back in. But in general,
pretty big.
I am a little concerned about this attack side comp, Matt, with the Winston now. Really? After like that fight kind of falls flat.
I mean, they looked good, and they were very close to taking the point. I think the thing you worry about is you use double support ult there and you don't end up taking it, right? Sound barrier is going to come in from Ewan whenever we kind of get back into things with a downpour as well. But I actually thought the comp looked fine, to be honest. I think it's like just a lot harder to keep the Hazard up in this type of situation.
I've been informed that there has been a pause due to a ping spike.
Ping spike. Okay. I mean, look.
I mean, again, like if you have an elongated period of time with like high latency, I think that's fine. I think, but per the rules, you are given 5 minutes to stabilize or to get your ping stabilized. So I think it was Winter. She had some latency issues. So yeah, per the rules, you have some time to sort of sort that out. Again, like you are playing pretty high stakes online, so fair enough. Looks like that.
Yeah, I mean, these matches are really important.
Yes, I think it's been remediated pretty quickly though. So we're going to be back into the game. The Gremlins have been worked out of the system, and off we go. Here's that sound barrier. Yes, classic. It's a Sleek Dark catching on a Gap here. Hold the phone. There might be something in this fight. Solo just needs to. Well, never mind. I was going to say they need to stay alive. That seems.
Solo takes 32 railgun shots to the face.
Yes, I mean that is the thing. I mean, Winston is just as susceptible as Malga is to just getting farmed with those railgun shots. So that's a primal rage that goes for not a whole lot, and it's only a blade that you can really rely on here. Again, this is where it gets tough for Widow. You talked about that like bridge spot being really good map, but it is one that you can play out of LOS style pretty well if you're aware of it as defenders.
Well, I was going to say, I still actually feel pretty good about the Shikigami comp. I think the one thing that you could have potentially swapped was the Widow, and they do, right? The Widow is so feast or famine with less than a minute to go, right? And pretty easy dive target. You'd rather just get in a position where you can actually help Drunk, but this is going to be an EMP. Comes in early from Phone. Really nice decision there, taking the fight to Shikigami, and they were not ready. Drunk's okay, they're going to get back.
Okay. Drunk there, hit with the virus. Oh, okay, excuse me, the blade. Okay, Drunk.
I love it.
I guess you have a brand to keep up.
Rush on the other side. Okay, so you get out rush. You force the rush. It's all right.
Well,
yeah, maybe not.
That was a moment of all time. Okay, that was the ultimate that Shikigami were sort of banking on a little bit. They've got to fight here if they can touch. they can. Drunk's going to get there. Look at it redeem themselves now with a nano boost given to the Genji. Okay. What can Drunk do with this? Stay alive, I think, is probably an acceptable outcome in circumstances such as these. As Shikigami are fighting to stay in this map in general. They had such a good start, but it's just petered out a little bit, hasn't it? Rally here for Regime. The time is good for these ultimates to come up, but Graveyard cannot be kept standing. Winter, far too consistent with those rail shots. Still, it looks like Shikigami are in this. You and Ops not to beat, feeling that it wouldn't change the outcome.
They played that one down to the wire. Drunk ends up I mean, look, the Kitsune that they actually get out from Drunk using the blade in the 1v2 is quite massive, right? It's just with how the clock was looking, you were just wondering, can they actually get back and get a touch? That's what you were worried about. And then they have the double support, all right, the nano just to keep the Genji alive, the rally kind of pushed them over the top in the end. Shikigami barely gets by.
Okay, but now, honestly, 2 minutes to push. They don't even have to finish this part of the map. So it's definitely on the table, especially if they can snowball a good first fight here. However, Matt, if they don't, they can get stuck. Gap does go down. EMP came out. No, rather, it was just a hack there from Foam by the looks of things. Solo and Gap are traded out here. Winter's going to keep them at bay, I think, with this railgun. And Foam's EMP ultimately allows for the pickup on Drunk. Regime can't do anything to help, stuck on the low ground. Danny on the Sombra. And I think this is going to peter out again for Shikigami.
It was Danny's EMP that went off there for Shikigami as Amplify tried to push in with the sound barrier and didn't really make a huge impact. But this kind of still is rolling here where Solo can try and play for this high ground. They get a hack on the Gap and he actually gets with the bio. They got to try and keep him up and they're not able to.
There's just no way. I guess the Susu just wasn't an option for them. Maybe the bubble was in the way. Solo maybe shutting it down. Here's a nano boost though for the Winston. Where are we looking ahead? No need to overcommit here and risk dying. But again, being able to get an extra kill onto a backline, it could be huge. Shikigami have put this game now in a one-fight situation. But there are, once again, going to be rising and falling on the edge of the Dragon Blade.
I think you probably have two fights here. I mean, yeah, it would be really tight, but I think you have maybe another fight here potentially. So Kitsune Rush here from Crazy Head up on the high ground. It's going to put Winter in a great spot.
It's just for healing and for Winter's cooldowns being rotated, I think. Gap drops down again, hit with the bio. Dangerous times. Call for a Dragon Blade. Drunk's able to find you, excuse me, and Phone at that. It was that Genji damage that went a long way. But where are the rest of Shikigami? To the high ground, Drunk goes, knowing they still need to push up, but that's beautiful. I would say Drunk has redeemed himself entirely. Beautifully done by Shikigami. An important map win.
Yeah, absolutely. Drunk kind of going off there with the Genji at the end. Winter trying to rotate out. He does a great job dashing, finishing off Winter, and then making the way back to the point. Is not clean, not easy, but it's still a win.
Honestly, it's a fun map. It's really good.
That was fun. Yeah,
I see the Winston comp played throughout. I was sort of wondering, like, I wonder what the Winston comp versus the Hazard one looks like. I was kind of hoping to see like Anna Brigg versus like Lucio Kiriko, like Hazard, and we ended up getting that. I do think that like there's a reason why Hazard is such a strong setup, but on this map specifically, it's easy to see why the Winston is so good. And the Nano like has so many good candidates, of course, between either the Genji or the Winston, as we tended to see. Even the Brig.
Like if they're diving pretty strong, I mean, you nano the Brig, yeah,
a ton of options. Again, like it's gameplay that I feel for Winter. She's again just delivering consistent excellence on the Sojourn across the course of this game. And we've also seen some highly impactful Sombra play. His EMPs are good. This was like one of those last fights where we started to see Shiki slow down. Graveyard and Regine, though, are emerging as a bit of a nasty support duo. Maybe the next Vega and Rupal here in NA. Those bios were beautiful. They're working the Anna Brig comp to perfection. Shikigami here, now one map away from their first series win in OWCS Stage 1.
I'm glad you mentioned that the bio grenades, we see it specifically at the end where the bio, it's like a two-player bio, comes in huge, able to help Drunk finish those players off, where, I mean, that's why Anna's really strong. And when you're running the D.Va, right, they're running the D.Va a little bit earlier, that also helps eating some of the bios, but with Hazard, nothing there to stop those Anna grenades from coming in.
Yeah, and sometimes Hazard, you know, if he doesn't really have the jagged wall, doesn't have a great way of pulling the Winston off his teammates. It's an issue with dive tanks, right? They aren't historically great at peel, with the exception of D.Va, but she ends up falling a little bit in the middle of the road in terms of how good she is at diving and how effective she is when sort of starting those fights off. We saw some, pretty tight situations, like close 1v1 scenarios. I think, Drunk going for the blade there in a 1 versus 2 kind of was fair enough. They end up getting rid of a Sombra, but I don't know if they expect the Kiriko to turn up.
Too many rewatches of the EQO Rialto play. Got drunk like, hey, I've seen this before. Watch this. Everybody imitating their favorite, former Owl player. Yes, we saw some, Viola Lucio shenanigans today. An EQO Rialto attempt.
Yeah, exactly. We need to keep throwing it back. We need to add a Nene graph to the list. Maybe like a Fisher Winston juggle, and we'll be happy.
Like, the blade looked insane, but also the fact that they used the rush. I believe it was just Drunk and Solo alive. Like, they end up using the rush, and that actually ends up being massive in the end, right? They're able to actually get back over towards the card. They have the extra support ults. They needed to get the win there.
As I hoped, we're getting a fun series from these teams. They are, and again, at this point now in NA, there's like been a full year of OWCS play where these teams that were coming up through open qualifiers, through Swiss, were having their first opportunities to take on like many of the very best players of yesteryear and those that are holdovers from, the era of the league, and a lot of those like young up and comers that didn't quite get to peak in those last couple of years of our, I want to use like King and Sugar Free as examples of like sick players, and who didn't really get, we just needed an extra year in our to really show off what they can do. Now, of course, they're very respected. And these two teams, again, they will have opportunities for the rest of this stage, and of course chances to re-qualify to previous stages if and only if, of course, they fall out through relegation. Again, you've just got to get above top, you got to get above bottom 2 in this group to stay
Overwatch,
in OWCS.
Like how you mentioned some of these players not the best showing in the league and whatnot in the past, right? And maybe some rough go yet last year. As we see actually Shikigami get rid of the Sombra, so we'll see how Phone adjusts to that. But Overwatch is such like a team-oriented game, right? Like, think about how many players we've seen on like bad teams, then all of a sudden they get a good team like around them, and they look like it's like night and day, right? Just the level of play from some players that we've seen just historically, right? So I don't think you can like kind of even judge like individual player performance in a lot of these games, right? I think you're really looking at, obviously, these players are extremely skilled. I think some of these players, they know who the kind of hidden gems are on other teams, right? It's just, it really comes down to that teamwork at the end.
We're starting to figure out who those are as well. That's kind of the point of OWCS and it being fully open. So we actually are going to get Hazard from Shikigami into the Mauga from Amplify. So we are going to see Gap on this pick. It was Shikigami who or at least looked more reluctant to play the Hazard earlier on in the series. But they have what I would call a very standard composition. Both sides, of course, for Lucio Kiri. It's D for being banned, so I think Amplify just wanted to give themselves the opportunity to play Mauga here and give them as much option as possible. Phone on the Genji now.
We saw some Venture Genji at the beginning of the series as well in these Mauga comps, so potentially Regime going for a wall ride there, maybe trying to flank with Drunk and just get split off there, and then no way to get any type of help. So 2 players fall for Shikigami right off the rip. Pretty bad start.
It's a little hard to see what the plan is for the 2 of those players there, for Drunk and Regime. The play slows down, in fact, as neither Gap or Solo wanted to fight each other in that moment. And all of the action was really happening on that flank, but from Phone's perspective, it looked like she was very comfortable, just almost lazily, helping pick up those 2 kills and putting Amplify at an early lead.
It seemed like they were wrapping fast to actually get like an off angle to be able to fight from, and then just maybe Regime just pushed a little bit too far. Didn't think there was a player around the corner that close and ended up falling.
Yeah, losing the 2v2 though I think is pretty bad. There's going to be a lot of situations like that where you have like a Genji, Lucio grouped up there trying to control a flank. Careful, this is very, very dangerous here. Winter and Ewan both went very low just then, and Drunk tried to capitalize. That's good opportunism, I'd say. Gap also wants to back up and start to abuse his high ground now that the bot has been able to get through. Presumably, Phone and Ewan are trying to keep shoving the bot forward if they can. Shikigami have to contest here, otherwise they put themselves in weaker and weaker territory now as they're fighting against this bridge disadvantage. Here's the... Okay, the Katsuna Rush here on the bridge itself. So Shikigami saying if you stand here, you're going to be at just a massive numerical disadvantage. But Solo almost got burst down. Could be from Regime, but they need to actually heal. They need to heal the Hazard. If they don't, then the beat just prolongs the inevitable.
even with the sound barrier, as Solo just gets deleted there. As I know the Kitsune Rush buys them a little bit of space, and then they end up losing their tank anyway after investing pretty heavily for Shikigami there. But for Shiki, you do end up having Drunk's Blade. We'll see if he can be pretty impactful, right? No support ult on the other side.
The body's not here is half the issue. Oh, I tell you what, if anyone from Amplify just went, they would have had a free checkpoint.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Eventually.
Here's a play for Drunk. Gonna go for it now. Pressure is on. Downpour, of course, helping to set up much of that. Drunk's gonna exit with 2 kills, and Yui will eventually be able to punish them, but Shikigami here, despite that advantage, Malga's still an issue. Even though they're ahead in numbers, they don't have a simple way to take them out of the equation. Fortunately for them, Gap opts to back it up.
It feels like Shikigami, for basically the first 4 minutes, just been like throwing bodies at the bot and just, trading kills, right? There really hasn't been like a let's get together, combo some of these ultimates, get up and fight. Where now maybe they can actually, they're getting the bot in their favor, but it's going to be difficult to push into this high ground.
All right, cage fight just to catch Solo. Seen this one happen a few times. It's a classic out of the Amplify playbook.
I think they got to go to Maga. I think Shikigami's got to make the change, right? They made it in map number 1, right? They tried to play, whether it was like the Queen. They're going to have to make a swap. So I actually like this decision.
Why
Putting Solo on the Maga.
The hazard comp is weaker here.
I don't know if it's necessarily weaker. I think just the way that their Amplify is playing around this Maga, it's been really strong. Being able to kind of capture Solo with the cage fight. Constantly, he's getting pelted with overclock and railgun shots, and they're just having a really tough time just healing him up.
Malga Mirror, it is. Solo with the switch up. Kitsune Rush here available for both sides, and it is going to be used a crossroads, if you will, in this fight. And Crazy Cat of Winter flattened so early on. Amplify clearly not able to get Winter in a position to succeed. And that's pretty impressive if you're able to match ultimates in that way and still come out on top. It was just Kitsune Rushes for both sides.
This feels like, though, where Shikigami has to get something going on offense. You essentially just hold here on D, get it back towards that middle of the map. You have to kind of start to get some progress deeper into Amplify territory. You're going to be able to get Danny set up here on the high ground, but actually with those forward spawns, they actually get right around.
The Solo again gets a beat when they're low map, but they need to be healed once more. This time, you can see the white health bar is going up. That is good. Phone also getting picked off there. Inexplicably, apparently, by Danny is huge, but Regime had to use that sound barrier to save Solo. Amplify get to use it to actually start a fight with. That's the difference between offensive and defensive beats.
Well, Phone uses the blade really early, and that's the sound barrier that comes in from Regime and Shikigami, but she doesn't push in with it. They just kind of get that beat out, and then they get a later beat and they come on through, and even though they lose Phone, they're still able to hold on.
Another cage fight build up for Gap already. They're going to pop it straight away, but Solo had the same idea. I saw that Suzu go down on Solo, keeps him alive for just long enough, apparently, and the cages fall down, as do the entirety of Amplify.
So now you're going to start to keep it going here for Shikigami into Amplify territory, and this actually looks pretty good, Mitch. You get checkpoint here, double support ult plus blade. You're in a really good spot to potentially take the lead, right? You're going to get checkpoint off of this. I wonder if Amplify tries to take a fight here, force one over by the checkpoint, just to get some of these ults out and then give themselves a chance to hold.
But they're going to play into the bridge position. They have to take it themselves. I like this adjustment. It takes some time, though. They have to touch the cart. They have to drop down to stop the checkpoint from coming in. Okay, Amplify taking advantage, but it takes so long to maneuver themselves onto the bridge itself that not only do they give up the checkpoint, Shikigami have time here to pivot off this sound barrier into a fight. Winter goes low from Drunk slashes, and Danny has the railgun just to finish them off pretty easily. So now we are relatively even. Kitsune Rush now used. Credit to Shikigami. They really ration those 2 support ultimates out over this fight, and the sound barrier is not enough to save Gap. I think Amplify are in deep trouble.
Absolutely. Gap was extremely low. Sound barrier comes in. Graveyard ends up using that Kitsune Rush. You get Solo back off of the spawn. And they really committed, right? You end up losing Solo first. You use Drunk's blade. Danny picks up a kill, right? And that turns the tide, and that gives them the lead.
That is massive. 3 minutes left in the game. I think Danny has been ridiculous on the Sojo in the last couple of fights. Regime is getting a lot of kill credit when these cages come down, but Shikigami, it's a wonder why they tried to go for the hazard setup in the first place. They look to be the better Malga comp. It's pretty hard, I think, to dispute that at this stage. But a lot of the momentum is coming from the engine room of Danny. Another railgun headshot onto Kiriko. Feels like a natural predator in this meta. And Amplify being stuffed back once they came.
It also feels like that the switch of the tank changed the sides on map number 1 as well, right? That's where Shikigami started to find their best footing. They moved away from the hazard.
Oh, I love this pressure. Look at this from Drunk. Straight away looking at Winter, going after the Soj. The deflect there just catching you, and I just don't think you expect to die to that if you're a Lucio. Phone's blade comes out a little later, but immediately Drunk realizes they've got to close the gap on Winter and pressure them down whilst they're using that overclock, and so the Sojourn gets no value. When you're switching to Widow and Spawn, you know things are dire.
Yeah, it's brutal. I mean, Solo actually jumped a cage fight in front of the spawn as well. It's a crazy guy using the Kitsune Rush just to get out. That last fight, I also want to shout out Regime actually boops Winter back up towards Drunk, allowing him to finish that kill off. And I think they're going to be able to finally get a hold here, Amplify, but you're getting a hold in front of your spawn door under 2 minutes to go. But when you had like a 63-meter lead to 0 at the start of the game, Shikigami just ran it down.
Yeah, and it cost... Look, I know Shikigami used some ultimates there, Matt, but it cost Amplify the Kitsune Rush to stay in the game. That is devastating. Something that also would be massive now that Phone has switched over towards the Reaper, someone who makes use of that haste buff probably better than any other DPS. Here's the cage fight from Gab, but it's used defensively. Sound barrier at least, though, is going to affect all of them. And that window is used by Amplify at least to drag Graveyard down, but Gab just needed the healing. There's not a lot of burst on this composition, and so Drunk is going to exploit the fact by cutting through them. The hot knife through butter, folks. Shikigami will have that bot headed the other way in no time.
And that's a fight you're supposed to win with the comp that Amplify has, right? You end up having the sound barrier go off, you have the Reaper inside the cage fight, and Shikigami just has that Kitsune Rush rolling. That's when you're supposed to win, but they just hang around long enough, Shikigami, to feel comfortable dropping the sound barrier and then the blade. And man, for Amplify, that's a brutal one to lose. You don't get any progress. It actually just kind of sits here deeper in your territory.
And now you just heal Drunk if you can, who's trying to contest. Graveyard, just keep that M1 held down. Farm up another ultimate. Shikigami sit here on the high ground, and there's a feeling of inexorability about this. I mean, we've seen this we saw this in the 2023 Grand Final. Once this position was taken up, it's just impossible to get back. We'll see what Amplify can do, but they are playing from a real positional disadvantage. Drunk there. Okay, then what the plan was, big stomp. That is a massive stomp, and still it's not enough because both supports are down for Amplify here. Gap also about to run out of overdrive. Phone found 2. It looks like they were able to make use of that Kitsune Rush very effectively, even in the absence of Crazy Cat. They've been picked off, but now who's going to heal you up? The longer fight you lose out in. Gap will eventually succumb. There is just the Sojourn of Winter remaining up against 2, and that'll be that. No chance to properly touch, and Shikigami will close out the series. Switching to Malga, all of a sudden, looking vastly improved on Esperança.
Yeah, that fight just gets extended for a little bit long because the stomp comes through from Solo. It's really nice, takes out Crazy Cat, but Crazy Cat, fortunately for Amplify, gets the Kitsune Rush down in time, so they have the benefit of it. Allows Phone and Gap to come up with some kills, but not enough in the end.
Yeah, I mean, throughout the majority of the series, I had my eye on Winter. I think Winter already yesterday in their opening match had a phenomenal performance on that Sojourn, but as the series went on, it started to get loud in the DPS department on the other side as well. I think Danny and Drunk definitely redeemed themselves from the earlier stages of this one. However, stars of the show in my book is gotta be the backline for Shikigami. Regime and Graveyard, really impressive and very versatile too.
Yeah, they're a really tidy backline. Been very, very good, and there are a couple of fights, especially on Esperança, so where they really layer, they avoid layering their support ultimates. Rather, they ration them beautifully. I think they have a pretty good sense for, when they may be overcommitting support ultimates, as opposed to when they, absolutely have to double down on them. The Danny Sojourn also, I'm not gonna lie, that was kind of popping off. Drunk definitely had some moments. They definitely feel to me like a play with a very high ceiling, but there's some pretty wild moments in there, things that you don't expect, but. We've seen convention broken a couple of times by famous DPS individuals in the past, and we use the EQO situation as an example. Thought they had a great series as well.
You saw a lot of flexibility from Shikigami as well, right? Just playing all different types of comps in terms of like tank, DPS, but the support line extremely strong here today, right? Regime and Graveyard had a really fantastic day, especially when a lot of pressure was coming down on the Solo, right? The Solo's health bar, that was looking scary for a lot of the match.
Absolutely. I think both teams, Amplify yesterday as well, showed us a lot of different heroes, a lot of different looks, which again leads us to the hero bans. I think it's great that this kind of system forces it out of the teams. We don't just get the same over and over and over again. Like, they really need to adapt, and it's on full display in those matches.
Yes, it's interesting. We're actually seeing like the targeted DPS ban happen in like the last map or the decider map. That's happened a couple of times. I think we saw it in like the Nightmare game as well yesterday. They tried to target Zero up only at the end of the series. There were a lot of supports targeted though. I think over the course of this in terms of bans here, like we're looking like very closely, like Lucio, Kiriko, Juno. Those three are getting banned out. Almost every series.
Okay, let's see who we got for player of the match. Drunk.
Yeah, came through with some really nice Genji play. Blades were pretty clutch. There was that one that we were screaming about, but it ended up actually being pretty good, getting the Kitsune Rush out. So really strong play from the Flex DPS here in Shikigami.
Yeah, I think there were like maps where like Tracer was even banned out. Do you know what I mean? So like situations where like Drunk has to go over towards the Genji. I don't think they're a player that's going to be too bothered. They're not a venture player as far as we can tell. Like they haven't sort of felt the need to go in that direction. But either Genji or Tracer, Drunk's able to have great value. I actually feel like I prefer to see them on the Genji than the Tracer. Obviously some maps require it, but yeah, really solid showing. I think it can be really hard against the Brig comps. We ended up getting that Dorado map where it was like Ana Brig, and the way that you need to play drastically changes as Genji. I think Drunk navigated that perfectly.
Speaking of backlines and Anna Briggs, we do have Graveyard joining us now. Graveyard, congratulations on the dub and on the first week of play. We just praised the backline from your team. It's been a very, very solid performance. Was there anything from the loss yesterday that was helpful coming into today's match for you and the team?
Loss yesterday it was pretty bad, but I think we wanted to aim to start playing more less Hazard, because yesterday on the Hazard we felt like really uncomfortable and just it wasn't working, so we were focusing to play as little Hazard as we could today, and I think it worked out pretty well.
We noticed a lot of Mauga play. Do you feel like moving away from Hazard, is it just like something that suits your team better, or do you think this is where the meta potentially could go?
I think it's more of a team suiting thing. I think Hazard's still like the optimal way to play, if you want to put it that way, but we just can never get the Hazard comp to work, no matter what rosters, heroes. It just never really fit, so I think we're just gonna like stick away from that.
I think like coming to this game, it was pretty hard for us to call because, you guys had a really rough start against that, that Rad Esports lineup. Where do you feel like, after, 7 games, Shikigami sort of sits? Because you have to fight pretty hard to get through the qualification. There's some quality teams here, but also we know there's like a ton of upset potential, both from a team like yours and elsewhere in the bracket. So out of 8 teams, where would you put yourself at the end of this stage if you could see the future?
Likely, I think we're going to get about 6. The goal is playoffs, right? You always want to make playoffs, avoid the relegation matches would be really nice. I think like the most winnable game was Avidity, because I think like, we both just 3-1 Amplify, so statistically you could say like we're around the same level, and even just looking at it on paper. So I feel like a lot of the other like the kind of big 4 like Timeless, Space Station, Nightmare, and Liquid will be really hard to beat, but I think we can get around 6.
Yeah, there's plenty of room for you there in the rest of the playoffs, that's for sure.
Indeed. Well, it is a round robin, so you have to face off against each and every team we have in the competition. It's been a joy watching you play today, so once again, congratulations to you and the team, and we can't wait to see more of you next week.
Thank you.
Graveyard, one part of the solid DPS duo we have for Shikigami. Timeless, in fact, their next opponent. So interesting.
Yeah, curious why we got a hum from Mitch. Yeah, well, what are you humming about?
What's going on?
We want to watch this team really closely because I do think that, like, with the exception of any big patches coming up soon, you probably want to get a good Hazard comp nailed down. I think it's fine against the quote-unquote big 4 if you want to play something different, especially like try and slant things in your advantage. And now in a hero ban era, you can do that much easier. But there will be situations where you can't set the scene to like play an off-meta composition, and you might just have to mirror. We've talked about like, do we think this Mauga comp is better than the Hazard one? I even asked Matt that question right on Esperança. It really comes down to the team's comfort with it. But if we're dealing with like a top 4 team on the Hazard comp, against Shikigami, maybe having to play Mauga into it, that could end pretty badly.
And you can only ban him once, right? So it's
yes.
Yeah.
And there's not really a lot of other things you can like target ban to get Hazard out of the way, right? Like you ban a Lucio, right? They just end up playing like Rico with like Judo or something along those lines, right? Like, so you can just play the support line, whatever. I actually think of the opposite, Mitch. I actually don't really think they need to figure out Hazard. Like, if you're looking at the standings and you're looking to like, hey, they want to end up like 6th, right? Like, you got to get like, you got to beat Avidity, you probably got to beat like one more team, right? Like, you can figure out a way to make that Maga work. It's not like all those teams at the top have this like world-class Hazard type of look.
I mean, I'm looking at who they have coming up.
You need 3 wins. You need 3 wins, I think, to be safe.
That's super doable though, if you're looking at the field, because the next one is going to be Timeless, and just pop that one up. And then after that, Team Liquid, if they are what we think they are after just one match, which really doesn't tell us that much, then that could
no way
be
they
a
stay that
victory.
bad. They are literally they are stuffing money up people's nostrils on that team, like relatively speaking.
love
There's no way
that for
they're
all
not
of
allowed
us.
to stay bad. It's just not possible. If I look at the other teams remaining,
Nightmare, Avidity,
You gotta find one upset. You
have to find an upset. Yeah. And it is doable. But again, once you make playoffs, right? If you're Shikigami, your next question is what next? Now we have to push out. There has to be a new goal. What do we need to make top 4 now, top 5? Like you don't just go through OWCS for 4 stages or for 2 stages.
Yeah, but surely by then there's a nerf on Hazard and everything's okay.
Maybe, but I thought that if it was going to be a
Thank you
major
for the
nerf to
meta.
Hazard, it would have happened in that last patch. So I'm very curious to see how the Balance team is going to treat that hero.
I'm also very curious to see what Team Liquid has in store for us, as they have to go up against SSG. It doesn't get any easier for them. Let's see if they can redeem themselves and change all of our opinions after that first showing, which was a little rough. We'll find out very soon after this quick break, so don't go anywhere.
They were very ungood.
To OWCS by joining Faceit League. Gain competitive experience in weekly Faceit League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/s4.
change your side. Someday, at my day, I will change my life. People, it doesn't matter where you go. Don't stop for me. People, this is the place where I follow. Here
just one series away from wrapping week 1 of the OWCS 2025 opening weekend. But before we start digging into all things SSG and Team Liquid, I quickly want to chat about the Chinese OWCS circuit, because we've got the one and only Chinese Overwatch historian joining us today. Kenobi, how are you doing? It's great to see you again.
How are you doing, Zoe? It's great to be back.
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for asking. Even better now that I have you with me and I get to pick your brain about all things Chinese Overwatch, because we just got very recently, we got 2 teams announcing their rosters for it, and it features like legendary players, of course, like, you know, Dia, Gushue, Leaf, Shy. Some happy tears from your side. How excited are you?
Yeah, I mean, seeing Dia is great to be back. I've loved Dia ever since, you know, winning that first game, I think, on LA Valiant, and like had to take so many times to win, going back to that Shanghai time. Has a kid now, which makes me feel a lot more mortal, more so than anything. But I think that looking at the Chinese region and how it is, we have a lot of these Chinese players who are those big names that we remember from like Overwatch League and from the Chinese region. But since the game hasn't really been available to play in China, we haven't had that new crop of talent yet. And while I'm very excited that the Chinese region is going to be back to see those big names that we all know and love, I'm more excited that's going to give an avenue for some of those lesser known players from the Chinese region to come in to the forefront and start making things happen, because I think it's a region that has a lot of talent, still loves the game, and even with these rosters that we have, a lot of those players that we know, I'm more excited for what's going to be happening in like the lower middle class to see like what we're going to be getting in terms of those players that are really going to come to the forefront of the Chinese region.
The lower middle class, Kenobi, the man of the people. How do you think those players will stack up, and those teams will stack up against the rest of the world, given that we haven't gotten that much competition over in Chinese Overwatch?
Yeah, I think that, well, I love this team, this once again team that had like that miracle run at the end of OWL, like reverse sweeping the Boston Uprising, reverse sweeping the Atlanta Reign. They're getting older, and I think they are getting to the point a lot of the time where I'm seeing that they're getting older in esports terms, I guess. But the fact is that I think that the other regions are catching up, and they've fallen behind a little bit, obviously because they have that issue where the game hasn't necessarily been available to them to play. They're not scrimming the same way as a lot of the other regions are, but I still think they can make some noise. If they lotto into a meta where it's like Doomfist or Winston, and then you have like DPS that are very prevalent, Shy and Leave and Gusha can still make a lot of things happen, right? They're still very talented players, but I think that comparing to the rest of the regions, they're probably going to be on the weaker side. I think the 2 teams that end up going to that major probably going to be, I think the home buff is going to be great. I think that's going to be the one thing, is when the first LAN happens in China, I think it's going to be fantastic for those, you know, fans to be able to see their teams live there in person. But I think we'll probably see once again, or whatever they end up being when they make their team official, and then probably another team that has a mix of like some Korean imports and some very good Chinese talent on alongside them, I think.
I love that you're bringing out the home buff there, because quite frankly, Chinese Overwatch fans go hard, so that support is going to go a long way. Let's actually take a look at their potential competition for this first LAN events, looking at our NA region and all the teams in it. Yeah, what are your thoughts so far on what we've seen, the level of competition here in the NA region?
A lot of Ajaxes, I've noticed, at least coming out through. Not even just in general. I think there's been a lot of Ajaxes. Observers have done a really good job tracking it as well. I think a lot of people kind of look to that bottom team. Avro mentioned it earlier. Team Liquid kind of sitting at 0-1. That 3-0 loss, alarming to Timeless. Timeless, I think, is a very good team though, and this would be the matchup between Space Station Gaming and Team Liquid, where I think everyone on the calendar circled this one with like a big red circle. It's like, this is the matchup we're looking for. But now it feels like there's a lot more pressure on Team Liquid, because you lost 3-0, lost in a very bad way, and you have a very talented roster that it feels like should be performing a little bit better, but you know, let's relax a little bit. They're very talented. If they perform well against SSG, I think we can, like, you know, just chalk that one away, go back for another time, and then we can really, you know, get back to seeing some good NA Overwatch.
No one remembers day one of a season competition. Like, it's fine. Let's hone in on the individuals there, because as you said, there is so much talent on both sides. So which are the particular players that you're keeping an eye out for?
So Marie, you got there in the end, I think. I think it worked. I understood at least. So.
Good, perfect.
I think that there are 2 players that their journeys are kind of started the same in Tree and Sugar Free. they both started very young, and like these players who were extremely dynamic, extremely talented off the bat. I think I remember Sugar Free started at like 13, and then Tree broke his record as the youngest starting player in like NA contenders. But these are two players that when they started, oh yeah, okay, there we go. Thank you. Look at production already getting this done for me. You guys are so awesome. I think that this is when we had these two players start, there was a lot of talk about kind of making age restrictions go away. That's how good they were, right? Like Tree went to college at 15, completing his GED because collegiate was a way that he could get more experience playing. And then Sugar Free unfortunately never got that opportunity, took a little bit of a break after Atlanta Academy, then comes back into the Overwatch League, plays phenomenal, right? Kind of always shown what we knew about this player in terms of Sugar Free. And in terms of Tree, I think that the biggest thing is that this is the natural evolution for both these players, right? They started so young, they've been so dynamic throughout their entire career, even though one of them took a break. They both got here to be, I would say you could argue, the two premier DPS in the NA region, both homegrown, both very talented. You've seen them play extremely well on pretty much anything. And I think their matchup is going to be one to watch, not just for this matchup in particular, but throughout the history and throughout, you know, the rest of what we have with OWCS, because I think this is a rivalry that will continue because they are the best of the best that we have. And I think that even though me and Rich, like, we talked up Tree a lot when he was like coming into like Pro-Am, and the community kind of gave us some ish about it. But I really think that these two players rather are some of the best that NA has ever brought to the table in terms of that DPS role. And I think they're going to perform extremely well this matchup and throughout the rest of the year.
I mean, two such young prodigies, like starting your pro career at 13 years old. When I was 13, I was eating dirt and licking stones somewhere in the Swiss Alps. That's what I was.
I was making anime AMVs when I was 13, so
see, like.
I was putting Dragon Ball Z fights to Linkin Park. Like this is what I was doing when I was 13. So
you are my people. That's perfect. Let's talk about this match in particular though, because here's the thing: if Liquid ends up beating SSG, just throwing that out in the universe, maybe manifesting it, we'll have an official choke Relibrium we're gonna enter, and then transitive properties are gonna get real complicated here. What are we thinking here?
I mean, this is the best for the narrative.
This is the circle
this
of Overwatch, right?
Yeah, this is the circle of Overwatch. Like, if we have this moment where it is going to be Team Liquid who wins and like wins convincingly or something like that, then nothing really matters. It's just like a time is a flat circle, Overwatch is a flat circle. We're gonna have a bunch of people on podcasts continuing to put out power rankings, and no one's really gonna know what's happening, right? And that's, I think, what the best is gonna be, when you can have the, you know, a little bit more parity than if Liquid were just to get like 0-3 again and then they're 0-6 and then everyone's panicking. It's like, what do we do? Like, we don't know what's going on anymore.
That's why we bring in, you know, the wrinkly brains like you, and of course also our casters, to help us make it make sense. Kenobi, thank you so much for joining us. Very quickly before I let you go, where can people find you?
Just at KenobiCast on X. Whenever the Chinese stuff gets announced and whenever that happens, that's probably what I'll be tweeting most about. So go ahead and follow me there.
That's right, for all that deep Chinese Overwatch insight, and also, of course, for all your phenomenal casting, calling all heroes and challenges. Make sure to follow Kenobi. For now, though, we're going to send it over to Matt and Mitch. Where are we at with the transitive properties in your book?
I mean, you guys just need to be mask off and call it what it is. It's the circle of suck. And
okay.
It's a circle of suck. I mean, we all know. We've all been on Reddit. Come on, guys.
I still can't get over Zoe eating rocks at like what, 13 or 14. That's pretty old. Is he eat rocks?
Listen, she's a late bloomer. It's fine. A lot of us gamers were, except for you, Matt.
What were you doing?
Oh, probably reading a fantasy novel and being bullied in school. If I'm honest with you, like, yeah. Listen, I was a very bookish kid. I lived in the country, a town of 12,000 people, and I was not sporty. I was not active. I was not into fishing. I was not into camping. It wasn't the best. But now I'm surrounded by people that I hate marginally less, casting Overwatch, Matt. So like, I'm really pleased. I'm really pleased.
That's good. I'm glad, you know, as I developed from the bully into a friend, that you hate me less now.
Dude, I knew when I first met you, I had you pegged. I'm like,
that's
you
not true.
were 100% that guy.
No,
you were 100% my tormentor in 4th grade. Yeah.
I just like to have some fun. You
That's
know?
crazy. And why
sometimes.
people are like, why is it was so rude to Matt all the time? I think you're starting to realize it. It's some like deep rooted trauma. Speaking of which, Liquid fans probably have a little bit of that latently after their first game here in OWCS. Hello, the 0-3 to Timeless. That stings.
And I think it would have been different, like, if the series was close, right? But the 3-0 is, like, so jarring when you look at it. Quite interesting here, Mitch. So it's actually a ball ban and then a sojourn ban. So the sojourn ban here from Liquid, right? Seeker's phenomenal on that hero. And then we've seen Infected play the ball at a really high level. So pretty targeted bans here for a first map.
100%. Although I think it was actually Riker that was playing the ball against Liquid, and Infected couldn't switch, wasn't inclined to. So I don't know if Liquid mind this too much. It's gonna be the Tree Echo and Knife Tracer. We've seen this look from Liquid before. Seeker on the Cassidy though. Shrine is a great map for it in general. Plays so well to his effective range, and Seeker is again one of those will stand out. Hit scan DPS in NA.
I feel like the key here, though, is like, can Knife match Sugar Free in terms of the Tracer play, right? Sugar Free phenomenal on this hero. We saw him really come into his own towards the end of the season last year. Had a very good year overall, but towards the end, man, he was filthy. So see if you can actually match that play here.
Tree here. Obviously, these people mentioned started very young in Overwatch, still only 17. So again, still plenty of competitive years in him. And Sugar Free obviously joined his first tournament, by the way, when he was 12, which is kind of wild. He's been in Overwatch for about as long as we have, Matt. Although his age has grown up with the game. So yeah, great homegrown talent. I love that Kenobi called that out for us here. And it's a great matchup. Already, these two teams, my goodness, nobody is giving an inch here. Kellen goes pretty low on the point, and Seeker surely is looking for Tree, who stayed out of his purview for most of this game so far. And credit to CJ, he worked hard to keep Seeker alive, but these two teams feel so evenly matched here as they both lost to DPS as the sound barrier comes in from Bliss.
Tree's a lot of damage though to end up losing, but the benefit here for Liquid is you had that later sound barrier, right? Bliss uses the sound barrier a little bit earlier on. Looks like SSG will be able to kite this and then maybe come back with your orbital ray.
Oh, this is crazy. These two teams are trying to beat the crud out of each other, man. They're not giving up. Infected though is in trouble, eventually gets overwhelmed. The orbital ray is built up. What a long first fight. One that Space Station ultimately take.
That's like one of the longer first fights on a map in general we've seen. It felt like it went for 2-3 minutes, and finally, I mean, it went so long that both support ults for each team kind of came up. I mean, that's kind of wild, but SSG able to come out in the end on the back of CJ's orbital ray.
And they weren't just poking at each other, Matt. They were literally trying to strangle each other. It just went for so long. Absolutely wild. Good healing, that's for sure. Here we go once more. Tree here, duplicating the hazard. Seeker's already been taken down again. The first casualty in his second consecutive fight. Two hazards, definitely better than one here. A lot of durability and great disruption in the form of those jagged walls make it a little hard for Space Station to find a way around that. They opt to give up the point here. They did have Sugar Free up, but he chose not to contest.
That's quite huge for Team Liquid. You're able to get that point without using your orbital ray. It gives you an opportunity to use it here in this next fight. Should potentially end up giving them the point. That's actually Seeker takes a Knife there right away with a Deadeye as the orbital ray comes through.
Yeah, double downpour there as well. Both of these hazards have been in lockstep in terms of their ultimate generation. Tree gets picked off though. Tracer, a pretty good answer to the Echo if she ever gets a little bit too low to the ground, and Kellen drew a bead on Vega very early in that fight. Gonna be hard to shake here. Beautifully done by Space Station. Back in control with a sound barrier advantage, or at least a mild ult charge lead for the Lucio.
Kellen just makes a beeline there for Vega as soon as he sees him pop out. That's a huge fight win for SSG. You had an ult advantage there for Team Liquid. They be the aggressive team off the rip. And then you lose it setting up SSG, right? They're going to get about 65% on the point before this next fight kicks off. Double support ult. So fantastic spot for SSG to potentially take this first round.
Knife and Sugar Free. The former on a bit of ping, so curious to see how that affects things. Sugar Free, of course, only getting back to join the rest of the team, a few days ago, so still settling in a little bit, but definitely someone who this team was built around, and many are expecting great things of him this season. A lot of pressure on Liquid. Sound barrier here used to try and turn this away, but Bliss has one of his own and Infected is caught. That is a stunning wall there from Kellen, making it impossible for Infected to sneak away. The Space Station looks like they're reveling in this no holds barred brawl map, but they just seem to be a cut above.
And you just lose your Tracer here towards the end, so it's going to be on Vega to get a touch. Now he falls. I don't think you're going to be able to get a touch here. It's going to be, it's not going to happen as RuPaul, the next one off of Spawn. I mean, he would have just died of the Deadeye anyway. So Space Station Gaming take our first round.
We knew a team like Team Liquid was not going to have it easy this year. They were not automatically going to make every playoffs, automatically make every final. They knew they would have the dogfight for it, and this is the team that threatened to put them under the greatest degree of pressure.
They'll make the playoffs, right? I mean, let's just get that out of the way.
Like, you know, I mean, yes, you know,
bottom
also, like,
two would be crazy.
These two teams were definitely in bidding wars for a lot of these players. Like, we do know that Liquid wanted Sugar Free on the roster, and it just didn't pan out that way. Obviously, Sugar Free's got history with much of these Liquid players from his time on, the Toronto team last year. But he just he wanted to play the Seeker.
Maybe looking for something a little bit different, right? I know a change of pace, change of environment, right? When you're with a team for so long, obviously you build up chemistry, right? But it can feel a little bit old. I mean, it feels like every once in a while it's good to make.
Sugar Free's been a competitive Overwatch player for 8 years. Like, at some point, I think maybe he just doesn't want to triple block anymore necessarily. You know, I think he knew that like Liquid were going to have a really serious grindy approach to this year.
I mean, there's also the you can over scrim in practice, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, that is certainly a thing. It doesn't seem like Overwatch teams historically have figured that out, right? Just kind of like burning players into the ground with scrim time.
Yes,
but
I mean,
you can definitely do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the controversy about triple blocking in general. And that is an extremely long day because you always do a bit of overview as well earlier on. So it just ends up being pretty exhausting stuff. There's a diminishing returns idea, I think, there. Once again, it's a really long first fight on this next round. Seeker is maneuvering himself slowly in a position to wrap around. Did a little bit of dynamite damage there on Vega, assisting CJ with the pick off. Okay, Infected wants to try and run Seeker down. The Ramatra switch here. Liquid really brawly, whereas Space Station still have a degree of mobility to skip around the map, and eventually they do envelop Liquid.
Well, Liquid, they funnel to the point, right? And they get control first, but they get stuck on the point. And then it's just damage from every which direction that comes in from Space Station Gaming. And there's no way that you see like they're trying to like battle out, trying to run down Seeker, they're trying to get out of there, but they just end up wilting down over time. And that percentage they got, it really kind of goes for nothing because it's going to be Space Station taking the lead right away.
Tree with a Bob here. Infected trying to throw their Vortex down, make it half a kill to get back to the rest of his team. The healing, though, is pretty darn good. And here's that later sound barrier thrown in by Bliss. Space Station are happy to commit, full commit to this fight, but the Annihilation might not have been something they've accounted for here. It's definitely going to add to the damage tally, and Kellen tries to limp away. He will be caught and exsanguinated. Liquid, though, behind by about 30-odd%. Eventually should be able to flip this back.
The Annihilation is huge there, and it's something where we've seen now teams start to play, whether it be like Ramatra or Maga, into these Hazard comps, and you can get Hazard with the Vortex, right, of the Ramatra, right, kind of keep him low to the ground, prevent him from getting away, and then with the Annihilation, and then you just charge him down. It can be very effective.
Okay, here's that Bob straight to the point here for Seeker. He just wants to give Liquid a reason to have to rotate back, but here comes the blade from Knife. Sugar Free at least was able to intervene, dealt with Rupal across the map, so a longer fight here might hurt Liquid, and Bob is really strong against the team who's just lost their main support.
Yeah. And I mean, obviously there's no Ana, there's no sleep. You're not going to be able to burn down the Bob really fast in terms of killing him. So the Bob actually still there for Seeker as Team Liquid is trying to like rotate out and potentially back out, stay alive for a second. The Bob ends up putting down some serious damage.
Yeah, again, that's there's so much heal pressure on this team, like the Ash Dynamite as well. Bob is incredible at it. Rupal is going to be very, very busy, as will Vega, of course, but just the Lucio alone is not enough in terms of healing capacity. Infected's found Kellen here a little bit unawares, but doesn't want to commit too heavily to chase him across the map. He's happy enough with denying Kellen this space. Still, there needs to be a flip at some point from Liquid, and Space Station is still at 5. Sugar Free's found Knife, winning the Genji battle pretty handily. And then, just carrying his momentum through further into the backline. Vega is down. Seeker's Dynamite claims Infected in the end. Space Station, oh boy, they are looking terrifying.
We talked about this yesterday during the Space Station match. Like, this team, in terms of just the individual skill of these players, have such a high ceiling here in NA. And you see the teamwork seems to be clicking right off the bat. That is a fast win there in map number 1.
I've got to know where you think that this Team Liquid team is supposed to have the edge, right? We see a lot of this like Hazard mirrored to start with, and then a Ramatra switch by Infected that doesn't really seem to give Liquid a substantial advantage. In fact, it allows them to get encircled because of their lack of mobility. They're all grouped up together on the point. and Sugar Free is just having his way with him at the moment.
What's also kind of interesting, and I think pretty telling, is the other day when we had the TL versus Timeless match, right? Chopper was going crazy on the Sojourn. Seeker is a Sojourn who is capable of those type of performances. They ban it right away, right? They get it out of the game instantly. Team Liquid, you don't have that in your back pocket for the rest of the series. So we'll see now if, you know, when Seeker starts to get on the Sojourn, he was really good for Timeless the other day against Team Liquid. Is you end up using that ban early on. Now you don't have it for the rest of the series.
That is true. That one is certainly fallen by the wayside. City Healing here just struggling on the TL side. I think a lot of the time is because the focus onto the Juno has been very, very good. RuPaul's had a tough game, a tough time getting to hang around late in these fights. Juno is not the best at evading that kind of pressure anyway. She is highly diveable, despite her sort of pseudo mobility allows her to float around a whole bunch. Someone like Sugar Free is going to be very adept at honing in on that and looking to punish any mild over positioning.
When Sugar Free is 1v2ing people, it's going to be difficult, right? I mean, we see him get a kill onto Knife, a kill onto Vega. We see sometimes it's like both supports, right? It's very difficult to stop the Genji when he's in the backline causing that much chaos. And then everything crumbles out of that, right? You know, all their healing resources are on, you know, the players going at your tank and some of the other players there, some of the static DPS, and then you don't have anything there, and then you're in a bad spot. I'm fascinated what we see from Team Liquid here in this next map.
Exactly. I wonder because Infected is a player that's being held up as being like ultra flexible, someone capable of playing so many different things. This is something you want to try and put on display. Think here. It's one of the reasons why he was so, I think, sought after for this roster. The Ramattra looked fine. Again, I think it was an issue of just the kind of composition that was chosen by Liquid on that previous map. And honestly, we saw in that first round, like Seeker is the kind of player that will pick up the Casti, and it tends not to look like a hindrance, excuse the pun, for their team.
And I wonder if they go flashpoint here. We see a lot of teams, at least in North America so far, go like Suravasa. Even we see some Colosseo coming on in, right? So potentially, there also could be like a really, you know, you take a flashpoint, right? Let's say you end up winning it. I wouldn't be surprised if like SSG are like, hey, you know what, let's go to like a Dorado type of map, right? Ooh, Havana, very interesting pick here for Team Liquid. So they actually will get rid of the Brig here and then the Widow gone as well. So this feels like what? Ashe Sojourn, that's right in like kind of Seeker's wheelhouse. And I guess getting rid of the Brig eliminates any type of Winston potential.
Yeah, the Widow ban is pretty interesting. I'm not going to lie. It's I don't know if that's really going to be hugely impactful. As I think if like between the two, I think Seeker is going to be the one that's more interested in trying to play that. But in fact, it might actually have a chance here to play some of the Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, I mean,
it's Havana a warm map.
Ball's hard to play here.
Like it.
I mean,
not as bad as Shambali, but it's a weird one.
So let's see if SSG, they commit to like a close hold. It looks like actually, yeah, now they're starting to move up. So potentially you're gonna see like ball on a Kiri here. Okay.
Get the ball. Okay, so in essence, there is plenty, of course, to grapple to. And again, some fairly choky parts of the map, right, which the ball can punish. But how does the ball go against like a brawly spawn camp setup?
Well, they look to put pressure on the back line early on and then double back to help the rest of the team. Well, even with the Brig gone, I do want to note, the other day, CJ and Bliss did an insane job keeping each other up, right? Remember when we watched that series, we were highlighting it constantly? So I don't know if this duo is going to be as bothered with like not having a Brig to support.
Kellen looks confident there, locking the Ana of RuPaul inside Spawn, but eventually things do kind of fall apart. I was concerned a little bit about like this ball comp into, you know, a spawn camp setup, considering it's much better when there's some ground to cover and there's like a lot of space to create, but there wasn't any to sort of make there, given how close.
I like this change from SSG.
Yeah, just dive better than the ball comp, right?
Yeah, just dive, right? Just put all the pressure on RuPaul, right?
All right, well, he's infected. We'll want to try and drop in, likely look to pressure the Sojourn, but Bliss instantly boops them away. Elsewhere, it's Kellen looking to pressure Tree. Sugar Free joining them now. It's going to be a Suzu expended, and Kellen didn't have anywhere to go. Perhaps encountering a little bit more resistance than they expected in the backline of Team Liquid. And it's a Kiriko Lucio shell here to combine with this Winston setup, so maybe not quite as serviceable in those longer engagements.
Yeah, Liquid look really good on this so far. They did Kellen and Sugar Free, they push on in, do exactly what we were talking about, trying to put pressure onto, RuPaul, Tree, Knife there to help Vega as well. They're able to deal with Kellen first, and then Sugar Free kind of caught between 4 players. Might get another fight here though for SSG.
There's going to be a touch, but Infected as a minefield he can throw down. And that will be a problem over on the cart, making it very challenging to contest in general, and he does so. He doesn't even, grapple up. The closer you are to the ground, less spread there is, of course, of those mines, and there's just no chance for Space Station to contest. So out they go with this, feels like rather ad hoc Winston composition. One that has found them very little success thus far, and this would also be a stranger part of the map to play it in, I'd say.
Man, the ball looks filthy though. I mean, they are dominating with the ball comp here early on. And we seen the ball, at least, we saw it from Riker, right? The other day, it was just like, it was phenomenal. I mean, the ball just looked silly good. Look at this. I mean, Tree already set up on the high ground. This could get ugly.
Well, I don't think you can kill the ball, frankly, with this composition. You don't have any thing to really lock the ball down at all. You have to ignore them and dive better, like we talked about beforehand. But you're running into a like a backline that has Bionade sleep as well. RuPaul with an Arakiriko shell. It's a little bit less common, but it gives you some more options against the Winston who's trying to dive you. And Kellen did not get that sound barrier. So Trees is able to light him up, and these are stunning shots from the young gun. Sugar Free at least was able to get in there and sneak one onto RuPaul, but the damage, I'd say, has already been done. Try as he might, Lenny, and he's definitely going for it. I think he's run out of rope here.
Tree gets the benefits of a nano boost there during that fight, the nano boost with the overclock, and that just results in some filthy shots. His Seeker now goes over to Cassidy, so this is directly in response to that Wrecking Ball coming through. So the Wrecking Ball definitely giving them some trouble.
Yeah, and it doesn't do much for him in the matchup against the Soju, and especially in this last phase of the map, Matt. Cassidy doesn't quite have the range to be a legitimate threat there. Nice random kunai hits though from CJ. He looks to try and keep Kellen up. Again, this backline can have a tough time keeping Winston in fighting form. Kellen eventually is back on his feet. There was a Suzu to wake him up. One of the only ways that teammates can wake up one of their players slept. His Primal Rage does a good job. Again, they are trying to ignore Infected for the most part until his healers are not in a position to do their job.
I do like how relentless, though, SSG is playing. It's something we talked that potentially we liked about the squad, right? Is they're going to play with aggression all of the time. It could be pretty easy to get discouraged, to constantly dive the back line and lose constantly, but they know that is the path to victory with this comp against what they're going against. So they make it finally into the back line, and they actually put some serious damage here in this fight onto Infected, but the last time they were able to get the supports win it.
Infected might have not been able to get himself out of that situation had Sugar Free built the pulse in time. It looked like he was going to try and chase the ball at one point. Okay, nicely done. Seeker knows there's an arming delay of those mines, so quickly rolls through them back to a safe point. That's scary though, the knock into the minefield and then trying to go for a Deadeye. Infected able to finish the job on him there. You can see Kasuna Rush does more than just boost Kiriko's healing, that's for sure. A lot of kunais being flung here, but Vega's under extreme pressure. Bliss hit with a nice biotic grenade, but I don't really know if Infected or anyone is poised to capitalize, and no, they're not.
This is a really nice comeback from Space Station Gaming. If they can hold on to this here, Mitch, I mean, that is a huge job. I mean, they gave up the first point basically instantly, and now they're starting to heat up. Oh, nice pulse one. I think actually Kellen jumped into Bliss there.
Yeah, that was like XQC killing Zar. It was when he killed the Farah Mercy and Dorado jumping into the bridge. It happens. It's tough. I mean, Winston's a force of nature. Stuck with a pulse bomb. Knife ends up getting a little 2-for-1 just as it looked like Space Station had that one locked down. But Liquid don't win by enough of a margin to allow them to build a head of steam off of that fight. So we're still kind of resetting on this last L-bend.
This is I think this is a must-win fight for Team Liquid. I mean, you lose this fight here. I mean, you're staring down the barrel going 0-2 again.
RuPaul looking for good sightlines again. It's tough for him to see Infected. He just has to trust that Infected can get out when he has to. Tree is going to be the savior here. Overclock still relevant. Sound barrier eventually will expire enough for this damage to stick, but no one's showing themselves, and Tree is not in a good spot. Kellen create a beautiful space to deny Soju and that easy access to those juicy headshots, and now Liquid have to have another go at this. Try to group up, and no big ultimates to rely on, and Kellen can push into him with a primal here. He is going to be an absolute nuisance. If he could press
I mean, he comes around the corner. Maybe he thinks he's actually going to get the primal off. It doesn't get it at all. I mean, that is a huge window that's opened up here for TL.
Okay. That's Kellen for you, folks. He'll be back in the fight at the very least with that primal. But with the minefield, they don't bother trying to contest this.
Yeah, and you know, you used the primal a little bit earlier. They wouldn't have had sound barrier. They would have had sound barrier there. Man, that is a huge death there. If Kellen lives, I mean, you're looking like you potentially get a hold there. That could turn the tides of the series.
It is, I think, a rare thing that we get to see like 2 full dive comps on this part of Havana. Normally it's like poke comps, right? Or a shield. Nicely done there for Sugar Free with the win out against Knife. Guy is ruining his latency right now. And Kellen's pushing up there through
that could not be fun, trying to play Tracer against Sugar Free on latency. That's got to be brutal for Knife, but still putting up a pretty good fight here.
Yeah, kind of sick, in fact, that he's been able to have the impact in this game that he has. Okay, Sugar Free, what have you got? Yeah, you've got to respect RuPaul. The Knife cleans him up.
Sorry, can you get the cart like around this corner towards the end, right? 30 seconds on the clock. SSG looks like they're just kind of building for like one big final fight, but same with Team Liquid. So they've been constantly using this combination, Mitch. The nano onto tree with the overclock. Just absolutely ruined Kellen.
Had to be a dive away for Kellen there. He finally has a chance to use that primal, but he slept into the back line of Space Station. Rude awakening there for Tree as he now returns to the cart, but he might not get back to safety. Kitsune Rush probably helps there to some degree. And now Bliss is going to be holding onto this sound barrier.
They don't end up using the nano, but then they actually lose Knife at the beginning of the fight. Now they nano Tree here, just trying to find anything.
Oh, what a stick. That's dirty. That's actually gross from Sugar Free. RuPaul there jumping out. A very slim hitbox to hit. Sugar Free just doesn't miss those. Another minefield here around the cart. This is going to allow for some extra progress, but eventually Space Station will come to collect. Knife, geez, gets ripped to shreds on that one little salvo. Sugar Free does not have a blink. Doesn't need it though, because his team has done the work on the cart.
Dude, the stick from Sugar Free, like, I love when we catch that from the Observer POV, but then also, like, the players at this level make it look so easy. Like, you barely even see RuPaul on the screen, right? Like, when that's happening, I mean, that play is just sick.
I mean, at the best of times, right, Ana's not easy to hit. Sugar Free is wrapping around and has like a split second to flick his reticle to make sure that pulse bomb actually sticks. And we have a pretty familiar situation here on Havana, a unfinished map, but a card that almost gets across into that last fort. So all things considered from Team Liquid, a pretty solid showing. The Space Station had a lot more fight, Matt, once we sort of switched to that Winston setup.
Can you play the ball as effectively on defense, in your opinion?
Probably yes, because the balcony's on the left-hand side of this first straightaway. You have like pretty easy access to high ground and also like LOS braking. You can just like, there's only one slim sort of straightaway, which of course has high buildings. So I think it's fine. I think the Zen is interesting. We actually saw a glimpse of that in EU today. Typically more powerful against those slower comps. But again, could really give Infected the edge, as even if it's on Kellen, right? All of a sudden, Wrecking Ball's damage becomes something you can't just ignore.
We'll see if they're like, keep Vega alive, though. Now he becomes a clear target, right? On the opposite side. So, see, can you keep Vega alive? SSG does not want to play the Ana whatsoever, it seems. Even against, like, the, the ball potentially having a Winston in, right? It does not value having the Ana.
Okay, let's see how this plays out. RuPaul always wants to play Ana when he can, which I respect. Liquid, though, not opting to do any disrupting. No spawn camping. Big damage on Infected, of course. You can just throw that adaptive shielding up and weather most of this storm. But notice that Seeker is really trying to stay out of line of sight from anyone. He's not looking to try and take like these audacious duels because he knows right now they're getting free card push. There's no need to die here. Otherwise, this dream little, this free real estate starts to go away.
They haven't had to use anything, or they haven't even really been under pressure or threat, and they've gained a lot of progress with the card already. Some shots into Infected there, and just for a split second, that's all it takes. This Tree lands a headshot.
And now we know why Seeker was playing so carefully. He knew what he was up against, man. That is dirty. But again, this forces Space Station to have to reset just the loss of that one player. So Liquid looking a little bit unsure about how and when they were supposed to actually start the fight there. Really just allow Tree to make use of all the room he has.
And the Zen is going to put that Discord orb on Kellen, is because Kellen wants to obviously make a play for the tree of the backline, but just taking like a shot of damage with the Discord going on the way in, it is going to be a large chunk of damage up front. You see Discord goes on Kellen, but it's going to be a TP with the Kitsune Rush to follow it up.
Okay, and this Discord, right, Vega is going to be able to bring Sugar Free down here, just defends himself. At Space Station have CJ TP forward and then Kitsune Rush forward even further. So they are really trying to reach that backline. But Liquid have a bit of a hybrid, Matt, in terms of like, I gotta have some dive elements, but honestly, this is more a poke comp because all makes the space for the Zen and the Sojourn to just dish damage.
And they've been playing on opposite sides, so it's difficult to track down the Zen and the Sojourn at the same time. It almost seems like you're gonna have to give free reign to one of them. See how they decide to maybe use this sound barrier a little bit aggressively here.
Yeah, Seeker is definitely like priority number one here. When he's out of the picture, Vega and Tree are straight chilling. Pulse Bomb used there on Kellen.
Primal out.
Draw out the Primal. But again, with Discord Orb in the game, you have no easy option.
Yeah, I mean, he's in a lot of trouble, but this is a good stick. Now you're going to lose a lot of your healing power here. You do have Transcendence, and it's going to be an overclock from Tree. They want to gain this space back. They don't want to give up any more progress to SSG.
They are terrified of this guy. Tree just backs up the entirety of Space Station Gaming with one of those ultimates used. Just as they look like they were hoping to make something work with that Lenny Pulse. Oh my goodness. Seeker knocked out of position by the ball, and again, that's why this ball comp works so well. Whether with a pile drive or just knocking someone out into the open, you sort of cause them to float a little bit so the Sojourn has his easy rail. Sometimes though, Tree just finds them. Casual right click, Sugar Free blasted.
Yeah, this has been dominant on the defensive side of things here from Team Liquid. This is what we expect to see from them through a lot of the games in North America is, you know, the Zen pick with the ball has been, I mean, just really impossible for SSG to deal with. Maybe they do the same thing again. Kellen jumps in, TP from CJ in combination with a Kitsune Rush.
Overclock now for Seeker. Okay, you've done enough here to put Tree out of commission. The first shot would have been enough, but he confirms the kill with the second. Knife here wants to try and close the gap. That's risky. Suzu going to be used to keep Seeker healthy, and a sound barrier now means that Knife has no business trying to dive. Minefield's a little awkward, but some housekeeping being done here by Space Stations. They try and push up for a cap. Transcendence here now will be used in order to keep Rupal standing, but getting back out into this fight is going to be brutal for Liquid. Anywhere they peak, they're going to be looked at. Pressure here by Sugar Free being put down on the Zen, of course, of Vega. Surely they're not long for this world. Still no checkpoint here yet for Space Station. They lost both their DPS now. Vega and Tree comes out on the Bastion to really make use of this close quarter setup. CJ eventually is able to bring them down here, but Liquid have the player advantage. SSG are down to 2. I don't know how they're supposed to work this out with the Discord Orb again on Kellen. They get put to bed on Havana.
And Kellen gets Primal, just dies a second later, but a sick hold there from Team Liquid as Tree comes back on the Bastion, kind of gets behind them somehow, starts to put down some serious damage, and you know, you lose Sugar Free, who has a Pulse Bomb available, and you lose Kellen, who just gets the Primal there towards the end. Those could have been impactful, but Team Liquid with a hold.
I mean, the comps look a little similar on face, but they're actually designed to do completely different things there, and I think Liquid, it works beautifully. This is such a long map. There are such massive straightaways. And while Wrecking Ball can't sit there with a shield and stand in front of you, he does very, very good at making space in his own way. Tree also, like, that high ground position for defenders is, like, really powerful. It takes, like, another hit scan DPS to, you know, like, in Overwatch, a lot of the time, like, rooftops and, like, those small balconies, like, you usually can't actually stand on them. You slide off them. But that one is one that's been left in the game, and it's why that long range hit scan on the defense side is so powerful.
A lot like Hazard comps, though, it's going to be really difficult to kind of like ban this ball out because they've already banned ball in general. I mean, that's a collat there from Tree, which is sick with the nano. But it was really infected in the Wrecking Ball that put a lot of pressure with Knife on the back line, and they had no answer.
I was really impressed. Here's where Seeker finally puts Tree out of commission. But again, it turns against him because Tree comes back off respawn as the Bastion, which they clearly don't expect. Discord Orb and Bastion against a Winston. I don't think you need even much of an imagination to sort of pass together how that would go. And here are your stats coming out of the game. TL, really solid showing, 5.2 KD over the course of the game, without even having to do nearly that same level of healing that SSG did, as they had to advance through a hailstorm of ordnance.
Yeah, and this is the type of performance we expect to see out of Team Liquid, especially against, I know, some of the other formidable teams in the region. This is what it's supposed to look like, as we'll see now how SSG decides to bounce back, right? What do they decide to do in terms of map selection? It could be like we go push, we go flashpoint here, so it'll be quite curious to see what they decide to work with.
I mean, I'm all about this. I think it was we were talking to CJ, right? He called out Unter for just being having a unique approach to the hero sort of ban scenario. But I think there's also an understanding that it's probably not that deep for a lot of teams, especially when you can spend a ban in order just to make sure you get to play the comps and styles you want. And I think that if you're Space Station, and probably now after that first outing from Liquid, you feel like on paper in like normal conditions, you're the stronger team. Trying to guarantee yourself your comp of choice is probably going to be the aim of the game. The Winston dive was fine, right? But I also think Havana is kind of hard to pull off the whole, okay, we're going to out dive the ball when your opponents have like such a good.
I think the direction's right though. Like I think that's what you're supposed to do. They just were not able to really make it happen, right? Vega played pretty safely, especially RuPaul. And then I think they also had some really nice help from Knife, putting in some damage in the back line where they just weren't able to execute it. I think it's the right call though. Yeah,
I think the Discord orb there goes under the radar as it often does with Zen, but I think it has maybe more impact than we realize. It's very, very hard for Kellen to really put the same level of threat down as that Winston, because he has much less time. His health pool is his resource, and he effectively has like 30% less of it if he's stuck with a Discord orb constantly. So here's the Suravasa pick. We kind of expected that to come up as map number 2, but we have Ramatra and Juno bans here. So we have obviously seen TL go to the Ramatra when they can, Infected being as flexible as he is. And Juno will be taken away.
So Juno, so you're going to see, Lucio Kiri? Yeah, probably. I mean, you could play like an honest setup potentially as well, right? We've seen that sometimes, especially with like even if you play ball, right? You can play like far away with that type of composition. But I think SSG, you probably go back to hazard looks, right? Until you maybe see the ball and you can't get past it.
I wonder if RuPaul likes to force Ana where possible. I don't know if this would be one of those situations. I think Lucio Kiriko would be far more reasonable.
Yeah.
Well, we have seen like dive comps on this map before. Just Brawl has been much more the go-to, right? We've even gone as far as to see Zaya on this map. We have indeed seen Wrecking Ball on this map. And I think Raka was playing it earlier on. I think it is very, very solid. It's more than serviceable, especially when your backline is terrible at answering the ball.
I want to see the adjustments though that SSG makes, right? You have an idea that, look, you ban the ball early, you know the ball's going to be in for a lot of these games. It doesn't work there in Havana. What did you guys kind of talk about and work on here? I know going into the next map where maybe it's the change of the Tracer to the Genji, right? The Genji has a little bit more burst potential. You're able to burst some of those targets down with the hazard, but we will see.
Okay. So we actually don't have a sim TP for Space Station out of spawn. It doesn't really end up mattering, but Liquid would have had prio on that platform if they'd wanted it. But they have a Wrecking Ball, so they more want to give that space as opposed to close the gap. So Infected here, keep an eye on how he looks to disrupt, or where rather he looks to disrupt most of all. It's always that back line. CJ getting landed on there. Infected again, just popping in and popping out, keeping heads turned his way so that someone like Tree can start to knock them off with the Sojourn across the map.
Yeah, Bliss doing a nice job though, just booping him out of position. And Tree there though finds a kill. That's a knockup, and it looks like Tree able to finish him off.
It's just relentless. Like, he doesn't stop. He's always doing this. You might have a reprieve of like 3 to 5 seconds max against this Wrecking Ball, and then an Infected is going to pull up on you, and someone like Tree is just going to have a complete lopsided advantage against you. Nicely done.
And you see that there for Infected, sees that Seeker and Bliss are directly in front of him. And what does he do? He splits the difference and he takes the Mega health pack, then kills Seeker. Seeker's playing right by the Mega, so not able to get it, and then just takes out the Sojourn at that time. But now it's going to be Seeker over to the Cassie. This ball is really difficult here for SSG to get anything going.
We've talked about this so much though. We don't even necessarily think that Cassidy's grenade is enough to stop a Wrecking Ball. Enough to counter.
It's not.
We've seen teams try and play Cassidy and Brig, and it still hasn't been enough. Even with Ana sleep in some of those meta games, it didn't get there. Look at the damage, and Infected is keeping CJ and Bliss so busy that Kellen can't get enough healing to be a relevant threat in these fights anymore. Kitsune Rush here for CJ, so in theory, now, with your throughput being increased, you should be able to brawl out, but you are down a whole player. Knife is also on the hunt with a pulse bomb, someone who is probably not getting looked at all because of how effective Infected has been at garnering attention. And Tree here can just take a long sideline, back to safety, catch CJ as he just drops down in the air. Now, Team Liquid are way better on this comp.
He is under no threat, Tree. When you look at when you watch him from his POV, he's able to basically stand there stationary and just fire at targets being knocked up in the sky. As yeah, you hit it right on the head. I mean, with this composition, they look devastating. You know, SSG, and also you get rid of it early on in the series, right? Where maybe you could have held it, knowing the ball could have been this much of an issue towards one of the later maps.
Absolutely. Knife looks like he went for a bit of a backline foray. So it's not really the foot that Liquid want to be starting this fight on, but it's definitely something that is recoverable. Ooh, no pile drive for you. God, you've got to be consistent with those shots, but Infected does end up falling after the hindrance grenade came in.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they have the healing resource, right? He's trying to like roll back towards maybe some of the rest of the team, but take some big shots from Seeker and CJ. So finally, they stopped just Infected running crazy in the back. They make a switch over to Hazard. What do you think about that? I feel like what, we've seen 2 fights with the Cassidy. I mean, you lose one of them, but I don't know. It feels like you're just moving away from it so fast.
I mean, they're trying to... I mean, I think they're just trying to get a good win here and then snowball. Obviously, Hazard against Cassidy feels pretty darn good. It could be preemptive, but there might be a stylistic choice from Liquid to make these quick swaps, you know what I mean, and not get too married or too attached to any sort of composition. So, I mean, I like it. It gives them, a great fight here, and I think they're just like fundamentally advantaged because they're up against the Cassidy comp. Seeker switching, of course, to the Sojourn now. There's a question of what do they go back to? Like, do they keep trying to counterpick? Because that is something that Caceres has said he likes to do. He likes to tank counter constantly.
Right, do you actually see that Seeker makes the switch over the Sojourn and able to go back to the ball? That's something that you potentially could do now and just kind of trade back and forth.
And I mean, that ends up coming down to a question of like, who can't be bothered anymore, constantly trying to switch with these counter swaps that are going on. Like, it gets really weird. It's like a big complaint, I think, for a lot of casual players as well, having to deal with that.
That is...
Seeker, of course, not one of those. Knife just dropped down for a split second and he flattened him.
They use the Kitsune Rush, trying to back up here, get them off of the point, and now you can get Seeker in position. But yeah, Team Liquid, they just back completely up. So off the back of the Kitsune Rush, and specifically that headshot from Seeker off the rip, you get the point back.
Yeah, it is huge. Liquid now, of course, still trying to make this comp work, but they're going to deal with the Sojourn, so they are basically locked into the mirror. Seeker, though, winning it out now. These shots coming in are stunning. Even with that Kiriko ultimate, Team Liquid do not have a thing to say about a Sojourn dominance that Seeker has now recently unlocked here. Knife, though, finding Seeker. Vega just takes too much damage here to be relevant, unfortunately. No chance of healing Knife back up for him.
And that was a Kitsune Rush used there by Team Liquid, right? Trying to fight in that, get the point back, as it'll be SSG who ties it up. But with the Sojourn, I mean, you could go back to the ball, right? This is the comp that the ball was really effective against, but they will continue to run the Hazard. Which to me, it's not like Team Liquid can't run it, but they were so dominant with the ball, right, against this type of comp.
I guess there's not been an opportune moment to make the switch back, or Liquid want to feel, I guess, like they can win in EMEA. And honestly, if Trigger's been doing what we've seen from him so far this series, I think it's entirely reasonable. With less space to work with, he's still able to have a pretty big showing in this fight. In fairness, though, you'll notice it. Okay, yeah, I get it, Tree.
Or the idea here, Mitch, is that let's say Infected goes to the ball, they just go back to the Cassidy, and you're just kind of ending up back on Hazard anyway. So you may as well, because you don't want to keep giving up ult charge constantly, end up just staying on it, right?
Yeah, that's the opportunity cost.
Yeah.
And it only feels good if you're forcing someone on the enemy team to give up their ult charge, but does Cassidy really care about losing Deadeye charge? Probably not. It's not comparable, I think. Pulse 1 goes by the wayside there for Sugar Free. Tree, though, wins it out against his opposite number yet again, so we are in an even game, albeit Liquid fighting without their tank. It seems like a big ask for them. And Tree definitely suffers for the lack of Infected. Suzu self-used there by Rupal to avoid getting staggered out a bit further, and now Liquid are going to have to regroup after taking 55.
And Liquid still has some players here, right? It's not like you lost the entire team, so this next fight's going to kick off pretty fast.
He's kind of looking for, okay, trying to punish the flank, but he doesn't even land the slash, or at least there's a mega there for Knife to rely on. Almost locked in there by the jagged wall, but there is a gap for him to slip back through. So many of these fights are just governed by overclock because both these Sojourn players are hitting the vast majority of those rails. It just seems like a nuke. Blade. Knife looking to drop down. Good sound barrier timing there from Bliss at the very least, though. Knife's going to have to respect this and back the heck away. Rupal has the support ultimate here for Liquid as Space Station layer both of theirs and might still lose the point here as, yep, Kellen can't contest it. He's dropped into Spike Guard. Knife will keep that momentum going here as Tree's able to wrap around the left-hand side, finish off Kellen with the rail. And now Liquid get into the lead.
Losing Kellen and, Team Liquid still having the sound barrier. It looks like they want to try and push up, see if they can get a kill as Bliss gets extremely low.
And this is just staggered out. This is Liquid securing the point. I like the idea to go for the sound barrier here. It's unconventional because they're not playing on the point itself, and they've got to watch out for a back cap here, but they should be home in time to stop Sugar Free from stealing what remains in the pantry. He'll have to give this up. He knows it, and that will be a 2-1 in terms of Flashpoint.
As Liquid is starting to heat up, this is the team we expected to see coming into the OWCS when we had this lineup announced, as they are just one flashpoint away from going to match point, and they get Tree with an overclock to kick things off, and because they push up with that sound barrier, they get to control this point first, right? You can just get basically a team right there of SSG, and now you get control of the point, and look at this position Tree has to shoot from.
That's one that you can wrap around from, but Space Station are actually, attacking from the opposite side of this square. So Tree doesn't have to worry too much about the flanks. They'd be very, very long, if at all. Sugar Free on the Genji probably just wants to play close to the front line, and there it is, another overclock here that dictates the tempo of these engagements. No kills found off that, but Kellen will need time to be healed back up, and that's a window that Liquid exploit to cut the point first.
It's totally worth, right? Is now SSG, you're kind of like desperate. How do we break this up as RuPaul comes in with an aggressive Kitsune rush? It definitely caught SSG off guard. CJ ends up using his Kellen though with two, so maybe it's turnable.
The downpour was pretty nice, I will say, but in the meanwhile, Infected just found his way into the back line. Sugar Free and Bliss had no way of mitigating that front-loaded damage here from the Hazard, and Kellen got a Suzu, and he will be kept alive. That was a little bit dicey. That could have cost him another 10 seconds.
Yeah, there's been some really nice Suzus on both sides. RuPaul's had a few really nice ones. One to make actually Infected invulnerable from the downpour. It's going to be Knife with a blade. This could put it away.
He deflects though. He's happy to draw out the beat, and that makes perfect sense. Space Station 9 in a great spot to make use of it, and Seeker's gone over the edge. Vega might have given this to Team Liquid here. Suzu used defensively now as Liquid back up. They know they have the edge. They have such a big percentage lead as well, and a beat might secure this map here and now. In it comes, and CJ got careening off the edge of the map. Kellen's got nobody to work with here, all alone. As Team Liquid, they start with a ball composition. They make some switches here, but they end up winning the map out on the Hazard.
It just seems that the confidence, right, from playing the ball comp, starting to get rolling on Havana, snowballed there into Suravasa, right? Because they just used the ball at the start, but then it's really a mirror matchup the entire time with the Hazard play. And I just think Team Liquid's starting to click in terms of, their teamwork, synergy. It's starting to look completely different.
It's so volatile though, because again, every time one of the Sojourn players has a railgun, they're good for 1 or 2 kills. It's extremely, it's extremely swingy based on that ability. This is rather nice here from Tree.
Yeah.
The Kitsune rushes also are in phase. They're in sync a lot of the time. So CJ and RuPaul often deploying them simultaneously, which makes for, as you can imagine, a really volatile engagement when everybody's benefiting from that haste buff across the map.
Dude, in Liquid did a great job of realizing opportunities where SSG is trying to back out. They can use like a sound barrier or Kitsune rush, go aggressive. Kill those 2-3 players lingering around, always on the hunt, and preventing SSG from hanging around a lot of these fights. And the scoreboard tells a lot from this one, right? A 6.6 KD, Team Liquid. I know stats look about even, but it's really that deaths number, right? SSG just getting mowed through.
And I think it's not as early as people would have liked, but at this point it's safe to say that Liquid have arrived in our OWCS stage 1. A little bit of a slow start for obvious reasons, and we lamented that, but I think coming into this game, even you joked about it, there was just no question that this Liquid team would be in the playoffs and be a legitimate contender. But I think people struggle to recognize or reconcile the reputation of Liquid and the star power on their roster with that first game's performance. And I think we still needed to see them show just how good they can be, even if it's just in one map. It doesn't have to be a whole series. Like one map, we've seen it there, I think, on Suravasa for sure, if you want a dominant showing, to realize just what this team was built to do and just how capable they are of achieving it.
This series is definitely not over as well, right? I know SSG could easily here with a map pick and then their ban first, right? Send us to a game 5. So Team Liquid look much better, but not out of the woods just yet in terms of, I know, not starting 0-2.
What is SSG's edge, if I had to press you?
I mean, you know, Kellen, I think, can, you know, Infected has shown like really great mastery over the Wrecking Ball. But it feels like maybe Kellen could have an edge in terms of like whether you play like some Winston or some other different tanks, right? So how can you force a different tank matchup? I don't know if you can like hard pick somebody off of the ball, right? So it's potentially you're looking at, okay, do you trust Kellen in like a Hazard head-to-head? Is there a way you can play Maga or different types of comps that maybe throw Team Liquid off?
One thing I'm noticing about RuPaul here is that they are getting picked off a lot less on the Kiriko at the start of these fights. That was obviously a big problem and something that was glaring in their matchup against Timeless as early on as Samoa in that series. It was just, he was being very much focused by Chopper for most of that game.
Well,
Here,
I actually,
we really have not seen it.
When you said that, think about the other day when we saw it was like Chopper versus Tree in the Sojourn. Like Chopper was unbelievable. It seems like Tree has really kind of turned the page today. He has looked great against Seeker, who's obviously a great Sojourn hit scan player in his own right.
Esperança is going to be our next map to select here. And yeah, I think based on Liquid's
bias,
opener,
I mean,
it is recency bias. Yes, it's fair though. I get it. Like, it's really hard to shake the feeling of just, I mean, it was a very unpalatable Team Liquid showing for that first, like it was that bad.
And I think, look, if you want to favor SSG in this series, I think you totally could. I think, you know, look, like if you were a prediction, I think that should have been more like 60-40, right? You know, like a Liquid closer to like 55%, 50%. I mean, 75. I mean, that's, you're shorting Liquid pretty hard there.
Yeah, I mean, because the assumption is that until proven otherwise, people are assuming Liquid to perform in much the same way, right? Which I kind of get, because people often get the excuses of like, oh yeah, we didn't have enough time to practice or whatever. But like Lenny literally walked off the private jet and sat in his extremely high-backed gaming chair and started playing, and you know, had a great game for SSG.
Yeah, went from the business class on the way back from Japan to the elite gamer posture, in chair, ready to go, fully refreshed. But now it's game time. So SSG bans Maga here. So I was like, maybe they do play like something a little bit different, but they actually get Maga out of the way. Team Liquid, they ban the Cassidy. I actually like that a lot, right? Like the Secret was constantly going to the Cassidy to try and stop this infected ball from becoming a nuisance. Good. Yeah, I love that.
I just think it's so interesting that Infected is actually the one that is getting targeted the most by Space Station in terms of their bans. But he was picked up by Liquid because he was so flexible. Like, Homie does not need, probably not feel the need to play the Malga, bro. Like, he can play anything.
The thing that'll be really interesting, and we're starting to see it in some like comps and whatnot, is like a Wrecking Ball, for instance, right? Like, there's not other heroes around Wrecking Ball that you can ban that would like eliminate you from playing the ball, like outside of just banning ball straight up.
There's no enablers for Wrecking Ball.
But there are lots of heroes that you can ban that would make the ball even stronger, right? Like if you are like Team Liquid, right? Like getting rid of the Cassidy and things like that. Like you can actually, swing it that way.
Not the ideal start though for Liquid. Seeker is the one that opened up the account for Space Station, and already going to be moving up to this first choke. So they're happy to stay within the confines of this Hazard Shell with CJ. Definitely one of the first players in NA to really get a grasp of Juno when she first released. And had some pretty insane plays in the Space Station's first showing. We interviewed him after. It was just kind of crazy. Here though, it's harder to pull those kind of moments off. Seeker with the first 2 kills of the game. That one on RuPaul is huge. Space Station see a golden opportunity map to hard engage on this ball comp.
And they're playing quite aggressive even through the bio grenades, right? 2 players actually hit with a bio grenade there from RuPaul, and it didn't really matter. SSG decided to stay there, hold that position and fight. Felt like they had an advantage as No Kiri for Space Station Gaming, right? So no ability to cleanse, so those bio grenades gonna hurt.
We're still waiting to really see the impact of the ball be felt. Space Station are diving before the ball can actually create any usable space. Again, Infected drops in there, doesn't seem to be a huge issue. It contests the bot for a time. But then it's back to business here for SSG in general. Pulse Bomb there not quite connecting for Knife, hoping to put Sugar Free in a position where he can't afford to die, but he'll just fall back to the rest of his team, get healed up, and there's Seeker again. The guy's had his Cassidy band out, but again, has the full suite of hitscan heroes at his disposal, and he's incredible at all of them.
And this is going to be checkpoint while holding on to both support ults here for Space Station Gaming, so fantastic bounce back, right? No Flashpoint they end up losing, and it's like a hazard mirror, and now they go back to this ball that looks so good in Havana, but SSG has been able to at least deal with it and weather the storm thus far.
Yeah, what is the Wrecking Ball supposed to achieve at this point? Okay, Minefield comes down. Sugar Free ignore him because he's not playing from within its confines. The Nano even invested in trying to keep the Sojourn alive, but Tree still has to succumb as Sugar Free sinks his teeth in and refuses to let go. Player advantage achieved here for Space Station Gaming. No support ultimates left, and again, it's up to Knife to try and lead Lassie away from the well.
Yeah, the Genji also seems to be a little bit more punishing than when we saw SSG run this a little bit earlier, right? They weren't running Sugar Free on the Genji, they were playing the Tracer. So running the Genji a little bit more devastating for the backline in combination with the Hazard. So see now with a change here, RuPaul moves away from the Ana, gonna go to the Kiri. So you mentioned doing a good job surviving for a very long time. The Kariko bringing it back in.
Again, gonna be going down here. We've seen this like in the neutral, the Lucios just get caught out on this part of the map.
Sugar Free, make it 3.
Okay, Seeker now getting involved. This is, man, it's so funny. We're seeing such a contrast here for Team Liquid on some of these maps. I guess there's, early in the season, map pools are still being developed here, but Liquid have struggled. Yeah, they're off the ball. They've lost so much momentum.
Remember back to map 1, right, where SSG looked awesome. Sugar Free was getting like 2Ks constantly, killing the backliners, playing the Genji, right? And then they kind of moved away, played a little bit of Tracer, and then the ball kind of came in. So this is a little bit more reminiscent to what we saw in map number 1.
Back to my more standard comps. It's going to be an overclock here for Tree. Can he get Team Liquid into a decent gear? He's in no position to do anything now with an orbital ray that came down preemptively from CJ. Tree didn't even bother trying to get kills with his railgun through that. So now we're up to 105 meters of progress. And they're just hitting diff. These Space Station DPS are laying the smackdown on Liquid. And this is definitely spun out of control like a good 2 minutes ago.
This is not the vibe you want going into a game 5 potentially here, as SSG looking to run it down, a full completion, absolutely basically shutting out Team Liquid thus far. There'll be an overclock here from Seeker. Maybe he can find one. Oh, Knight just trying to retreat back to his spawn, gets caught out.
Seeker just waiting for somebody else, please, to peek out into his crosshairs. This, folks, might be a pretty quick one. There's a sound barrier waiting in the wings for Bliss, and Sugar Free's blade would be enough to seal the deal. Infected just takes a face full of damage before any of those ultimates become relevant anyway. And hey, you know what? We're here for a good time, not a long time, folks. We're headed to map 5.
Ooh, I mean, with a quickness, SSG, they beat the hell out of them there on Esperança. I mean, that was not close.
Yeah, no, that was absolutely brutal. And I think, look, this is a kind of map. Push is that map that can be very snowbally at times, right? We've discussed it. Esperança, definitely one that can get out of control here, but the defender's advantage, you know, when you get pushed back, you do have high ground to play with at a couple of points on this map. I see Infected dive in and is down to about 10% of his HP on Hazard in the first couple of seconds of the fight before anybody on Space Station have actually used an ultimate. This was an utter drubbing, and I'm sorry, but this is the Liquid of Friday that we're seeing here on this map.
Yeah, don't exactly want that one. Give us the one of 20 minutes ago, right? That one looked awesome.
I mean, look, they never stipulated what the Liquid was. I'm thinking sewerage after that game.
That was so the waste.
At the very best, it's grey water. You know what I mean? It's like, it's very questionable. A primordial concoction.
64 KD, pretty decent. 0.1, not very good.
One death.
I mean, that's got to be like not final blows, like eliminations, right? So just kind of total team stuff there.
Yeah.
And one death the entire map is wild. So I was talking a little bit about it. The sugar-free Genji, really impactful in map 1 and then here in map 4. I wonder if that's a Team Liquid target ban here coming up next, right? Because Knife seems a little bit more comfortable playing the Tracer. Just to call it out, I know probably there's people wondering who is the one who died. It was Seeker, so you can all flame him for being the one solo death.
Unreal.
But I wonder if you see like a target ban here on the Genji, right? Sugar-free's been really good on it. It's been a little bit problematic for the backline.
You know, it's funny. It's something that we've seen from these teams that, you know, don't have maybe the one specific comp that they really try and drill home that are like flexible. When they get forced into a mirror, right? When their flexibility doesn't allow them to counter a certain comp and they have to mirror it, things can start to fall pretty flat. And it always feels like a concession, especially the momentum loss when you are switching wholesale like 2 or 3 heroes in your comp and you're behind by about 75 meters. It's very, very hard to actually like springboard and pivot off that hero switch into, you know, a winning formula. Also, like Malga was banned.
Yeah.
That might have been something that in scrims, you know,
they're going
observed,
for, right?
observed by SSG as something that had stopped their hazard comp in their tracks, which we've actually seen already in NA today. So they didn't have that option available to them. It ends up being a very impactful ban.
Well, especially, we were talking a little bit about earlier, some of the teams that could potentially get better, right? Getting scrims, and, you know, some of these teams at the top probably only scrimming each other. You probably have a good idea of what they want to do on each certain map, right? You have a good idea how the ban's going to potentially play out when you go up against each other. And then even if you don't scrim these teams, look, you know, teams have leaked scrims to each other, you know, for the history as Overwatch has gone on, right? So it's not like...
No, these guys are 100% scrim each other. I mean,
you know, the coaches get on Discord, you know, I mean, they're hey, watch this VOD, don't tell anybody, right? Then all of a sudden it's on the front page of the Reddit, right?
I mean, these guys are obviously, they're good friends as well. I mean, a funny story, I heard it, like Unter was telling this one. Tree goes up to Unter and says, I want you to coach me next year. Unter's like, sick, okay, let's do it. And then Tree just goes over and joins Team Liquid instead. So, that's I enjoyed hearing that story from our community over the course of the last couple of weeks. But yeah, these guys that look, they all know each other really well. These, of course, are, I think, safe to say, the collection of probably the 10 best players in their roles, you know, over North American Overwatch. There's a reason why they were pursued by these orgs. And we're lucky in our first weekend of OWCS to get our partnered team matchup. Ash is going to be banned away here, and Liquid have chosen to eliminate the Ana?
So they actually played a good amount of Ana, which is quite interesting, right? They were playing RuPaul and the Ana. They were playing the Ana Zen. So potentially something that they see, maybe they want to take the Ana away from SSG to potentially not play that with Winston, but SSG has not really shown us Ana, so we'll see how it goes. Do they play a ball comp with the Zen and the Brig? I mean, we've seen that like ages ago, right? I mean, this is not something that's like we've seen very recently, but we have seen this in the past.
They might have banned Ana because they want to play the Wrecking Ball composition, and they know that SSG would be forced onto like a Kiriko healing shell for the Winston, which is pretty bad, I think, against Discord Orb. Potentially. Obviously, you can cleanse, but you know that you just stick that orb back on, so not that great.
Also, with the Ana ban, you don't have like the Nano to pair with like a Genji or Winston, right? If you're gonna play that type of composition.
Oh, got infected. I mean, when he looks good on this ball, it's something else, man. It is terrifying. I like that from Seeker, very up front of him. Knife's actually the one that gets picked off, though. So Space Station able to win out in the Tracer duel, but they've lost themselves Seeker. Still, of course, looking to rely on Sugar Free now. And this is a very grouped up core. This setup, you can see everyone wants to dive in with that Winston, but well, healers need to be so proximate to the front line that it can put them in harm's way sometimes.
I think this is incredibly risky from Team Liquid because Sugar Free started to look really good over the last few maps, and as I say, that Knife comes off of the spawn, even without a lot of the healing, there's still, look how low infected it is. He's able to just roll his way onto that point. This should be a first point cap.
Oh yeah, the odds of touch here are pretty low, and there'll be a pile drive basically straight away from infected. Yeah, knocking Kel on the side. There's still going to be a touch. Kellen gets there. Right, what can we do with this? We have a minefield set up there by infected that instantly claims Bliss. You would think there'd be some opportunity to respond with the arming delay, but Bliss gets caught by that entirely.
Yeah, and nobody else able to get on the point there to help Kellen out. Sugar Free gets the touch. Kellen then jumps on in and put the balls in their face, right? So they get pushed back and you're not able to fight from it. So Team Liquid gets that first point. Now they'll start to get moving through this part of the map, and we'll see if Kellen on this Winston can access this backline. Right, Sugar Free, when he was on the Genji, did a great job with the Winston. Has not looked great.
This here backline from Liquid is a fever dream. I don't think we've seen this for a long time. But these are the kind of comps where it works in, right? Tracer's so self-sufficient and has a virtual built-in heal with the recall. Rally is still amazing, especially for stopping a tank in their tracks. Sugar Free finds the pulse stick though there on Tree. Space Station, he might have a chance to slow the pace of the game down a little bit with a sound barrier now. One that Seeker doesn't need to benefit from. He's already done his job, but that's a Transcendence that goes for very little. The Discord definitely puts the fear of God in Kellen there, as he cannot play quite as aggressively, but the Zen just can't deal with people closing the gap on him like that.
And the blink into the melee there, Sugar Free with the recall finishes them off. I'm wondering if you're Team Liquid, can you run this and like work through this choke, right? Very narrow choke point, even difficult to get through at speed. You're lacking a lot of speed here in the backline. I mean, allowing Sugar Free multiple routes to be able to access it. Kellen, Primal, no. He gets booped back into the health pack.
Bro.
Okay.
Would you do you think that there's any reason not to primal if you can in situations like that?
He's already taken a ton of damage. No, the overclock is popped, right? So maybe you decide to hold on to it, but I thought he was gonna primal. I mean, you had Sugar Free there inside that close room. You had your own overclock to work with. I thought maybe you consider using it, right? But
honestly, I think it's fine to hold it for this kind of fight. You still have good vantage point as defenders, and I think the stall is going to be pretty valuable, but he might not have had a real opportunity to do so. It was focused on just getting out of trouble instead of taking the coward's way out and going for a primal. Ooh, Discord Orb. Okay. Don't have to worry about that anymore. Rupal has been dismantled and sold for scrap on a weird American daytime TV show.
Well, you also see the Primal, how effective it is when he's playing inside of that close quarter and like just kind of like juggling RuPaul in the corner. You would have had that set up in the last fight. I don't know if you can hear. Hugo's very angry. He's ringing his bell. But see now, potentially CJ with like a Kitsune rush, like off the high ground, right? We've seen that, time and time again, right? You can just kind of like layer it off the high ground, jump down, see if they can maybe catch Team Liquid off guard.
Pretty good for Space Station though. They don't get punished ultimately for Kellen choosing not to primal in that scenario. There'll always be some degree of pressure headed in Seeker's direction, but they've got Kiriko for very responsive heals. Liquid can't quite boast the same. They don't have this massive throughput, but Rally and Transcendence in their own right are huge. If they can have them in sort of alternating fights, then you're doing plenty of healing. And there it is. You pop up a player with the pile driver and let your Sojourn go to work on them. That's stunning. Rupal is able to find Kellen again, and the aforementioned Discord Orb is definitely doing its job.
Yeah, those shots are too easy for Tree to hit as well, right? These players are kind of like in the air, almost stationary, and if he's got a railgun charged up, I mean, that is easy pickings there. Is Minefield over the point, gonna be very difficult to get on contest safely. It looks like Sugar Free got a touch. Kellen is there as well. That's the second checkpoint.
Yep, no touch, no chance of it. The Minefield here has been used consistently throughout the course of this series for Infected to secure those objectives when they come up. The Disruptor shot actually cleared like a little cavern out of the minefield, but Space Station was in no position to fight for it.
Yeah, it's now towards the last part of the map. See if maybe I keep saying maybe SSG is able to do it here, right? Because you're getting into like a narrower area, like it's a little bit harder to protect the Zen, but you've been able to do it at such a high level. The Soundbarrier to answer this overclock. Tree in a lot of trouble with a nice Transcendence here from RuPaul.
That is perfect timing. Oh, I'm going to save your play with a Transcendence and they hit with a Pulse Bomb, unfortunately. And that's all Space Station could really do. The healing of the Transcendence, I mean, has a massive impact in that moment. Space Station are already fully committed and don't have any real sources that have burst damage outside of the Pulse. Seeker didn't have an overclock available. So the Zen, I'm telling you, he's back.
And what could you do if you were SSG against this? This Tree now goes over to Bastion. It seems like they're kind of like picking on Kellen, like on the Winston, right? The Discord Orb, to now the Bastion here. Maybe we see a switch from Tree back to a Sojourn, but it seems like you're kind of like picking on this Winston pick a little bit, right? Where Winston is susceptible to that Discord Orb that comes through a lot of the other damage sources.
I like the Bastion idea. We've seen it, I think, from Liquid defending on Havana. And it was quite effective, honestly.
Yeah, we saw it towards the end.
But again, like against that Kitsune rush, I think you're going to go down either way. He knew it. We knew it. Switch back over towards the Sojourner now. We're down to a minute for Liquid. They're definitely now obviously trying to play into a more difficult part of the map. With high ground control obviously much more readily available for defenders, and Seeker has been able to get out of trouble a little bit easier. Oh, he knows. Okay, nicely done from Seeker. Presence of mind to immediately look down, take out the mine that would have been there to catch him as he fell, and not in a loving way either. And so he's able to escape from that. Normally you see Infected save those when they're trying to push the card in, but it makes a gamble. It doesn't pay off.
They back the ball up. They use this overclock, right? Like no sound barrier on the opposite side. So you're able to get these overclocks and Seeker make an impact with it. Liquid gonna use the rally as Kellen jumps in. They actually get a stun on him, but it's gonna force the Primal out.
Yeah, beautifully done. That's why the break here is so huge. Just unreal levels of util. Rally healing goes a long way here as Team Liquid start posturing to try and finish the map. Sugar-free, a big pulse here might save the day, but, well, that one field goal, sadly. It's forced the recall. Now he'll be taken down, and Space Station will be in last fight territory. On the precipice, though, of both of their support ultimates.
I was going to say, you're going to be able to get a touch here. It'll be Seeker going over to the Venture and Kellen on the Diva, and you're going to have double support ult. This is massive.
What's Knife looking for? CJ, probably. All right, there's the rush. CJ at least is able to get that off in the sound barrier, so Knife does absolutely nothing. Now Liquid going to be forced back. There's no choice but to fight, though. They're in overtime. Transcendence here in a minefield for Infected. That's good burst damage now for Liquid to rely on. Kick to the crotch for Seeker as he's dealt with by Rupal. I'm sure no shortage of venom in that exchange. Liquid get the map done.
Yeah, it's true. With an overclock towards the end, puts it away. So double support ult used there for SSG. You know, CJ was quite low, right? I believe also the Suzu used already, so it doesn't have that brief moment in invulnerability. So they end up using both support ults. And then the Transcendence from RuPaul just keeps everybody topped up for Team Liquid, and they just push on through.
I mean, man, I literally cannot think of the last time we consistently saw a comp that resembled this from Team Liquid. Definitely not in the 5v5 era, that's for sure. It's a ton of fun to watch. It's extremely dynamic. And it was hard for Space Station to come up with answers. The map definitely helped them out a little bit there in that last phase. Kellen definitely getting stretched to his limits, having to try and play dive and make that space as Winston under the constant threat of being stuck with the Discord orb and blown up.
Yeah, no real changes here for Liquid on defense. The Zen Brig comp worked really well on offense. So I think it's more on SSG, right? What changes do you have? What adjustments do you have to put a better showing forward here? Is potentially you're looking at Hazard, right? Genji here too. So see how they decide to attack this.
Caceres will be smug about this, but if Liquid ended up winning this series, what we're going to remember most is the ridiculous amount of flexibility that allowed them to play so many of these different compositions that frustrated Space Station. Because SSG seem like they really just want to play this standard look. And it has struggled at some points against Liquid setup.
It has, but let's see how it kind of goes into potentially this Brig and Zen backline. I don't really feel like, outside of like brief moments, SSG's really been able to challenge it.
They got the Hazard upstairs, whip shot back instantly, but Kellen wasn't really trying to fully commit there. Very half-hearted attempt to maybe draw out some key cooldowns, which he got. So now we're going to maneuver again. Where are we headed? Wrap back around. We're trying to find a high ground for Seeker to work with, but this isn't the best sightline for him, and frankly, Tree has a better one across the map. Are they looking for the Sojourner to close the gap there and dive them? It's unclear.
They're kind of chasing the ball around, right? Where it feels like that's the bait. As kind of wrapping around here, Kellen with a wall, seeing if he can kind of close the gap to the supports, but Shuri with 2. I mean, he's getting set up in a great spot here. Now with 3 in the fight. So we're just kind of playing a ring around the rosy there. Everybody's just kind of circling around each other, and eventually Tree gets that space and lands some nice shots.
Seeker on the Tracer, man. Space Station are having some serious trouble pinning down members of Team Liquid's comp, so they actually opt out of the hit scan entirely. They're looking for a souped up dive comp on steroids to get into that backline and get rid of Rupal.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a full-on commitment to the dive, right? You need to make collapses and plays happen here with the Genji and the Tracer, as They do make it quick into the back line. See if they can put a little bit more pressure on Infected. No support ult to work with, and there's not a lot of healing, and he falls.
Yeah, Infected doesn't think to go looking for a mega health pack in that scenario, Matt. But he doesn't have the backline composition that could quickly top you up as the ball. And honestly, he was in like a 1v2, so the adaptive shielding's not going to give him that much of a buffer.
Yeah, you're relying on the adaptive shield, really. I mean, you have the health packs from the brig, but it's not going to keep you healed up in an emergency. This is a scary situation. Overclock plus minefield here.
Okay, Tree at least is able to stay clear of Kellen for the time being. Space Station's so close to a cap here. The minefield's such a problem for them. Sugarfree's able to cut a path through. Getting rid of Tree, but there's more work to be done. Knife still alive. CJ going down. RuPaul just emerging from a random side room. No one expects this end to come out of nowhere like that. Sugarfree, though, respects RuPaul enough to pull a deflect at close range, as those kicks do hit a little different. And Liquid have done it again, Matt, stopping SSG in their tracks.
It feels like that was the one that SSG needed to have, right? But the minefield is just such a disaster to deal with on the point. And then Tree with the overclock coming out of the spawn. Seeker has to find something with this pulse bomb, it feels like. This pulse bomb now only a minute on the clock has to open things up.
Knife, patient. Very patient about it. Still a minute left, so doesn't see the need to go too fast. Is Seeker? Did he get stuck by that? It's unclear. Vega though going to go down to it as well. Now there's a sound barrier in play. Bliss able to get that one down. The Transcendence is good for Liquid if RuPaul can get it where it needs to be. Infected though is playing outside of that healing radius. Great zoning by Kellen. Primal Rage keeps RuPaul away from where he needs to be.
And honestly, with the Pulse Bomb, it is a worth trade, right? Like, Seeker ends up falling at the hands of Knife, but Seeker does get Vega with his Pulse Bomb, and there's just not a lot of healing resources in general on Liquid, especially then with one of them down, right? You only have that Orb of Harmony of the Zen, so they're not gonna, even with the Transcendence going, he's being juggled back, right? So not able to keep anybody healed up. You have CJ on the point there for SSG, and they're able to take it.
Yeah, it's a really hard composition, I think, to play. Requires everybody to be like as safe as humanly possible, but all these heroes require you to take some risks to get the value, right? Zen's got to swing out, Ball's got to dive in, and you don't have like this, easy mode, like ridiculous burst healing throughput to sort of get you there. Vector goes up, sees Kellen off towards the side here. Kellen obviously looking to try and dive the high ground in a moment, and he's going to do so with Infected out of the picture. Vega's got to respect this. Kutsuna rush as well from CJ, so Space Station really trying to plant the flag on this high ground. Liquid have to give it up, but in doing so, they give up that positional advantage. CJ has gone down though, so Space Station only with Lucio healing. And with someone like Tree dishing out these railguns that might be curtains for them here.
It's actually Infected dropping a minefield inside of the Kitsune rush up on the high ground, so prevented some of the other players from getting the benefit of it, as yeah, they're fully committed, trying to get that high ground, trying to push out. See RuPaul and Vega playing very deep, as the line of sight and the distance for the healing doesn't really matter to these two.
Okay, overclock here. Something that Sugarfree's got to be wary of. If he goes in with the blade, he might have to pop up in the air for a time. Well, nothing Seeker really could do about that. In between two blinks, Tree's able to bore a steaming hole through him. And it's the Space Station now, of course, on this Genji Tracer look, and it's starting to struggle.
I mean, the clock is this is getting brutal here for SSG in terms of, you're very far away from getting the cart to that second checkpoint, but also with the way the clock is going, you're going to have to invest pretty heavily here. And if you go deep in trying to get these kills, the support ultimates on the other side from Liquid, I mean, they're going to be impossible to fight through.
Again, though, if you can sort of displace RuPaul, this Transcendence doesn't do anything, so
They do rally and use Transcendence at the same time. They do rally and Transcendence at the same time, so that's actually quite big.
Yeah, Bliss is a beat now as well. Sugarfree's blade, though, did get shut down, so they probably felt they needed both of those abilities. Here's that sound barrier. Infected can definitely throw a nice minefield here, right in the way, but he's opting to hold on to it as well. Likely, when push comes to shove and his cart gets very close to the objective, he doesn't want to use it over the bridge because the mines won't land on the ground that way. And so far, Space Station has been kept corralled off to the side. Here now comes that Kitsune rush, though. Surely they're going to try and commit. The minefield came down. Kellen was very low, and Infected's able to pick him off here. Leading Team Liquid find an important opener in this fight, but they've lost Tree. Seeker's Pulse here, looking for RuPaul, and he found him. That's perfect.
Oh, just the flick at range. Oh, but he actually backs up into one of the mines. As you still have Infected here, it's going to be very difficult to get this ball off of the cart.
2v2. This is a tough one to win, Matt. You don't like it. You got two supports. Kellen, though, has gotten back in the fight. He's here on the Doomfist of all things, and Vega got picked off. Space Station Gaming are far from done here. They still have some game to play. Very, very low is Rupal. He's forced to back away slowly, but the healing will still come in from the periphery. It's going to be Knife stepping up to try and stall. A big punch missed by Kellen puts him out of the game for a time, but Sugar Free stands up in his absence. It's Infected finally falling. The ball is removed from the game, and SSG aren't done it yet. Tree with a switch to Widow ultimately falls flat.
Dude, the window there, right, for Team Liquid is when they have Infected on, no DPS on the other side. There's just no way they're going to kill the ball, right? You just have to have players coming off the spawn, just kind of flooding on in, and they're not able to do it. And mind you, Team Liquid, they don't finish with any time in the time bank, so maybe, SSG, you can get close here, right? Maybe finish with a few seconds if it's possible.
Sound barrier here, full police. On a head trigger, I'm sure that one. Liquid back on this hazard look now as Pulse Bomb doesn't reach the mark. See, CJ, all he's trying to do now is try and make sure Kellen has the ability to play up a little bit further. His burst damage can be a problem for these comps, and Tree's been able to pick off Seeker. Tree's been big after switching now back off the Widowmaker to the Sojourn. It's like he never missed a beat. Double Kitsune rush here, so Space Station don't find an advantage, but they maybe think there was one. And Kellen can't even get back to spawn. That is a big stagger.
Yes, you're in desperation territory now as CJ going over to the Juno here.
All right, last chance saloon for SSG. Team Liquid looking for their first win here in OWCS against arguably the number 2 team, number 1 coming into this game, but that's just a footnote for now. Here's a beat from Bliss. Sees the pressure coming in from Infected, and now Space Station Gaming inoculated from that extra damage. They've gotten rid of Vega. Low, though, is Sugar Free, forcing the deflect out in the open as Infected tries to drag him down. It's Tree who finds a massive headshot and a mega. No, it's shut down. CJ chases him into the health pack room and gets him before he can be topped up. Seeker, though, keeps his distance from Infected, respects him, and Space Station can continue this push.
Oh, and this is doable here for SSG, right? This fight's going to go for a while. You're going to get that downpour. You're going to get the overclock. If Sugar Free can somehow build up towards a blade, that would be massive, but they have to find a kill onto Vega here early, right? You cannot allow this Lucio to just kind of sit in the background, maybe put down some damage, get that beat. It would be tough to battle through.
Tree's overclocked. It gets Seeker. That is massive. You cannot ask for much more than that, and Kellen never had a chance to make use of the downpour. With the sound barrier, that is going to seal the deal. Team Liquid finally delivering on the promise they made at the start of the year. It didn't take them long, but they definitely bounced back against many of your expectations at home. Beautifully done.
Extremely tough series. I mean, this is a matchup we are definitely going to see again, whether it be in a playoff or a final or at one of our global competitions across one of the 3 events. This is a great match. I mean, very even between these teams.
It was, and honestly, there's so much to unpack here. I feel like there was a different story on each and every single map when you kick things off, right, on Control. Sugar Free just kind of lived rent-free in Liquid's backline on Nepal, and quite frankly, I was worried after that one. I was like, oh, cool, another beatdown. I guess that's that with Team Liquid. Alas, that was not it. Havana, their defense looked so excellent. Ball back in play after they got banned on map 1. But then they didn't even need the ball as their win condition, right, on Suravasa. Like, seeing them take that mirror match, even though I just kept on waiting for the switch, but they alphaed it. They were like, nah, we got this. We got this on Hazard. And that was what is so impressive to me. Because quite frankly, if you're looking back at that match against Timeless, the Hazard looked tragic. That was not good. So I was almost certain that, just like when we talked to, was it Shikigami today, like they're gonna shy away from that Hazard composition, but they certainly did not need to, even though obviously the best look for them is that ball composition.
I agree. I think the best look is the ball for them, at least thus far. I also think probably one of the biggest differences today is like the level in which Tree played at. Like the other day, like Chopper was like frying in the server, like just completely dominating on the Sojourn.
He had no pressure on him.
Yeah, and time again today, I mean, we saw Tree like 2, 3, sometimes 4 kills with overclocks. Just really stepped his game up in a match they kind of desperately needed.
Yeah. I think this comp though, like with the Wrecking Ball, is the best to give Tree the most leeway and the most room to work with and the most time and the best sight lines. I mean, it's so disruptive. If you don't have a team that like can just look at a ball and quickly neutralize them or like cease them out and then just go back to the game, if you like get people's heads turning for more than a couple seconds, the enemy Sojourn is rubbing their hands together because one pile driver pops someone up into your line of sight. Someone like Tree is going to hit someone moving, at the speed of bloody sound in the server with a headshot, let alone someone just popped up lazily in front of you. It's perfect to really facilitate for him. But this is what Liquid were built to do, right? It is supposed to be a team that has this incredible flexibility. That's why like Infected being like the number one priority on their list might have, surprised some people a little bit, but you can see with someone leaving this region, finding someone to move in and have that same level of flexibility, I think Infected is a great choice, and it's a big investment in the future of this young star.
It really is. And guess what? We do have Infected standing by for an interview after this great victory we just got to witness on the server. So Infected, congratulations. Great to see you again. It's been a hot minute. Listen, let's just say it how it is, right? People were having very high expectations for that Liquid roster heading into the season. The opening match didn't quite go the way anyone would have expected. The Hazard looked a little rough, very rough. Today, very different stories. What did you guys change around?
I think that first match, at least for me, I was definitely nervous. I think we're just still learning how to play with each other as a team. And that Timeless team also played really well in that match too. But after that, we just went back to the drawing board, just focused on what we needed to improve on. And I think it worked out well today. Even though we won a lot playing ball, I think our Hazard mirror was also okay, and it's getting better for sure.
Yeah.
And with time,
it was more than okay. It was very good.
I mean, that's what I want to ask. I want to ask about the Wrecking Ball. You guys obviously utilized it through a lot of the match today. It was gone in map number 1. Why do you think Wrecking Ball is so successful, in certain compositions against the Hazard?
I just think Ball is a character that's really hard to punish for any type of Hazard composition. And if you're just able to get value off the slam engages, I think Ball is just really, really, really strong.
Yeah, especially when they've got a Kiri Lucio backline. There's just, you can just ignore them.
Yeah.
Trying to slam them. How did it feel for you, Infected, when you found out that you were the player that was being targeted to kind of in some ways fill someone's shoes and come and play with this old sort of Toronto core? That must have been pretty fantastic to sort of hear that they were looking at you for that role.
Yeah, it was honestly a dream come true, being able to play with all these amazing players. This is the best team I've ever been on for sure. And I just really appreciate them giving me a chance. And we're all gonna work really hard to show that maybe we're even better than the Toronto last year, and hopefully we can compete against Korea.
Well, it was a very exciting series today. Generally, after one first week of play and getting a first look of all the teams, how do you feel about the competition, how you and the team are stacking up?
I think we're still trying to figure out stuff. I think we'll be fine. I think we'll be fine by playoffs. I think we'll make China get first, but for now we just need to keep improving and just figuring out how to play with each other. And hopefully we'll be good. I think there's a lot of strong teams.
Today was a great start. There really is. The competition is strong, but so are you guys. Great performance today. This was what we wanted to see, what we hope to see, and what we hope to see a lot more of. So I'm gonna let you go, Infected. Thank you so much for the quick chat, and best of luck in your next match.
Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Bye.
I love that guy.
Yeah. I love the approach as well. Look, they're nervous, obviously, kind of coming into this year, new team, whatnot, but for them, it's okay, let's just get better day in, day out, and let's just make sure we make those events and see how we stack up, right? It's not, last year for Toronto, right? It was instantly, we have to be the best team in the region. We have to win international events. It's well, no, hold on. Everything's reset a little bit.
Yeah, but also, you go first.
So let's be fair about Infected. Last year, he comes into OWCS as a tank player for Students of the Game. Students of the Game.
My boys.
They get picked up by NRG, which is already a fast track for them. Expectations ratchet up, and now looked at as the guy to sort of be the core, or at least take part of the core on this Liquid team. The guy's career trajectory has been really high, but I don't blame him for feeling nervous, because every year it's more and more that's expected of this young player, and he's done such a fantastic job against players with many more years of top-level Overwatch experience against him, not only last year, but in a game like this too.
And we talked about how, you know, in the Hazard composition, which is so prevalent right now, which is just a composition that you have to have on lockdown, that does require so much coordination. So if you're still just getting settled into the team and learning how to play with each other, Hazard comp is going to be a tough one to execute. So that's definitely something that as we're heading further into the season, the teams will level up in that composition and it will look more evenly matched. But quite frankly, it did look evenly matched today. That Suravasa was incredible.
Bruh.
And our choke Equilibrium is alive.
Of life.
The circle of life. This is Overwatch, I guess.
This is us.
This is us.
Yeah,
So we learned nothing. A week gone and we now know nothing.
Well, we know that these teams are very evenly matched. We know that Hazard is very good, and then we also know that the ball. I think we're going to start to see more ball. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we come in next week and see a ton of ball. I mean, it seems like if you can't play Hazard or you're not the
ball
best
is
at
very
utilizing that comp.
specific. Like, we don't have a good ball player on each of those teams, so they got to figure out something else.
We do have
a bunch.
quite a few of them. Like Riker and Kellen are both have been in the past like serial wrecking ball players. Like Kellen played it. God, in Korean contenders and also on that MIXL roster. So
But
surprisingly,
you then also need to use your bans to allow to set the ball up for success, right? You need that Ana ban in there. Like, you don't want to have that CC that like stops him from creating that chaos to create those like easy shots for your Sojourn.
Ball needs more than one natural predator, I think, to really shut them down. I think that they opted out of playing ball against the Cassidy, but you know, I guess you could just ban Cassidy, but you don't need many heroes to enable ball on your team necessarily. So you don't have to spend too many bans to set that up.
And then also the bans are more like proactive in that you can just take things away from the other team that would help them deal with the ball, right? Because like you know, in a lot of these ball comps, right, it's not like the ball can peel, but that's not really kind of the goal, right? So if the backline kind of protect themselves, right? No, like I mean, it's not like he's like slamming back on the ground as a support. So like take away stuff from the other team and just full send.
Just full send. Yeah, Matt, you should be a coach, honestly.
I mean, I was a coach. Yeah, I mean that.
Was. I wonder why that career ended.
That's crazy.
I mean, we won too much, and I got bored.
That's crazy.
That's fair. You know what won't bore you? Taking a look at our top 5 plays of the week across EMEA and NA, because we had some real good stuff to choose from. Lots of great new looks. We have new players on the server as well that we're not as familiar with. So let's see who made it into our top 5 according to sources. I don't know who those sources are.
Sources, just trust me, bro.
Maluka Mia Soundbar is now number 1. I'm gonna be upset.
Taejong generally was a very big standout. He really performed in his debut.
I mean, I like this Vision Esports team. They're looking honestly kind of sick. Lesser known players for us, but yeah, they're kind of out there. Your boy Seeker?
Yeah, very much known.
I don't see Lethal. Like, I don't see what he is seeing.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, I literally had lasers shot into my eyes so I can see better, and I don't see him. I mean, that's yeah.
I watched it 3 times, and I know where the shot goes. I still don't see it.
Oh, this was sick from yesterday. Yeah, like the juggling here from like a damage dealer. It's like actually nutty here from King.
And he would to close it out.
Kind of sick.
Wow.
That guy's cracked. I think this Rad team is kind of they're the one I think that is like upset primed. They're ready to like actually beat some of the top 4.
Oh, what do we got here?
Oh yeah, I remember this.
yeah.
This is just beyond dirty. Lethal is so cracked. The Bob obviously is doing some lifting in this fight here, but notice that he gets dove and he just walks forward into his own Winston's bubble. I mean, Racket can't really do anything about this.
And then the gun skin buff, right? You know, an extra 40% damage. No, I'm kidding. There is no skin buff. Don't buy it because of the alleged buff. But what is this? I'll checkmate here.
Okay. Oh man,
Tread,
this stall is crazy. Oh, well, there's the first problem. You have all healing, no damage, and you have 65% damage reduction for Tread inside that spike guard. That is wild stalling. Oy, oy.
I mean, Emo just look at the movement. I mean, just able to stay alive. Just an insane fight.
Yeah, and this is not like another Zen team, right? I heard it was being talked about this morning. Like, we're not only in NA, we saw the start of Zen on this kind of map. But coming off spawn, you have that spawn advantage. a Doomfist here for Tread as well.
The Zen with the Ana, though, I feel like it's infinitely harder to play. In that, like, you know, they are both just sitting ducks.
Yeah, 0 mobility. Bro, how long does this fight go for?
God, I mean, are they trying to kill
Was
each
I
other or
brushing my
not?
teeth at this time? I don't, man.
I mean, that's a crazy fight to end a map as well. I mean, that's nuts.
I just want to put it out there. We've had some like super volatile, super scrappy games in NA and EU regions right now. I don't know if it's hero bans or if it's just...
They're warming up, man. Give them the benefit.
It's not bad. It's not bad, honestly. Like sometimes scrappy games can also be because both teams are playing really well. Like let's talk about like the first fight on Nepal in that series we just saw. It went forever, right? Both teams are sick. It's just we're just seeing that a lot.
I feel like also some of the compositions just make for more brawly kind of like dog fights.
Yeah, and with you know, in EWC, one of the things that we noticed with like hero bans, like when we had at that event, was oftentimes like with the map selection and the hero ban, like it can close the gap between two teams, right? Like being able to do a ban and a map selection like gives you a pretty sizable advantage, right? Which can, you know, swing maps in your favor. So you're seeing series that are, you know, generally just much closer, right? Because you know, the swings back and forth in terms of who gets advantages are, you know, pretty substantial.
Yeah, and then it just comes down to who clicks them buttons better, right? And that's when the brawl ensues. So we're going to see much more of that, I'm sure, in week 2. Let's take a look at our schedule to see what is ahead. Which team are you most excited to see back in action, starting with you, Mitch?
I mean, these EU games look pretty spicy. Obviously, the Ultimates look pretty good so far against Vision. I like how that team is looking. I think in NA, those February 7th games perhaps might not be as close as what you see in EU, but I am so ready to be proven wrong. Maybe the Shikigami Timeless game, but again, I think we have a pretty clear-cut top 4, and SSG, despite losing today, are still going to be a force to be reckoned with.
I want to see Twisted Minds. I think Twisted Minds versus Alcatia is going to be a good game. And then won that Twisted Minds right after going down 0-1. Needs to get a dub.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of teams are going back to the drawing board after this first week of play. Lots of homework to be done, lots of things to consider heading into next week's matches. We only have, this was 1 week, right? So we have 3 more to go before we're heading into the stage 1 playoffs. It's not that much time if you really think about it. So every match matters. What a throwback to every map matters, isn't it?
I mean, that's a
good old times.
That's a throwback to when like Danny was just like the hello and thank you guy on the all access. I mean, that's a way throwback.
I want.
Thank you.
Hello and bye, Danny. Thank you. So good. I actually forgot about that one. Unfortunately, that does it for us, though. So, guys, thank you so much for calling the action. It's always a pleasure to hear you all on the mics. As I said, we're not done. We only just got started. This was our opening weekend. Thank you all so much for joining. Plenty more opportunities for the teams to show up and prove us wrong in case there's something to prove. But for now, we're going to say goodbye. Thank you so much for watching. We're going to see you again next week.
Proto almost got sniped out there by Slowdive. Blade's been popped though, as all the healing resources and every CD available. Stop all that damage coming in as Kai distracts him a little bit. And oh, Kevstar's high in the sky.
Start landing these railgun shots, everybody kind of pushing up, finishing them off. Danny actually just looks directly past the gap.
Drunk there with the virus.
Oh, okay,
excuse me, the blade! Okay, Drunk.
I love it. Trying to find anything.
Oh, what a stick! That's dirty. That's actually gross from Sugar Free. Yes, Seeker, that is massive. You cannot ask for much more than that, and Kellen never had a chance to make use of the downpour. With the sound barrier, that is going to seal the deal. Team Liquid